เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดปูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, at Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born.
Garena. First Blood.
ดูเกมมันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูยากใช่ไหม
Welcome to Survivors, welcome everybody. Free Fire World Series is ready to go. The fall season of 2025 Clash Squad mode. My name is Q. This is Sir Kalau. It's our first times here for Clash Squad. We get to see 4-on-4 action, no distractions, all firepower.
Oh yeah, absolute focus onto that. And if you're new to this game mode, well, we'll take you through it, so don't worry about it. But this is also not the first week that we're in Clash Squad. last week we had a good amount of matches, and today we're going to continue on our brackets that we'll introduce to you later. But before we get on to that, we'd like to thank Red Bull for being our partner for this season. Now, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories like the players today.
You got to be trusting your energy here because, again, it's going to be a very long day for some of these players. Keep in mind that today is going to be elimination rounds. We've already got 4 best-of-3s lined up to see who's going to go into the 1-1 bracket, or worse yet, the 0-2 bracket, where eliminations are going to be played.
Oh yeah, eliminations, we will talk about that later, because first we're going to start off with the 0-1 bracket, and then we'll check out what's going to happen at the 0-2 bracket. That is the bracket that teams will be eliminated. So today it will be elimination day. A lot will be on the line when we reach that stage. So you got to stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, and so far things have been really exciting here. I mean, we started off on a pretty high note already. Yesterday, already 2 teams have qualified to the next stage, and that's great to hear because we want to see who else is going to be joining that pool. And fingers crossed. I have a couple of teams that I'm hoping are going to make it to the next round. I don't mind if they drop to the 0-2, but you still got to be winning those games at some point.
Yeah, whatever happens at the first half of our show today, which is the 0-1 half, teams will still have a second chance at the 0-2, but frankly speaking, nobody wants to drop to the 0-2. You have to play more games, put your team at a vulnerable stage. But what these teams are playing for is the prize pool, with the champion to bring home $30,000, second place to take home $15,000, third and fourth place $10,000, fifth to eighth $4,000, 9 to 16 will be $2,000, and we have an individual prize waiting, the grand final MVP, which is $3,000.
$33,000 on the line. And here's our tournament timeline here, with the Swiss stage being between the 28th of August to the 12th of September. Double eliminations, our second phase, will happen between the 18th of September to the 19th. And finally, our grand finals happening on October the 4th to wrap things up for Clash Squad.
So there's still quite a journey for these teams to go through, right? We are still at the Swiss stage, and then we will head on to the double elimination stage. And that's where things will really start to heat up. Now, when it comes to the CS mode, so every player has to use an active skill, and each player in the team will need to use a different active skill, now as illustrated on screen here. But if the opponent is using a particular active skill, the team cannot use that skill. So there will not be a double up. It's unlike a battle royale mode. This is very different, and it will feature these amazing 16 teams.
Now, these are our teams who still have to play just a little bit more to try and make it, or if not, get eliminated today. Yesterday, we've already seen Falcons, as well as, shockingly, BRU also dropping a match. We won't see them today because RRQ and BTR are looking very, very hot. Flash as well as Pharaohs, Heavy GOW also looking pretty good, ONIC and as well as Torak as today's matches here at the Swiss stage. Here is the Clash Squad mode Swiss stage with the overall view.
Yeah, and we're going to start off our first game here with RRQ versus Bigatron by Vitality. The 2 Indonesian teams will be at each other to see who will move on to the next round at the 1-1 bracket. But the team that loses will move down to the 0-2 bracket. And same goes as well with Team Flash as well as Twisted Minds, as you can see here on screen. Those are the teams that we'll be watching here today as well. But we also have to congratulate the first 2 teams that have made it through. We have WAG as well as AG, who advanced to the next stage by a 3-0 win.
With that being said, our very first match is about to get lined up here. Bigatron by Vitality going to be facing up against tough competitors here locally, RRQ Kazu. These guys have been at each other's necks since the formation of BTR by Vitality. I mean, we've seen it during the BR stages, how they contest each other. Now, it's gonna all be played out here in Clash Squad mode.
Yeah, and RRQ, they are no pushover team, right? I mean, this team has amazing names in it. You got people like Abe, you people like Dudes, 18 Deer, who came up with an amazing clutch in one of the EWC matches last year. I remember that really, really clearly to score the booyah. So this is a team that is no joke. Of course, besides having a good composition, having good aim is going to be important. Now, before getting into the game, this will be the map order for today, or for this match that is. Game 1, we're going to start off with Nextera, followed by Bermuda, and if needed, we're going to go to Kalahari.
Okay, good amount of map choices here, but at the end of the day, most of the maps that they'll be facing off against each other usually pretty even and very equally based. Haven't seen these maps really create that much of an advantage, especially here in Clash Squad. You take away all the distractions and really there is no weak side, strong side. Maybe for a couple of maps, but other than that, for the most part, especially since you're playing so many rounds in a game, I think that it's not going to mean too much for these teams at this time. I want to say they're both good at Kalahari, but there's an argument for Nextera. There's also an argument for Bermuda. That's why it's difficult to say.
Yeah, I know, right? And whether we'll go on to match number 3 or game 3, well, that's going to be kind of tough, right? But looking at the stature of these two teams, I would say that there is a chance that we will hit there. But among these 3 maps that we'll be playing, right, Gideon, like which map do you favor the most?
I actually quite like Nextera. I think Nextera has like the more even sides of the map for the most part, playing throughout those 11 rounds. I do like a good Bermuda, but I think Nextera definitely hits a lot better when it comes down to Clash Squad.
Yeah, I personally do like Nextera as well because there will be an area where there is there's low gravity. As a player, you might not enjoy. I mean, I personally might not enjoy it that much because of how the gravity will affect the movement of my character, but it's fun to watch as a viewer experience, right? You get to see like, oh, how are they going to manage this? The aims are going to be off because of that, and how are they just going to balance both like trying to move around, trying to jump, but at the same time trying to aim. So I think it poses a good challenge to the teams that we will be watching here today.
I think that's what I'm excited to see, right? Because both of these teams, they fought at Refinery time and time again, and one thing that we know, the main characteristic of Kalahari is its verticality, right? That's why coming into Nextera, where, yes, a couple of those maps, especially with low grav maps, play with that verticality, you would imagine that these teams would have an advantage, especially against each other.
Oh yeah, that would make a very different kind of feel, right? Even among those teams themselves as well. And then we'll go back to something normal. So they really need to adapt very, very quickly. Every round runs very, very fast. Now, speaking about the rounds, we're going to start off with the draft first. What sort of lineup do you think might pop up?
Well, it's a little tough to say, but I think we'll start with the bans first, right? Because a lot of teams we've seen have gotten rid of the Santino and as well as the Oscar. We want to see whether these teams are going to, start to adapt or whether they're going to have target bans later on. But again, the system is pretty tight, and I think that most players are pretty well connected with each other, so it feels like, global meta bans are going to be coming through.
Yeah, and these two teams, they have a history of either picking the Iris or banning out the Iris. So to my surprise, BTR, yes, Santino is a top pick, so it's being taken out. But to my surprise, they did not focus on the banning out the Iris because that was a preferred ban by them. Now, Cassie being banned out, this is not one of your more usual bans.
Yeah, this isn't one of their usual bans. I guess they were doing some research. To be fair, BTR does run Cassie in their usual compositions based on what they've played so far, but this allows Oscar to be open, which is instantly locked in by BTR. I want to see how RRQ is going to deal with that. I mean, locking in information with Coda would be nice, but what else do you want to pair now that Cassie is gone?
Well, you still have other options, right? I mean, you do have you do have Staffy that you can consider as well. Chrono is a good one being picked up by RRQ. And the fact that RRQ picked up Coda especially, right? If you look at like the previous match that BTR had, they played 2 rounds of Coda as well. So clearly RRQ did their homework here.
Yeah, they really did. And more so, it helps with their strategy, especially if you're trying to hide behind glue walls and your opponent has a Coda with an Oscar as well. They can almost guarantee the stun on you. So they want to make sure they deny that opportunity. BTR still now having double dashes is going to be a little bit frustrating for RRQ. Let's see how they respond, because again, they've got Zayn as well as Tatsuya alongside with the Oscar. It's a very front-heavy composition based on what we've seen so far. And I want to know how RRQ wants to kind of stop the tempo, especially if they're getting attacked from multiple angles. They're hovering over Dimitri, which kind of forces RRQ to kind of stick together, don't care about the mobility of BTR, and kind of hunker down against the attack.
I'm looking at the composition of a BTR right now, right? You have Oscar, you have Zane that can provide shields, and then you have Tatsuya who can move really fast as well. It does look like BTR, they're going for a really, really aggressive composition from what I see here. It's just run at your opponent, run at RRQ, don't allow them the space to breathe. And that's where picks like Skylar comes in to try to play a little bit more defensive in case BTR gets overly aggressive.
Okay. Alright, I think Skylar's more of a denial here. I mean, there's still like this available, so I'm pretty surprised that they wouldn't want to actually lean into that more, considering that they want BTR to kind of run into them, unless this is more for denial, knowing that RRQ is going to kind of stick together, making sure that you're able to kind of blow those glue walls out of the dust.
Ooh. Wow.
Especially when you're stuck together is better for BTR. Alright, so they go for the clue for the information. So that was what I was worried about, right? How is BTR going to kind of get the information? Now that they lose a little bit in that supporting cast, they've just delved into straight raw firepower.
Yeah, the clue pick does make a lot of sense for me because before you rush in, you need to know exactly where your opponents are at. And once you get the information, bam, you just rush into whichever point that you think is most vulnerable to RRQ. So that's probably what BTR has at the back of their mind. So this clue will be the one that stays behind, gives the information, and go guys. It's like that guy who controls the chess pieces among his other teammates.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how many Dimitri casts we're going to see in a single game, because most of the time you're usually only using it once, right? Unless it happens very early on into the game, most of the time you're only going to get one shot to utilize it. For the side of BTR, if they're going to be running into them, hopefully they don't get picked off, because that's the only way RRQ can kind of slow BTR down.
Yep, so looking at this composition, I personally am liking BTR because they are also known as a team that plays aggressively. And this kind of composition, it suits whatever plan that they would have in this round. How about you, Gideon?
I do like BTR's comp a little more, only because it's just easier to execute. One thing could go wrong for RRQ and the whole building just starts collapsing down on them. All the Jenga blocks are just going to be falling in place for BTR if that is the case. I feel like RRQ, they really have to play around this chrono. I think that is their only defense mechanism realistically against BTR, because there's just so many ways for BTR to either utilize the Valiant Dash to get Tatsuya in and then followed up with Zane running through. They can try and deny information from Clue, which is totally fine for the side of RRQ. They just gotta hunker down for a little bit longer. I think that's one other means of counterplay, but overall, just in so many scenarios, BTR just has easier ways to execute.
Yeah, so you mentioned about the chrono, Dimitri as well, gives them a little bit more defense with his healing zone. And I also want to put this to perspective, right? So Skylar and his Riptide Rhythm is able to damage blue walls. So depending on the situation of the map at a particular time, BTR might be building blue walls to try to close the gap between themselves and also RRQ. Now, this is where the defense mechanism comes in from Skylar. He will be the one to damage the blue wall, try to break them down, and that will kind of slow down or even stop BTR from closing the gap.
Yeah, I think the key abilities here, it's really going to be just Chrono Dimitri and as well as Clue for the side of BTR for like big game changers that we're hoping to see. Because I think that RRQ, unless they can deny Clue information, then they can just group up as 4 and then maybe play their own Riptide Rhythm, as you mentioned, you know, dropping the walls and then dropping the walls as 4 to try and rush somebody down. That's also another pretty decent idea for the side of RRQ, but that's all on the assumption that it's just good utilization of their active skill cards.
Yeah, so it sounds like RRQ's composition is very, very defensive, like they're trying to pull BTR to come towards them. Now, is that a bad thing? I don't think so personally, because you can set up however you want and wait on your own half and just allow them to come to you and just shoot whenever they put themselves in a vulnerable state. So it could work out for RRQ. So it really depends onto execution and onto the mechanical skills of the players as well. Are they able to truly execute the plan?
Yeah, I think that it's down to execution, and I think more so, I'm surprised that they wanted to go for a comp like this rather than going for Ignis, but even so, let's jump right into these games, and hopefully we're gonna see what it's all about, right? This could be just raw perspective. This honestly could just be an absolute brawl through all three of these maps. Let's have a look. We're here in Nextera. RQ Kazu gonna be on the blue side, and Bigatron by Vitality on the red-orange side.
Yes, and this is going to be game number 1, round 1, the round that will set the tone for the rest of the rounds. Now, you don't want to put yourselves in a setback, right? Because of the economy especially. You want to have the advantage. You want to have a good first round so that in the second round, you have good economy. You could potentially snowball from there.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to. Again, no big purchases here from anybody so far. Only a nade coming in from Doots, and I would like to see how he's going to utilize that, right? Pay attention to what they buy into as these rounds go by. Sometimes it makes a difference. Most of the time, it's going to just hurt economy, and you want to see how efficient they can get because it stacks over the rounds.
Right, so we're going to start off, but I guess it's because it's also round number 1, right? So both sides really want to sniff out the gameplay. What kind of play style do they want to do? And I'm pretty sure that Bigatron by Vitality, they know that RRQ Kazu, with their composition, they set up themselves as a defensive stance. And they want BTR to come to them. So that's why BTR, they're taking that slow approach. But Ikal is out.
A little interesting there as they hold defensive positions, and now Kyong first to go down as 18D feasts upon him. Joel is able to turn it around at least to find the initial trade, but now they're going to come back into it. My guess is that there has to be a technical issue going on with at least Aikal, right? Like, he's not just standing there on purpose. They probably have to, like, go for a redraft, maybe get him, or at least let him reconnect into the game. We'll see, one or the other.
Yeah, so I guess it wasn't part of the plan for BTR to just stand still there, because we did theorize that their composition is to just run at their opponent. So with the fact that they stood there, so yeah, maybe. But when we come back, I believe we're going to see a very aggressive gameplay by BTR.
I hope it's going to be aggressive, right? I want them to really get into the faces of RQ, stop forcing out resources straight away. That would be the most ideal scenario, because, again, these are very, very long cooldowns when we're looking from the composition of RRQ. If you get them to utilize it at least once, you walk away with a huge advantage for the next minute or so.
Yeah, and speaking about minutes, we're going to be at a technical pause break for about 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned with us. You don't want to miss out on the potential aggressive gameplay here by BTR. But Gideon, most of our discussions have been around like, oh, BTR could have the better comp here based on what they have set themselves up to. Now, what do you think is the plan here by RRQ, and will it work in your opinion?
Well, I think it really boils down to how the first round plays out, right? Because let's say, if Bigatron, it's very simple for Bigatron to win that first round and then just immediately start buying up by round 2, right? They want to be on the offensive all the time. And I think the only problem is if they get picked off by one of these big shotguns, right? You just don't buy armor, for an example. You kind of forget about it. I think that's what BTR is going to invest in first.
Okay, yeah. So snowballing is going to be important for RRQ, if I understand what you mentioned earlier on correctly. So if that's going to be the case, round 1 is going to be really important for RRQ to get that win. Now, worst case scenario, right? What happens if they don't win round 1? Round 2, they might be forced to play again a very defensive gameplay, and hopefully they win that one and they get a bonus for them to recuperate again. And if they win round 3, in theory, they'll be able to snowball back. So that will be kind of like the case for RRQ. But of course, ideally, everybody wants to win every single round. So RRQ, especially with their composition, they have to do well in round 1. As for BTR, even if they don't do well in round 1, well, based on their composition, they should still be able to put up a fight in round 2.
Oh yeah, I think that RRQ have to remain ever vigilant, even if it's like a 1v4 scenario. Just eliminating one or two players, even if you're their last guy, really does put a tax on the economy of your opponents. So as long as RRQ stays vigilant and kind of keeps the economy in their favor, I think they should be fine. BTR, on the other hand, I think it's less important for them to care about their economy, right? Because even when they are playing on low econ, they come in with like tier 3 weapons. That's totally fine. Their composition allows them to at least find one or two players on the enemy side if you're able to kind of swarm them out fast.
Yeah, it's like having an insurance policy, right? If you don't do well in round 1, at least round 2, with your composition, you're still able to live up to the occasion, right? But of course, it's really down to execution. I would say if I were to give like this first series, right, or this first match, I would say BTR for me has the better lineup unless something catastrophic happens.
I mean, it could be a nade, that could make the difference here. It could be a purchase of a particular weapon. It's tough to say. I would like to imagine that RRQ of all teams will be the one who tries to whip out a launcher once ever so often. But I feel like as of yet, we just have to see how these games play out, right?
Yeah, so of course we are theorizing. And let's not forget as well, okay, these two teams, they're obviously from the same region. They would have met each other many times. So I'm pretty sure they know a lot more behind the scenes than what we do, considering that they're from the same region. And they probably have even scrimmed each other. And by doing so, then they would know how to exploit each other's weakness. That's probably what RRQ is thinking about right now, is that, okay, we know that you guys are going to set up for a aggressive comp from the very beginning. And that's why they also ban out the Cassie, because the Cassie allows the composition, like for BTR, to just be very aggressive with the extra healing at the front line.
I mean, it would have been the replacement to Zane at that point. I would imagine them running both. I would like to imagine that BTR would have been like, no matter what, having two rushers is always going to be fun. Having Tetsuya as well as Oscar is always going to be great. But even so, I think that at least for RRQ, it could be on the opposite hand. They just did really good homework, right? They saw that BTR want to be in your face, so what do? They cut away the life support. You truly have to be a supreme individual to make a play, rather than having to rely so heavily on a click of a button.
Yeah, exactly, right? So if we were to look at, again, the composition of BTR and what could be the gap, right? They don't really have too much sustain. Yeah, they might have a shield, but then again, when it comes to like quick heals, like having a Cassie on your side, for example, or having a Dimitri on your side, for example, they don't really have that. So that also tells me that BTR, they have to win rounds quickly. If they allow rounds to drag out, that's where a defensive team can come back, especially when they have those abilities that allow them to just reset very quickly in the middle of the fight.
Oh yeah, the rounds that are going to be important is round 1, round 3, and then depending on how it goes, it should reach to round 5 pretty easily for BTR, if all things considered. But if it does start to drag out, then once you pass those thresholds, it's anybody's game, right? Anybody has to figure out how to kind of sustain themselves towards the end, especially when we start working with the economy of tier 3 armors, AWMs ready to go. And I think that's the position where BTR doesn't want to be in, because getting picked off against such a defensive lineup would be the worst thing ever. You're walking in with a man advantage as well. It's just unfun.
Right, so I hate doing this, but I love it at the same time. I'm gonna put you on the spot again, Gideon. Are we gonna go like 5 rounds, or are we gonna go the distance?
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. I think we will go the distance on Bermuda. That's what I think. I think that both RQ and BTR right now, this is just like, testing the waters a little bit to see how their strategies are going to go. If so, at least it gives a little bit of time of adjustment for both BTR and as well as RQ coming into Bermuda, and that's where I think it'll even out.
Right, and that makes sense as well, right? Because when we go to Bermuda, at least all these teams, or these two teams, they would have had a feel of each other. It's like, okay, that was probably last week's plan. So this week's plan is as such. So when it comes to Bermuda, everyone tries to cancel out each other. We might even see new compositions all together that might surprise us. We might even see new characters being picked up. We don't know, right? It's really down to the teams or what they can surprise us on. So yeah, it will be interesting to think of like Bermuda might be the one that goes the distance. And if it does, I don't know, man. For me, on paper, if I were to look at these two amazing teams, it might not only go the distance, but it might even go game 3.
Game 3, whew. We'll see, right? Because again, Indonesia has always had firepower in them, and now not only learning the macro but finding that balance to achieve some world titles here has been impressive to say the least, right? And Indonesia as a region has become very, very dangerous. So amongst themselves, it's kind of interesting to see how that's going to play out. It's like watching Thai on Thai teams, right? You can definitely tell there's a sense of familiarity, like they've met each other during their Clash Squad ranks.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like you just randomly queue and it's like, hey, I know you on the other side, and then you just play, right? So I'm pretty sure they would have met each other like during their ranked games, and they play casually outside of trading hours and so on and so forth. So these teams, they clearly know each other like the back of their hand. So looking at the current situation, I guess both teams, they're still sorting stuff out, and they are getting prepped up to go in here, right? So maybe we can also talk about like some of the other matches that we will be watching here today, and which match do you think is your personal favorite? Like we have RRQ and BTR right now. We have Team Flash, and then versus a Pharaoh. Yeah, we have Heavy versus GOW, and then we have ONIC versus Thora. Now, which match do you think would be the hottest match?
Oh, hottest match? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure between these guys who would be the hottest match, but I would say that the match that I'm keeping an eye on is ONIC versus Todak, right? Because it's interesting to see, because Todak is like, oh, we've always had firepower, and then ONIC is like, nah, we don't really have, like, we're very, econ heavy. We want to make the most out of a bad scenario and want to steal things away like that. But now, let's get right back into the game, because immediately, round 1 has already begun, and both sides highly aggressive, forced into the 1v1, but kicked out quick.
Well, something that we expected, right, Gideon? Like BTR, they're just going to run at it, and that's why the moment we went back into the game, like 3 players from RRQ immediately down, and there was only one left, that was Mal, and the numbers was against him. There was nothing much that he can do, and that was how BTR wrapped up that round.
And that's only round number 1 here. Now, let's see what the investment is from the side of Bigatron, and as we can see, already starting to buy upwards, right? Making sure that some of them even purchasing armor at this point of time. Tier 2 armor. Always good, always good. But keep in mind that their heads are still wide open to full damage.
And keep in mind as well that RRQ, they are on the eco round. So it might be a little bit tough for them. But hang that thought for a second. Looks like BTR, they are in trouble. Only Kojal left now. And Mal, right in front of him, straightforward elimination. RRQ takes game 2.
Beautiful stuff coming in from RQ. Dude's actually purchasing that nade pretty good. Got some mega value as Aikal was able to clutch out on his own despite the 2v1, which was great for him. Now, these nades are going to come into play, and as you mentioned, it's a great it was a great eco round coming up from RRQ. They're going to be the ones buying up, and we already see an AC already being purchased. P90s as well, mini Uzis. Oof. We're getting some good stuff. A lot of firepower, and at least for 18 years, it's like, okay, I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna get some helmets. I'm gonna get some armor.
Well, relax is not the name of the game for RRQ. They seem to be rushing in onto Keong, now on the lower ground. And Keong in trouble the last 2 checks, but Mal is the one to go down.
First blood.
They've already found it. Aikal already taking out Keong here. Now turning this into a 3v3 with Ma'al already down. It's a little unfortunate because now most of the members of RRQ holding this lower ground, having to figure out where to go up on the high, because Dix is now given information. Dude should look to respond to cut him off, and the rest of BTR needs to converge on his position as we see the blue already starting to pull inwards. Aikal not going to give this up. Trogon in hand. As the drop comes, Dix already finds him. And that's already a pick that you don't want to see from the side of RRQ.
And BTR, they managed to push RRQ to the corner right now, and with their composition of being able to play aggressively, RRQ, they're having a problem right now. They don't have the numbers, and here comes Diggs, gets Ikal, and Dudes being the final player of RRQ, and that is where BTR will claim round 3.
BTR playing it very well, making sure that RQ Kazu, especially with a man disadvantage here, more so want to split them up. They want them to be isolated. They want their targets to come to them. That way, Bigatron by Vitality don't have to walk into the full use of their utility. This way, Bigatron is able to start picking them off one by one, especially since they didn't have the primary weapons.
Yeah, and I was also thinking about the composition of RRQ, right? Like if you're put in a position where you are the last man standing with the composition that they have, like the shield that we saw earlier on, it's not the best to come up with a clutch unless you depend fully onto mechanics. Now, it might not be the last man standing because right now the first one to go down is going to be Diggs, but Ikal, next one to fall.
He's already found some mega damage here, and Dude's unfortunately blowing himself up with a nade. And that's gonna hurt the odds of RRQ with Dudes making that mistake. It could put it. Oh! 18 Deer nearly trying to save it, but Koja is able to respond a little too fast as Joel, with his AC, is able to take out 18 Deer's body. Knows the Miles on the roof at this point all by himself, allowing Kyung as well as Koja to get themselves back up on their feet. Ideally wanting to save as much of their equipment as possible. Koja loves the nade. It's good! Right on Miles' head.
Yep, right on the dot, a 3-pointer there. And again, it shows that BTR with their aggressive composition just running at RRQ, taking them down one by one. And if we were to look at the spread of RRQ, they're quite spread out. Like every player has their own spot, which is okay. You want to take point and you want to cover as much ground as possible. But when you get picked off one by BTR's composition, that becomes a problem.
It looks like it's a bit of a half buy coming in from RQ Kazu with Bigatron. Full weaponry. Tier 3 armors already coming into play. AC 80s and AWM. Oof. FGLs as well. Just to try and make sure they hurt the odds as the front lights collapse. Diggs jumps right into the chronosphere here as Hyung tries to turn it around. Unfortunately, they trade 1 for 1. They don't get the trade on towards 18 here, but at least they got Icon with Maal coming in towards the back. It's not enough, but Hyung has done the damage. Maal can't do much, and Joel, good coverage, turns it around, but Maal able to force it into a 1v1 scenario. Joel has to get an angle here. He needs to find some high ground to work with, and more so to catch up because he can't close the distance. He sees Maal. He knows he wants to go for the drop. Forces him, using the glue wall to protect himself.
Oh!
But Maal just better with the rifle in hand. VSK to the head. Holy!
And he did that while he was jumping. Okay, we got to see a replay again on that final moment. It was beautifully executed. And can you imagine that shot to execute it in this kind of tough scenario? That is just amazing stuff that is shown by RRQ. And now we're at 2-3. Rounds are running hot and fast right now, but looks like we may go up to 11 games.
Unfortunately, this time around, looks like even Bigatron Vitality still had a little bit of enough econ to get themselves some decent weapons for the round. 18 Deer immediately going down. Joel looking to try and replicate what just happened as the front line starts to collapse. Kyung able to take out Aikal. Maal headshotting Kyung as well, even after breaking through those front lines. But Maal's put down to 1 HP. Koja goes down to Maal once again with a headshot, making it worthwhile.
What? Oh man, they were rushing in. Mao was the final player. Okay, just look at this replay again. So Dudes went down, so it's only Mao now. 1v2. He came up with a big clutch here against BTR. Man, oh my. And it was all just CQC. So now, if that works for RRQ again, coming back to the game plan, needs to draw BTR towards them, put them in a CQC position, and they might stand a chance.
Yeah, this is starting to cost the economy of Bigatron Vitality. Joel's walking away. He may have a VSK in hand, but he's got no armor, no helmets, nothing to work on. Diggs with his Trogon, he needs to be able to kind of push through that front. We've seen it multiple times. They need to figure out where Maal is. He's currently running the AWM. And as of yet, it's a dangerous time to be alive. Whew. Nade's close. not missing just yet. Cyber drop is still available. RQ Kazuha has already claimed one of them from the previous maps, but it looks like it isn't their main game plan, as Time Turner is already down. Trogon in hand. Unfortunately, it's going to be Dix who beats out Icon. Kyon takes out 18 Deer, one fell swoop, finishing off the eliminations. Perfect start for BTR.
Yeah, and Dix will owe Kyung for this one. Kyung was together with him to save him while Dix was defending earlier on. Now only Dudes left for RRQ. 1v4. I can't see any positive side, but maybe this could be a start of something with Dudes getting Koja. 3 more to go.
He's got a power up as well. He's got the Trogon, but can he defeat all 3? He cannot with a 3-way drop. Every angle exposed. Couldn't do much about it. It was a good start, right? It was a very good start here for the side of BTR, opening up the map so huge. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see as many clutches from Maal. After 2, that's all he had in him. And BTR finally figuring out, as long as they break line of sight with Maal, this game becomes a lot easier to play.
Yeah, and now we're at 4-3 right now. Neck and neck between these two teams. Well, for this round, the eco is starting to not favor RRQ. So this is pretty much a must-win round for RRQ if they want to just maintain their economy. Now Kyung is just right beside Ikal, and he's forced to jump down because 18 Deer is there together with him. And it looks like RRQ, they're starting to play a little bit more aggressive against BTR.
Yeah, they can't give him the space for free. Joel already finds the headshot as Ikal takes Kyung out. They've turned this straight away into a 2v3 in favor of BTR. And unfortunately, without enough angles, 18 Deer might just be all on his own as Koja and Dix look to clean things up. BTR. This is the type of map that they want to play in, where they can kind of walk in close and have cheap ways to get into, cheap ways to cover a lot of distance. In this case, it's going to be the zip lines that get you straight in through the middle.
Yeah, and on top of that, the gameplay of RRQ is what BTR wants. They want RRQ to come towards them because it puts them out of their comfort zone of their own half. And that's where BTR can take advantage of the situation with their aggressive lineup. Now, this is match point for BTR. RRQ, they must win this round.
Yep, it's a 50-50 guess on who is going to be clockwise or anti-clockwise on this map. They gotta make sure that they have the numbers in the right spot. If not, they're gonna lose space very quickly. We see the RRQ take over the left side. And once they found Koja, oh no, Koja, he's taking out one, taking out Dudes. Riptide Rhythm already used as they play around the bunkers. Ika losing at least 75% of himself. Joel takes the headshot. Dix is able to find 18 Deer. And Bigtron by Vitality look to close out the round. Booyah here against RRQ. Keep it fast, keep it quick.
Keep it fast, keep it quick, and because of that, BTR, they win their first round. Booyah to them. Like what we discussed, BTR and their composition, they have to win rounds fast. And so far, all the rounds that they've won, they played really, really aggressively based on their composition. So it's nice to see that their plan fall into place. But because of that first round, and obviously RRQ would have learned a thing or two, round number 2 will be a challenge for BTR.
Yes, it will be a bit of a challenge. I think that at least for RQ, they're going to look to rework their comp, right? Because again, it's very difficult to take space against a composition that moves around so quickly to reposition. One unlucky guess, one unlucky 50-50 on, you know, devoting men to one side of the map and just to get flanked over on the opposite side against your sniper. It's a bit of a guessing game, and the information is key, but there's still counterplay towards them, right? We've seen slow starts from RRQ. We've also seen slow starts coming in from BTR, and both times I think BTR understood very quickly there's no reason for us to ever play slow.
Yeah, not at all. From the get-go, we see them just rushing in, right? But the one that rushed in the most and scored the best is Joel from BTR as our match MVP, coming in with 6 eliminations and 3,832 damage. Now, 6 eliminations might not be the sexiest number, but this just tells me that everyone from BTR contributes towards their own eliminations.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were judging these numbers based on how sexy they are. I really wasn't expecting that. But the scoreboard 3-6, it's a little closer. You know, it's a little closer to what you may call a sexier number at least. BTR has come in real huge, especially with Joel landing those headshots. Because again, Maal was picking up a lot of steam. He already clutched out 2 rounds in a row with 3 consecutive headshots to close out both rounds. And I think that at least for RRQ, they understand that they got to play around their big players. 18 Deer and as well as Dudes. Dudes, great use of the nades, but unfortunately isn't winning enough of these 2v2s with 18 Deer to open up these picks. Because Kyong is just doing that much more.
Yeah, and I was kind of expecting 18 Year to come up with a bigger scoreline for himself as well, considering that he did put up a big clutch before at the international stage. But whatever it is, ladies and gentlemen, round 1 goes to Bigatron by Vitality. They won Nextera 6-3. Now Bermuda is going to be the next map. Gideon, you did mention that Bermuda, we might go the distance here. Are you still on that?
Yes, I think that Bermuda, we're going to get a closer scoreline between the two. If not, the momentum from BTR might just carry over. It's really one of the other fates. I hope that at least for RQ we get to see a little bit more from them, because at least Maal, he's come to play, right? He's looking for TM MVP, he's looking to move on to the next round. The rest of his teammates, I think, right as of yet, still haven't fully woken up.
Yeah, I do agree as well, right? I mean, the players that we know and love, right? These players are way more capable. But I would say that it's also partly their composition as well. Like, don't play it too safe. Don't play it too defensively. Try to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I think the main issue with their composition is that it's really hard to utilize your abilities on everybody, so you're really playing a 2v, based on what we've seen, a 2-on-2, especially against BTR, because you just can't give them the space, right? They want to take space, hold on to that space. BTR want to utilize that space to find different angles to attack you. So I think that RRQ at this point, if they're going to change their composition, maybe ditch the Dimitri this time around. I think the Chrono makes sense because he can use it as a selfish tool, he can use it as a very proactive tool against his opponents, and if so, at least for teammates. Dimitri demands people to be next to him to get value, and if you're only doing it for 2 people, it's not as good.
Yeah, and rather than considering to ban the Cassie, why not pick the Cassie for yourself? Because that allows you to play more aggressively by giving that healing link with your other teammates. So you can have like a Cassie and then maybe like someone like a Chrono, for example, or maybe like a Cassie Tatsuya combo, because Tatsuya can just rush into the front with the movement speed, and then you have Cassie to also heal at the same time. That allows an aggressive type of gameplay that RRQ can consider too.
Well, I think that's where I have a problem, right? That's why I think that instead of going for the Skylar and going for the Riptide Rhythm, that they could have leaned into Ignis instead. That way, they can have a little bit more control of how the attacks actually happen. If they realize that the glue walls and they have a man disadvantage on the same angle comes through. With the Riptide Rhythm, yes, you've got multiple charges, but ideally you kind of launch them in the same space to kind of clear out the glue walls quickly. At least with Ignis, you can control, just throw one, chill a little bit, it will break, it will give you the information that you need. If not, stop the attack while still being able to maintain charges as you hold back with the rest of your team.
Yeah, I do like the Ignis and his Flame Mirage as well. Like, you allow your opponent to stack up on the glue wall just to break it down later on. That sounds like my ex. Yeah, I mean, it's actually a very good pick if they were to go for that. But if they were to go for the Ignis pick and they want to play that sort of gameplay by breaking down the glue walls and also trying to flush out the opponents, which is BTR, then they themselves must be ready to have a lot of movement speed to catch up to the rhythm. So that's where Tatsuya would make sense.
Or some kind of disruption, one or the other, right? Many different forms of disruption, many different ways to have this disruption here. But let's go into this next map. I'm curious to see what they want to bring to the table, right? Because again, I was expecting maybe an Iris coming through at some point, but honestly, the usage of glue walls didn't really matter too much, like maybe except for Maal, but BTR just on a one-to-one basis, their average player skill level seems to be beating RRQ in these 1v1 individual fights.
Yeah, I understand your point about the glue wall, right? Because there are a lot of characters that can easily break down the glue walls. So I guess if it would make a lot of sense if those glue walls were to use more offensively than defensively. That will bring a little bit more value. Now, coming into the draft here, and we're going to see a very different ban by RRQ this time. They're going to ban out Zane, but that leaves like a Cassie open. And if BTR doesn't ban it, there's a potential that RRQ might pick that one up.
Let's see, right? Because we've seen Santino, we've seen Oscar get banned out consistently. I'm curious to see what BTR intends to ban, to see what... Because at the end of the day, RQ is going to get that first pick, right? And the question is, do you want somebody who's a little slippery, but you just have to be hyper aware? Or do you want to deal with the bunker buster, Oscar himself?
Yeah, so Oscar is out, Bunker Buster out, so that's where... Well, I wouldn't say that you can play more glue walls because there's also other characters that can break down glue walls. But now we're going on to the pick of RRQ. Oh yeah, Santino is available. It was banned out in the first match. So why not pick it up? Surely the mannequins will be very, very annoying towards BTR.
BTR just a bit to themselves with that Oscar ban. We're just going to be ever vigilant to know which is the real body, and when he takes that TP, people have to cover these angles. There is ways to play around the Santino. Oscar is a little straightforward, and BTR would rather get rid of the blunt force object compared to the scalpel. This time, BTR now with 2 picks on their own hand, what do they go for? Are they immediately going to go for the Chrono? Okay, they go for Chrono and they hover Iris, locking it in very, very fast. BTR know exactly what they want.
Very, very different as what I would thought, right? I thought that they would go for like maybe a Tatsuya or a Koda or even like a Cassie as their early picks because that was consistent with the first game that they played last week. But they're going to play a very different type of playstyle this time with having like Iris and as well as Chrono. So this is going to be Iris's debut here today. And Iris is an anti-glue wall as well. So if you plan to play defensively, you plan to hide behind the glue wall, Iris can mark the enemies and also cause damage to them. So RRQ, they will be forced to move all the time and not hide behind the glue wall.
More so, with the right weapons, Iris can just straight up just go for the kill, right? Puncture down through those glue walls. And even so, I still think that they need some form of information. They need information to guarantee that Iris is going to get max value. Either some way to kind of force them to hide behind their glue walls, or that just the free information that you get. Let's see, BTR already cutting into the reserve time as they think long and hard about this. They've got the Iris, they've got the Chrono. Do they want more information, or do they want some extra firepower? And now that Oscar is gone, as well as Santino and Tatsuya, which was been denied by RRQ, they don't have that bulldozing force like they did in game number 1.
I'm not sure if BTR wants more information, right? Because on the other side, RRQ, they go with the Cassie Tatsuya combo, so that will naturally be the type of composition that they would play aggressively, go front, and that means that they will expose themselves. Now, does that mean that you really need like a clue, for example? I don't think BTR will go for that sort of comp, but instead they will go for Ignis, and we did call out for it, Gideon. Ignis, what do you think about this pick for BTR?
I think this is great for BTR because now they've got like combos to work with. Iris can use her abilities early, Ignis and as well as Koda can like interchange between the two when they want to throw it out. But Dimitri selected once again for the side of RRQ, so they really want to be able to play 2-on-2 if necessary. If it's a 1-on-3, as long as it's centered around Dimitri, it's pretty good as well. Kind of makes sure that their lead doesn't have to take so much of that burden while keeping everybody alive at the same time.
Yeah, semi-defensive by RRQ, but at least they have options to like take the fight on with the Cassie Tatsuya combo. Dimitri and Santino is probably going to be the ones to be paired up with each other at the back while Tatsuya and Cassie takes the front line. And I think that makes a very balanced composition as compared to BTR. Well, it's pretty similar to like how we have seen in the previous matchup, right? That they want to play this aggressively. If you put up glue walls, Ignis will be there to burn them down and they will just run at you. But that's what BTR is comfortable with, and that's what we have seen even before this as well. So looking at the composition that BTR has, and they're basically playing what they're comfortable with, BTR, to me personally, I think they stand a good chance.
they stand a very good chance. But I think it's time for RRQ to show off some mechanics, right? We don't want to have Maal have to do the clutches every single time. We need to see a little bit more coming in from Dutsen as well as 18 Deer, because we've seen some pretty good frags coming in from Aikal, but Dutz, he can't be making mistakes like blowing himself up with his own nade on accident. He's got to be prepared for his opponents to drop glue walls, and 18 Deer as well as the support player got to make sure that he keeps his boys alive.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you just mentioned, right? Like utilities is one thing, you have them as your composition, but at the end of the day, it's also about getting the frags in. You must be able to gun down your opponent. So that's where the other members of RRQ will need to step up the game. And you did mention like 18 Year is a player that impressed me a lot. To me, he has the firepower. I do hope that he step up and do give BTR a run for their money.
I hope so too, because the tables are flipped this time. BTR again has to be extremely careful. This goes for RRQ as well, but their placement of their glue walls for the side of RRQ is going to be detrimental to their success, because BTR, what they want to do is they can only focus one angle at a time with their Ignis, right? So that leaves opportunities for the rest of the members of RRQ to maybe try and get a pick and force Koda to use his abilities first, because they want to save Iris's one after they predetermined the location or position of somebody to hurt them and tax them for their life.
Ooh, that's a good point, right? On the Ignis, it's like it's very one-directional. So if RRQ spreads out, then they won't be too exposed towards BTR, especially when Ignis can only focus onto one side. So that's something that BTR will need to consider, on not to tunnel vision themselves on wherever Ignis just rolls out his Flame Mirage when the time comes. Now, I believe that they will have that covered as well. It's just that when it comes to the game, because every round runs very, very fast, like they need to have that quick thinking of not having that tunnel vision and be able to counter back onto RRQ when they rush in, because this round is a very different composition from RRQ. They have the license to play aggressive this time.
License to kill, some may say. Yeah, it's about battlefield awareness, right? BTR need to understand the shape of what their composition is, where their positions are on the map, to make sure to spearhead the right spots. But it's time. Let's jump right into these games in just a bit, man. I'm excited to see how it will play out, because again, same rules apply this time for RRQ being the aggressors. Rounds 1, 3, and as well as 5 is going to be important. We'll see whether it starts to run out of steam, because even in game number 1, we saw that BTR eventually, once Econ is broken, if they weren't able to win the match immediately after, they would be at a huge deficit, which I think would have brought the game a little closer.
Yeah, and because RRQ, they have a lot more sustain as compared to BTR. That round 1, that pistol round, I don't know, man. My gut feeling says that RRQ could take that one.
I mean, it's a pistol round. Some people are like, all right, let's just get it over and done with, right? We're not like, how much can you sweat out on round 1? Just go in, tap buttons. Eventually, if you headshot somebody, that's great.
Round 1 is going to be important, but let's see whether RRQ can take it or it will be BTR. Here we go, round number 1.
All right, round number 1. Let's see what the split is going to be on here as they distribute themselves. Nextera has had a couple of fun maps here, but Bermuda is where it gets real hard, right? It's even, but also a lot of cover to play with. Let's see, as the weaponry starts to come on through, some people already trying to take control of these center buildings, and here's the problem: clearing these buildings one by one is going to be an issue as they turn around the corner. Kyung already finds one into Dudes. Aiden is already throwing out the Flame Mirage twice, dropping the Proto Arrow. However, it's going to be the Electrotherapy that keeps his boys alive. It's just too much damage and they can't really cut through it. Dimitri's coming up big time for the side of RRQ, keeping all their members alive as Culture tries to trade back. Kyung goes down finally. Wait, no, hold on. 18 years ticking about, and Kyung already taking off 3 members of RRQ, making a 4th to close the round out.
I like how these two teams actually met in this house in the middle, like they just both rush in there. But because of the Flame Mirage, the moment RRQ went inside, then BTR is like, oh, everybody's there. Flame Mirage, and you get early advantage through the burning damage from the Flame Mirage, and that allows BTR to have that a clear, that would put RRQ in a handicap, I would say, and allow BTR to just win that round.
I mean, it also kind of forces RRQ to use their utility, right? The fact that they are trying to run this Dimitri, as well as Cassie as well, it's been going out pretty well for them, right? They out-healed a huge amount of damage coming in from BTR, and BTR had a line of sight of them, like some pretty shocking angles. The fact that nobody died was pretty important, but now as we see the first rounds, the right side controlled by RRQ. A very dangerous position for 18 Deer to hold, as we already see the Flame Rage cutting them off. Kyung unfortunately losing out on that fight. Even with Azrael at his back, somebody had to whiff there. Chrono, Time Turner already dropped down. Dutz gets Brass Tacks on his way in 18 Deer, forcing this 1v1 against Azrael. He already takes him out as Aikal is trying his best to stay up. Maal takes out Koja. Maal takes him out entirely, leaving Aikal by himself to fight Joel. He could look to bring his buddies back. He's gonna heal. He's got the time to do it. He's just waiting for when the shots are gonna stop. Oh! Making sure that Azrael can never get back up. Joel's gonna have an opportunity to heal for himself. But at this point, he's sending up the barrage. He could switch positions for it. Joel doesn't know. Takes the shots, and now the smoke has already been dropped as well. Last heals coming up from Aikal's side. Maal able to kind of rejoin the fight here with just 1 HP. Gives the information back to Aikal, allowing them to trade. Nicely played from the side of RRQ.
If Joel got that one knock, the moment he rushed out of the building, he would stand a very good chance of winning this round, because Miles, he was very low. He only had like what, 1% of health, but because of his existence here behind this building, from what we can see this angle, that provided enough support just to disrupt Joel, just to distract him. And he has to think that, oh, there's 2 people shooting at me, and that's how they actually get the best out of Joel, winning round number 2.
But coming into round number 3, investments have been made. No helmets for the side of RRQ, but armors have been purchased. 2 tier 3s and 2 tier 2s from the side overall. Tier 2s all across the board, except for Koja, which is rather surprising. Straight into the clockhouse building. Center stage here. Unfortunately, we can't see catch all the action as Maal already finds one in Joel with the help of a nade. The smoke making it difficult to see as they now look to claim their own cyber air drop as they secure it. Now they have to worry about the bottom floors because RRQ ain't making it easy as they control the side. Oh wait, no, the Ignis on 2 different fronts, allowing them to bust on through the windows. Azrael drops the Time Turner as well as Dutz looks to collapse upon Kyung. They find it with the help of Aikal, and now all 4 members have wrapped up in a nice tight spider web, and BTR are the unfortunate insects who fly through.
Alright. This is where RRQ, they would have an advantage when they play close to each other, just because they have 2 healers and they can heal each other. So if we look at the sustain when it comes to like just 4-on-4, or where they group up together as a 4 type of team fight, they would have the better advantage, and it's shown again this round. So now RRQ, for the first time today, they have a lead against BTR.
Yep, and they played it perfectly, right? They're coming up with a lot more economy this time. Investments of helmets coming in from RRQ. Bigatron Vitality is still able to get their own, but not the best weaponry. They're going to take their time with this. They have to play to try and beat this eco here. And RRQ need to keep as many members alive. Oh, wait, hold on. We're already seeing the first few utilities being thrown over. The nades come through. Keep in mind that Maal is the one holding the AWM here. He needs to make one of these shots connect to save the time and effort of the rest of these members and not put them at risk.
And RRQ, they have to find a way to close the gap. But now, because they have control of the middle part of the map, they're not in a rush. The pressure is now on to BTR to try to push forward, because the blue will be the one to put pressure onto BTR if they would stay in this kind of position. They have to find ways to break RRQ. And we look at RRQ's setup, they are playing near with each other because of their 2 healers.
Koja forced in, and now with the Flame Mirage already being thrown through, forcing down the Time Turner as well. Dimitri drops down, and there's nothing you can really do about this. What can BTR? They can't hope to outgun so many, but now that it's timed out, there might be an opportunity, unfortunately. Aikal and 18 Deer say no more. We're awake this time. We're aware. If you're shooting at one of us, you're shooting at all 4 of us.
And that is where the famous words of balance in all things gave RRQ the win in this round. Again, they're playing with a 2-2 composition, but at the same time, they're playing near with each other in case like, okay, guys, we gotta band together. We gotta like put our abilities together. And that's what happened to RRQ. And inside that warehouse, that's where they were able to play it very defensively, forcing BTR to come towards them. And because BTR, for the most part, they have to go through a door, they funnel BTR and they just need to focus onto one direction.
Speaking of one direction, BTR taking a very straightforward approach as Joel looking for the long flank on the top the northeastern side of the map, looking to get to the northern side to get a better vantage point. But for now, Azrael as well as Kyung trying to hold on. Koja trying to play anti-flank here. Aikal is aware of his position as well. He's going to go for the rush with the help of the Cassie. Koja needs to win this 1v1, but unfortunately he goes down. And now Kyung and Azrael holding point guard, allowing Joel to find a position. But Dutz, 18 Deer, and Aikal, they're aware of where he wants to be. Joel can't get the shots down and also getting chunked on his own, allowing them to start working away at that front point. Going to dash on through, Flame Range as well, being thrown out as the Time Turner is going to keep them protected for now, but it's just too many members from the side of RRQ, and even Dimitri being thrown down too. Dude's going to be able to pick him back up. Oh no, 18 Deer, I thought he was going to win that. Azrael jumps up, unfortunately overheat, as Dudes cuts him down fast, leaving Joel all by himself, unfortunately with no meds to work with, and VSK to his name. Dudes just taking his time and then finally bounces him out.
Alright, and RRQ takes another round. A lot more patient by the two sides in this round, even though they were very, very near to each other. And if we were to look at these containers areas, both teams, they actually have a similar setup. They have a long-range support behind from one side. So that means the three players, they must win the fight on their own. The supports, if only anyone steps out of that container area, then they would have value by shooting from afar. But if not, then it's hard for them to give any form of support from that distance.
Yeah, the thing is that when you're trying to play anti-flank, it's tough. It's really, really tough. You have to, like, eat so much utility. And now you can see that RRQ, once again, going to be grouped up as threes. 18 Deer taking the brunt of that damage. The nades were good. Slows down the attack, and now the battle lines have been set. As Aikal is looking for a flank around, he's got to make sure that he doesn't put 18 Deer in too much danger. He's been shifting back and forth. Wants to get in front of Koja. Denies the flank from Koja. Unfortunately, good play coming in from Aikal. And now Kyung, Azrael have to hold point guard in this house. Joel does not have line of sight, and they figured out the angles that they need to work with here. With Maal looking to creep up onto the sniper by himself, he should be able to find an angle very, very soon. First person who has to move from the blue is going to get shot first.
Yeah, again, similar composition, right? They're set up for like anti-flank for both sides. But that means that BTR technically only has two players at the forefront right now. So the numbers don't favor them. RRQ, they're just waiting for the right moment. Because they have the numbers, they don't really need to rush in. They allow the blue to do its work. And this time, it's time for them to go with Ikal rushing in behind, trying to find his target. Maal just behind him, being shot down by Israel. They're trying to make a big comeback here, but it's still 2v3 at the moment with RRQ having the numbers against BTR. And RRQ will not drop this ball, winning this round and bringing them to match point.
And that's full momentum coming up from the side of RRQ Kazu. They've adjusted extremely well. Maal was able to buy just enough time for the rest of RRQ to respond. I think BTR, they figured it out, right? They wanted to cut off Maal from the rest of the pipeline, make sure that they run out of gas quick, and then take the advantage and push it against their last remaining members. Unfortunately, they just didn't turn around soon enough when they guaranteed the knockdown onto Maal. And now with RRQ Kazu at match point, Bigatron, they're coming in this, and the buys aren't that great. Joel, he's gonna make sure that he's got a big boy gun, but it's gonna cost him all of his armor. And even for Koja, who's been a key player alongside Kyung to break that front line, he's walking away with no bullet vest as well.
Yeah, but they got a good advantage here against RRQ by taking out Ikal. Maal is in trouble as well. So looks like BTR might be able to wrap this one and give them another lifeline with 18 Deer, the final play of RRQ, but he managed to pick up Dudes. Now it becomes a 2v2, but Dudes, the moment he got up, he immediately went back down, and now 18 Deer is very, very low. Dudes, second time around, comes up just to go back down. BTR claws one round back.
And Joel pays dividend. They invested in him with an AWM, and he's like, don't worry, I got you covered. Finds Maal, creeps up on him, puts a bullet through his dome, and then joins the fight to help out. Because again, as you saw in those previous angles, 18 Deer as well as Dudes already getting picked off by Joel early on with the shot. So now that he's paid dividends, Ma'al's gonna have to rethink how much he's going to have to commit, because now both sides full buys, full econ as well.
Yep, RRQ, their econ is not broken yet, so this is a 50-50 round. But it is a must-win round for BTR if they want to wrap things up with a 2-0. If not, we'll be brought to a game number 3 by RRQ. And here comes BTR with an aggressive gameplay.
Oh, Ezreal, unfortunately, his booty is exposed. Quickly drops down the time turner as well. Kyung, very good use of the glue wall, but now with the Flame Mirage cutting down the barriers being created by RRQ, they started collapse one by one. The first two is already down as Joel denies space coming in from Ma'al, breaking line of sight, denying the sniper the opportunity to protect his teammates as they break it down. Nicely played from the side of BTR to bring it back 5-3.
Yes, this is the philosophy of BTR, right? Like, play aggressively. The moment they start to play passively, they start to wait for RRQ to make the first move, that's where they start to falter. But when BTR makes the first move, this is what they can do. Just bring the fight to your opponent. If they put up a glue wall, just burn it down with a Flame Mirage, and they can win it. So now BTR, they seem to have found their formula again. They need to keep up the momentum.
Let's see how much momentum they can create here, because regardless, it comes down to the weaponry that they bring. Kyung, his armor is about to break. He has very little on it left. His helmet is still fresh at the very least. I don't know if RRQ Kazu is aware of this. If they can target down Kyung, that'd be nice, but I'm seeing a lot of sniper rifles being purchased all across the board. And we already see Ma'al finds Joel straight away, counter-sniped, done. Mission successful. And 18 Deer and Aikal can now start taking space. Joel already down, and Ma'al making sure that he goes down as Koja finds one back onto Dutes. It's sniper warfare out here, and Aikal, he's gonna try for the turn. Koja finishes off his kill as Aikal takes out Koja, and now with Kyung turning the corner, trying to break down these glue walls to find some space. M8 is already doing great, and Aikal takes out Azra as well as Koja to finish things off here. That is match, set, and point for RRQ.
And looks like we'll be heading on to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, between RRQ and BTR. And in this last round, this is when we mentioned about like BTR. Okay, you found your groove, you found your momentum. You just need to bring it to the next round, take it round after round. But that last round, BTR started to pull the handbrakes. They started to slow down. They stayed more on their own half. They didn't really take the fight, and RRQ saw that as an opportunity to say that, hey, you know what? That's how we beat you before, by playing a little bit more aggressive the moment you pulled the handbrakes. And RRQ, they took it to them and won the round and bring us to game 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, they found a lot better momentum that time around. I think the players are also playing better. I think they also figured out that what BTR wanted to do was really to set up angles for Joel, which I think it really depends, right? Because it felt like RRQ had the better map understanding at that point of time once they kind of figured out the direction that Joel was moving in the first place. And I think the big benefactors of that, Ma'al number 1, Aikal as well was able to get more successful flanks as soon as the enemy sniper Joel was down. So really good stuff from RRQ.
Yes, and I do like overall RRQ, their composition this time around, because it has a bit more balance. Like, okay, you have like a type of composition, 2 healers, you can play a little bit more passive, or you can also play aggressively, especially with the Cassie Tatsuya combo, which is great to rush opponents and also be at the front line, gives you a little bit more flexibility with this composition. But the player that was the most flexible this time is Ika from RRQ as our match MVP with a whooping amount of 11 eliminations and 4,107 damage.
Aikal, I mean, he started a little slow, but then he heated up very, very quickly. 11 eliminations. He had some immaculate flanks. Whether he was getting shot in the back by Joel or not really depended on the performance of Ma'al, but Aikal always made sure that when hammer meets the nail, it's going right through that plywood.
Oh yeah. He has been showing up on our highlights a lot as well, so great work by him. Now, we didn't talk about like everyone else from RRQ needs to step up the game, and if we were to look at the overall scoreboard for this round, yes, Ikal 11, and then we have Ma'al with 7. 18 Gear stepping up the game a little bit here with 5 eliminations, Dudes with only 2, but because he played a lot more like a support side role there were some rounds where that he stood behind, just take care of the fact that nobody were to be able to flank RRQ, he did his job. So it's not always about the numbers, but it's also about how they contributed as a team.
Well, yeah, there's that, and there's also the number of times that we see that RRQ is just playing the better Clash squad, right? Just the 4-on-4. We saw the number of assists completely outmatching what BTR had. There's just a lot of 2v1 scenarios, 3v1 scenarios that RRQ played significantly better. And I think that BTR need to kind of brush up on some of the fundamentals right now, because again, it feels like their plans are a little too obvious with what they wanted to do. The draft definitely was definitely a factor in that, but let's see if they can even it out back on Kalahari.
Yeah, speaking about that, right? Like, even if we were to be able to kind of read the kind of game plan for BTR, can you imagine, like, if RRQ as a pro team, as a team that meets BTR every now and then from the same region, I'm pretty sure they know as well. So, coming up to the game number 3, game that would decide the series, right? BTR, they have to switch things up a little bit. Yes, they're known for aggressive gameplay, but there's still other things that they can try to go for against RRQ.
Well, I think it depends on who's first and second pick, right? In the drafting phase. I think that's the most important part, actually. BTR is given the opportunity, maybe first pick might be the way to go. At least then they can kind of center their composition around the rushers once again if they want to. I think they had the correct idea initially, but that's the big problem, right? With their style of competition, their side of the composition where they have to use Ignis. They only can cover a couple of angles at a time, and they just have to, throw up the shield to parry the attacks coming in from RRQ more than anything else.
Yes, and we're going to head on to Kalahari as game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. So, in my opinion, I think if BTR, they want to try to stop RRQ from having that level of flexibility that they're able to just rush in, play more aggressively, is to consider to ban the Cassie.
Ban the Cassie out there. I feel like we didn't get as much value out of potentially. No, the Santino did a good amount of work here. It's a little tough to say. It's a little tough to say what I would change it out for. But for RRQ, they made it simple. We're getting rid of Oscar. What do you pick next, BTR?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's only one ban, right? So it's always a very hard decision to pick. But RRQ, they decided to ban the Oscar. Okay, that's fine. And I guess like what you said, Gideon, Santino is out. And Santino is one of the top banned characters here in the CS mode. So not too surprised. But that will allow Cassie to be picked up. This time, RRQ is going to pick up Cassie early. And that means that there is a chance that they might want to go for the Cassie Tatsuya combo again.
They could. I want to see how BTR responds to it, right? Are they going to bring disruptors to the table? Are they just going to go for the Chrono first and then Chrono +1? Have something alongside with it to support, or get both supports in one fell swoop?
Now speaking about soup, BTR, okay. Yep, they're going to take the Tatsuya for themselves because they don't want that combo to happen. And this time, they get Zane. It was banned out in the last round by RRQ. So again, with the first 2 picks that BTR have, aggressive gameplay. This is the playbook of BTR, basically.
Yep. So far, I think it's pretty good. I think that right now RRQ need to get the Chrono for themselves. They don't need to worry about who's going to be their frontliners just yet, but at least Chrono fits in as that healthy flex pick. They're hovering over the quota, which I think is completely fine here. Getting information is always good, and I think it's better for them to deny the quota away from BTR more than anything else. And they also get the Chrono, so they understand that they will have to hunker down at times.
Yep, and now it's going to be the last 2 picks of BTR. Well, they still have the opportunity to try to balance things out again. It's like, okay, not all in to just try to run at somebody. Maybe they can just try to play a little bit more utility like the Ignis, that would kind of be good as well, because when RRQ plays defensively with blue walls, you have the Ignis who can just burn all those walls down, and if they are behind a actual wall, the Ignis with the Flame Mirage is able to penetrate through and force them out as well. So that's not a bad option to have for BTR.
They could go for Ignis alongside another information gatherer. That would be ideal. So they're gonna have Iris as their person to look for information. More so, also just make sure that she can penetrate through those glue walls when necessary. Let's see what else BTR is going to pair it up with at this point. They're cutting in. They're also going to have the clues. So there we go. They already have their front line set. They have their support ready to follow it up. But with the Iris alongside with the clue, they're going to get the information they need first before they make the attack.
Right, so BTR falling back to what worked for them in game number 1, right? Clue, gather information, rush in, like what you mentioned earlier on. RRQ, well, they see the clue, then they are hovering around Skylar and they will lock Skylar in. So Skylar, of course, is going to be the glue wall damager for the team. Now, is it more of a defensive composition by RRQ? I kind of have that feeling. Yes, you have the Cassie who can probably bring us to the front or bring RRQ to the front line, but in general, it does feel like a slightly more towards a defensive kind of composition for RRQ, if you ask me. And I'm not sure how much do I like that. I like an RRQ that can play a little bit more aggressive, but what do you think, Gideon?
I think it's mainly the Skylar that's making it look really defensive, right? Because again, the denial, the fact that Oscar is banned, the fact that Tatsuya was picked up for the side of BTR, you're either on the attack or kind of on the defense. And I think that RRQ wanted to find a balance of both, although it's really just the Skylar that feels a bit out of place, only because the way that you have to utilize Skylar is when you get the max amount of value, which is when you see RRQ and BTR kind of fight head on in a choke point with a lot of glue walls, which are expecting Chrono to be that frontliner and Tatsuya to be that frontliner, potentially flanker. So it's most likely Zane to be the frontliner between BTR and RRQ, and everybody else has to play around that. So it would make sense to have the Ignis over the Skylar just for that purpose, if that's how RRQ foresee how the compositions are going to play out.
Yeah, if it was an Ignis, then it would just tell the story that the RRQ, they want to play a little bit more aggressive, but because it's a Skylar, so we're probably back to the RRQ of round number 1, where they play safe and passive and try to draw BTR towards them. Now, again, is that really wrong? At the end of the day, the teams know exactly what they're doing. They probably have the game plan that they know that they are able to counter a BTR, that they probably have worked out during the scrims and so on and so forth. So that's something that we need to wait and see. But it's also really down to execution. And BTR, with this sort of execution, we've seen it before. They're very good at it. Every round ends fast with this sort of composition. BTR, to me, I'll probably give them my vote in this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's just keep in mind who is playing the Iris and as well as Skylar. They're both the snipers, right? I feel like as much as their abilities are useful for the rest of the team, they're most likely going to use it for themselves, if I'm being perfectly honest here. Because I think that Skylar and as well as Iris are looking to do the exact same thing. If they went Ignis over the Skylar, then you have less counter-sniping abilities, because if they throw up a glue wall, they're too far away, their Flame Mirage is not going to reach halfway across the map. At least the Riptide Rhythm will.
And considering the map as well, right? So since it's going to be Kalahari, so you want to try to close the gap between yourself and your opponent. Now, it's going to be a very different kind of map and also play style that the teams will need to adapt to as compared to a Bermuda. So I guess that's where a BTI is also looking at. It's like one of the reasons why we want to play aggressive is because we want to also close that gap, and we want to try to make it as CQC as possible.
Making as CQC as possible is also a good idea. But again, it comes down to the investments, right? We've seen a couple of eco rounds not go well for BTR. Trying to take control of the center of the map, they end up falling into a 3-man crossfire, which is not exactly the greatest position to be in. So personally, I believe that if we're looking for them to look to take space like that again, hopefully it's going to be more lenient to either the clockwise or the anti-clockwise side, because again, all maps looking to be in a mirage of a circle.
Yeah, so it also depends on the entire movement as well, right? And who gets the best of the map, or the map control, in other words, as well. Like how we've seen before this, who gets the map control, they get the better upper hand and potentially even winning that round. But Will they be able to win round after round? Ladies and gentlemen, put in the comments as well. RRQ or BTR decide the game.
All right, round starting off. We don't see early nades being picked up by anybody, just medkits. Both sides just understand, especially this early on in the game, firepower is going to be pretty important. Aikal, he doesn't mind taking a little bit of damage, especially trying to control the top base. He takes out Joel. Quick shots coming in from Maal as the unfortunate predecessor being exposed. Dix takes out Aikal as Maal finds Kyung as well. Already finding two. Aikal tries to pull it back, but Maal is going to close things off here as all the members go down. A quick round one that goes to RRQ.
Especially if you have a Cassie supporting you, right? You just need to be brave, like believe in your teammate, believe in the healing capability, and just go up and try to take over the location, or at least try to distract the BTR. And they need to look at different positions, allowing the other teammates to shoot from different directions and win it against BTR. Great move there by RRQ. I didn't expect them to play that aggressively in game one, but that is what they need.
Yeah, but here in the second round, we do see a bit of an anti-eco coming in from BTR, right? They're making sure that they're bringing some ARs to the battlefield here in comparison to the marksman rifles that are being brought from the side of RRQ. And I think it's starting to become evident because Aikal realizing that he can't take as much damage as he wanted to, didn't bother buying armor, and he goes down. And he's realizing very quick, 18 deer, he's getting outgunned. He cannot deal with the raw firepower from Dixon as well as Joel, but Koja finally goes down as Maal is able to find Dix as well. Dutz takes out Koja and Kyung finishes off 18 deer, forcing this into a 2v2 scenario. Unfortunately, Joel is going to try and hold out for as long as possible, but he's bleeding out too fast, and those are the big weapons gone for the side of BTR.
And it's 1v2 at this moment, but Kyung is just right in front of Dutz. With the BSS in hand, he knows that Kyung is just right behind the glue wall. Kyung shows himself. Kyung tries to close the gap, but from behind, it's going to be Maal supporting his teammate Dutz. And now, they're in front by 2-0.
That's a really great start coming up for the side of RRQ. Worst yet for Bigatron is the fact that they bought on that round to try and break the economy of RRQ. Kazu turn things around to start a snowball of their own. With that being said, prime weapons for the side of RRQ is coming in, investments in armor as well, but for the most part of it, it's still going to be a bit of a half buy at least. Actually, never mind, more of an investment coming in from Bigatron Vitality.
Wow, okay, all chips on the table by BTR. Interesting. Alright, let's see how it is go for them. Because RRQ, they didn't really truly invest into everything. We can see like Ikal, 18 year, no armor onto them. So they're playing this rather differently this time. But let's see if BTR can get the most of them. Ikal goes down.
Ikal getting blasted into the face. Kyung gonna make sure that he remembers that one. Riptide Rhythm already comes out as Boots finally turning the corner. And now it's unfortunately a little too late as Dix has already found 18 deer. And Joel now looking to reposition and follow in on the last remaining members of RRQ. I think they were expecting to lose this one. They were getting away with way too much. And with them done, it's 2-1 so far for Vitality.
Well. Looks like it paid off for them, right? That forced buy. And now they got that one against RRQ, a much needed win. But RRQ, they probably were surprised by the gameplay of BTR in this round, thinking to themselves like, you know what, we won the first 2 rounds against a BTR, you know, let's just take a chill pill, win this one. But they got surprised by BTR because of how they set up themselves in that round.
Yeah, and now with RRQ Kazu, they've lost so much of their resources after a whopping 2 rounds. They're still able to buy some decent weaponry, not a lot of armor to work with. But on the other hand, Bigatron, they're gigantic. They have a huge lead, fully decked out, and as well as having some pretty good armor to work with it, head as well as body.
Looking at the spread of RRQ, very widespread across the map. Hoping to catch anyone from BTR who's going in for a flank, but probably BTR, they read that. So they're also like, okay, we just stay on a half. Let's see when will they show themselves up. But speaking about showing themselves, BTR will need to make the first move because one of their players is by the edge of the zone. And speaking about the zone is closing right now, and that's where we see BTR gathering together now in the middle of the map.
Yep, cyber airdrop already been taken. Now UAV has been deployed. This is perfect. This is all the information that RRQ was looking for. They understand where Koja is and even one more of the members from BTRs. They're looking to reposition. They're looking to hold that front line to make sure that Kyung is going to be safe. Aikal with his mini he's trying his hardest to try and blow through, but Dude's already taking the damage. Riptide Rhythm kind of blow open the backs and Dix as well as Dudes go down first as Aikal looking to turn this around. Unfortunately, it's not enough even with the casting behind him. Kyung is able to pull this off, turning this into a 1v1. Maal by himself as Joel looks to try and counter snipe and deny that space, deny that support. BTR pulls in another one.
And they managed to equal up the scoreline. Looks like patience hit it for BTR this round. Didn't play aggressively. They waited for RRQ to make the first move. They waited as long as possible. Waited until the zone starts to close, forcing some of their players to move. But by that time, RRQ, they made the chess move as well. So when it comes to that, then it became like a 50-50 and BTR won that one. Economy-wise, right now in this round, it's going to be still BTR with full armor. So they can rush in onto RRQ just like what they're doing now.
Oh yeah, but even Maal! Head gets headshot by Joel. There was heavy investment in Maal. He's holding the AWM right now, and he can't utilize it. And now he's finished off. They lose out their sniper so early on into the round, and you can see that Megatron by Vitality slowly creeping around Koja and as well as Joel on the roofs, making sure that they control the verticality. They don't know where the rest of the RQ members are going to be just yet, but they don't want to waste resources to end up finding out at the wrong moment. They need to be able to capitalize this, and they know that the blue is eventually going to close in, so they're in perfect position to see if RRQ is going to leave through either side.
And RRQ, they're all clumped up together now because they don't have their snipers, so they don't have the information of what's happening on the outer side. So there's nothing much they can do right now. They just need to wait for BTR to come in and try to gun them down just by mechanical skills. And it's now just a matter of time before BTR executes their plan.
Yeah, they're just hoping for a mistake here from the side of BTR. They're playing as patient as possible, knowing that they're going to be within the blue at the very least. Sorry, within the ring. Not having to be out in the blue is great, but BTR knows exactly where their direction is. And with the utility that they have, they can force resources out of RRQ. They're going to have to pay tax until they bleed out.
Oh man, look at this Gideon. Like, where is RRQ going to go? The only way out is probably through that front door. Okay, maybe a little bit of an opening by that side, but that's going to be about it. That means it's going to be funneled towards one direction. BTR, straightforward elimination. Just look at one area, one direction, and they clean up the rest of RRQ. And now BTR, they're in the lead.
This is exactly what you want to see. Again, it's coming down to the snipers that make all the difference here. Because BTR, as soon as they get that man advantage, as soon as Maal is out of the equation, the rest of them will be soon to follow. They lose their information, they lose their leadership, and at this point, Bigtron Vitality might have figured out an exploit against the Kingdom. At this point, here in Refinery, 2-3 so far the score. Let's see whether the snipers are going to be the first that get taken down.
And now with RRQ, again on reset, looks like they set up a sniper behind. BTR doing pretty much the same. But BTR, if you were to look at their position, they're playing a little bit closer to each other. Now the Mirage, Flame Wall here comes out, forcing Ika to turn back, leaving Dudes at the forefront. And BTR, they have no idea that Dudes is there. So if they were to move forward, Dudes can surprise them.
Yeah, but Joel is trying to make sure that Maal is kept in place. Riptide Rhythm already being used. As they want to focus on towards this right side, Dix makes sure that he blows away the glue walls. Again, glue wall placement so important as Dix drops his another one right down the center to kind of predetermine the battle lines. They just have to worry about their right and left sides. And Maal can only see so far as Koja is creeping across that bridge. Kyung unfortunately takes the damage first, but Dix is very pinned in. He is trapped. He has no choice. He's going to turn the corner, and Dudes is going to try. He sees the top of his head. Wait, do they see each other? I'm pretty sure they do. He quickly drops down his own glue wall as well as the Chrono to protect himself from the shots coming in from Koja. Good play for coming in from Dudes, but Aikal is right behind him. He's just going to sneak around, and they pin Sir Dix together. But now Joel, unfortunately, adding to the pain. Getting the headshot and finds another one on Aikal again. Koja takes out Dutz and Joel finds 18 deer, completely crashing the front line. And now they run on through to find the last one. And that's going to be Ma'al, the last to fall. 4-2 in favor of Bigatron Vitality.
And if we were to look at overall map control from the beginning, the strategy for BTR in this round is just to, okay, let's control the center. Once they control the center, the blue will do its work. The blue will force RRQ to come out of the comfort zone to be in front. And what Dudes did, well, I kind of thought that maybe they could have seen Dudes at some point, but because he was there, he draws the members of RRQ towards him, because if they don't take out Dudes at the front line, they cannot move forward because Dudes can still shoot by the side.
Yeah, they can, but I think it's about timing and disruption of the snipers, right? Again, Aikal finds a very good position, but he's standing in the line of sight of Joel for too long. And now Aikal, he's sick of it. He's trying to push Joel out of position, forcing movements coming out from the side of Bigatron, right? He's pretty deep in there as well. Dudes has to win this 1v1, takes out Koja and holds his ground, anchored perfectly. He loses a good chunk of his health here, but Aikal is next, and he has to hold on two members, Dix and Kyung, away from his Cassie. Unfortunately, the timing is just not right. The push and pull is just that much better coming in from RRQ. Kyung the next to falls. Joel finds 18 deer. No Cassie, no support, but with three members up, Joel is all by himself.
Yeah, Mr. Sniper by himself. It's going to be hard. All they need to do is just rush in onto him. Whether it's through a front, whether it's through a flank, it doesn't matter. Goes in and just overwhelm Joel at the end of the day. Now, Joel, he played the sniping role, so that's why he was left behind. But he was not able to support his teammates as much as he would have liked, just because of how complex this part of the map is with all those containers and the other buildings around. So it's hard for him to really be involved, except to be the guy that just tries to stop flanks from happening.
Yep, but now we're coming in to very few rounds left. 3 rounds remaining here. And Bigatron, by Vitality, looking to try and close this out. They've been collecting cyber airdrops this whole time. It's what's been keeping them in this game. And RQ Kazu with just full weaponry. Same goes for RRQ. Unfortunately, the secondaries is where they don't have much of an option. And I think that's the only edge we see coming in from RRQ, as they've already taken the center containers of this map. Kyung as well as Dix have to make a decision on which side to attack from, but there's no information on where Mal is just yet. I'm not sure if they see it. They know that there's 2 people on the top, so that closes off angles even more.
3 sniper composition by RRQ in this round. Let's see how will they work out for them. If BTR can really close the gap in, then the snipers might not be as effective. But because they left 2 people behind, it's also hard for BTR to find those flanking angles. But nevertheless, they send Kyung and Dix in front, and Kyung, the moment he shows up, gets gunned down by Ikal.
Oh, what a pre-fire coming in from Aikal. He knew that he was spinning around on the bottom there. He was just waiting for the right opportunity, and they find it. But with Dix, Dix finding 18 there, and even Aikal going down because of Joel. The whole entirety of BTR looks to collapse as they finally figure out where Ma'al is, and now we're playing against those angles. He doesn't have line of sight to cover everybody as Koja hops in he's got Dix on his back with Joel holding the angle, gets him right in the temple, and Koja will finally finish them off here. Joel, huge plays coming in, great counter sniping.
Whew. That is where your supports provide the best value here. Look at this, right? On this replay, Joel from behind anyone shows up in an open space. Joel is ready for it. Anyone who tries something sneaky, they want to flank BTR, Joel is there. Joel to be the MVP of that particular round. But because of that as well, right now, BTR, they're at match point. 1 more round to go.
1 more round, and that's going to hurt the entire economy of RRQ. Coming in here by Santa Catarina, we'll see how it's going to be played out. Immediately onto the boat, we're seeing big buys coming in from Bigatron Vitality as well, coming in with some huge upgrades of their own. Coming in with 3 sniper rifles, trying to hold them down. AC-80 purchases coming in from RQ Kazu, trying to make sure they've got some good weaponry on their hand. They just got to control the space. This 1v1. Aikal looking to win this out against Joel, but oh my god, Joel gets him right in the head and point blank as Kyung finds a trade of his own. RRQ collapse immensely. 2-man advantage turned into a 1-man advantage. 3v3, 18 gear goes down. Back up by 2. The Riptide Rhythm is going to keep it open. They trade! That's not great! Now Dutz is all by himself, realizing that this is for the fate of his team right now. Needs to go for the heal. Dick's already 1 step ahead of him. He's not going to give him the time. Jumps through, and so long, sucker. That is going to be another game in the hands of BTR.
And BTR wins this one, ladies and gentlemen. And I would say the part where Joel at the very beginning, that was absolutely crucial for BTR. If Joel went down, the story might be totally different, and he actually won it with a sniper in a CQC starter position. That was absolute brilliance by Joel, bringing the momentum from the previous round to the decider round. Man, to me, that guy deserves an MVP.
He really does. He really does. The counter sniping was such a very important tool for this this particular class squad. More so than I would say for a lot of teams, because again, you can clearly see what the frontliners wanted to do, and I think that BTR adjusted extremely well because now their plans didn't seem as linear as we saw in game number 2 at the very least. Even so, now they're looking to try and just completely cut Ma'al off from these fights.
Yeah, and the moment they cut Ma'al off the fight, then, well, we saw what happened earlier on. But the thing is that RRQ, they had a good start here in this match, right? Like the first few rounds, they won, and then they sort of dropped the ball against BTR. And of course, we can say that, okay, it's BTR and their brilliance, especially with Joel having those crucial moments as well. But RRQ, I guess they were kind of tunnel vision at some point, and maybe their game plan stuck to only one. When Joel, who is our MVP in this round, starts to step out the game, RRQ had no answer.
Well, I think the round they have to keep in mind that the rounds that they did do well is when Aikal was able to push Joel out of position to give that window for Ma'al to get some value. But the problem is, it's really a bit of a 50-50 when you're playing up against Joel, right? We saw Ma'al win fights against him, we've seen Ma'al lose fights against him, but more times, more resources were dedicated into throwing Joel off his game than BTR needed to commit onto Ma'al. Most of the time, they can take out the front line as long as Ma'al isn't there to support with or without Joel.
Yeah, and Joel, not only the MVP, but so far, as of today, the highest damage output with 5,520. And at the same time, bringing in the most eliminations in this round with 10 eliminations. Man, this round, it is the Joel show, even through the stats.
Well-deserved MVP here. He put a masterful performance when it comes down to just Overwatch and counter sniping. Really the game changer here, especially when you're up against Ma'al, his caliber of sniping as well. Same role, it's just you gotta be better sometimes, and today it was BTR Joel who proved so.
Yeah, absolutely right, absolutely. Well, for the rest of them, they do bring in their own eliminations as well, but it's okay as long as you win it as a team. Joel led the charge, led the strategy from behind, gave them the win. That's all that matters at the end of the day. And because of that, BTR won it by 2-1 with a scoreline of 6-3 inside Kalahari. And so happened, the scoreline for all the 3 different maps played in this match is all the same.
Yes, all the same. I mean, it's funny that we didn't get to see it go pretty close to 5-5, and you know, momentum still plays a heavy part of the Indonesian playstyle at the end of the day. If EVOS Divine's win during EWC didn't show anything, but I think that at least it's a good starter point, right? This is our very first match of the day. This is our very first best of 3 of today, and I think it's already kind of set the bar for how everybody else should perform.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this, to me, this is one of the more, I would say, the match that I personally look forward to because of the stature and the reputation of these two teams. But of course, the upcoming matches are going to be big as well. Especially coming up next is going to be a Team Flash as well as Pharaoh in our next best of 3 series match in our still 0-1 bracket. So one team will go down and one team will still progress, something that we'll be looking forward to.
Once again, congratulations to BTR making it to the 1-1 brackets. We're gonna hear from them in just a little bit, but that puts them one step closer to trying to qualify. They still have plenty more days of Clash Squad to go, so don't worry, they're not going anywhere. And same goes for RRQ. It just means that they go to the 0-2 bracket, where they will have one more opportunity.
Yes, and there will be still chances. So fans of RRQ, fret not, you will still definitely see them here in the CS mode. But of course, before we head on to our following match, like what Gideon mentioned, we're going to hear from one of the players of BTR. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you want to hear from them what they thought. Are they really aggressive, or is this their usual gameplay? Let's head on to it.
All right, survivors, what a game, what a game. Begatron by Vitality has successfully and succeeding a booyah. Oh my god, I am still speechless right now, but as per usual, we're gonna have a bit of a chat with one of the players from Begatron by Vitality, and let's give the spotlight to Joel. Hello, Joel, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi! How does it feel to finally win against the king himself, RRQ Kazu in Clash Squad mode? Gimana rasanya memenangkan pertandingan atas RRQ Kazu di Clash Squad mode?
Ya, perasaannya senang. Karena ini pertama kali juga baru masuk BTR juga kan, langsung main ada turnamen CS ini.
Obviously, he's feeling very happy and very excited because it's his first time playing for BTR when it comes to Clash Squad mode. So this is such an exciting win. And on top of that, Joel, you also got the MVP title by securing 10 elimination points. Is there anything you'd like to say regarding that? Kamu juga selain berhasil menang nih lawan RRQ dan mengantarkan BTR ke step selanjutnya, berhasil juga menjadi MVP of the match, total 10 elimination points, damage juga 5.000 poin lebih. Apa yang mau kamu sampaikan mengenai pencapaian ini, Joel?
Hoki aja itu.
Pure luck, huh? I don't believe in luck. I believe in hard work, and I think you've tried so hard and you've tried your very best to perform, and it shows. Kayaknya aku nggak percaya deh kalau dibilang hoki. Kayak kamu emang kerja keras luar biasa, dan ini kelihatan ya pada akhirnya dalam pertandingan menghadapi RRQ tadi. Masa iya sih gara-gara hoki doang? Mungkin bisa di-share sedikit persiapan kamu jelang pertandingan ini seperti apa? Can you share or tell us a bit about your preparation before the game even starts?
Emang lagi harinya aja ini mah. Ya semoga harinya.
Okay, such a humble answer because he told me that, well, it's just one of those days and he's just feeling very lucky to be able to be the MVP. But again, I do believe in hard work and I see that in Joel. So congratulations once again. Last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans of Begatron by Vitality who has been supporting you all through everything, because obviously Clash Squad mode is not something that's easy to do. Ada nggak yang mau kamu sampaikan kepada fansnya Bigetron yang sudah mendukung kamu sejauh ini, mendukung Bigetron juga? Karena kan Clash Squad mode ini sesuatu yang cukup tricky ya, bukan hal yang mudah untuk dilakukan. Bahkan bisa kita lihat tim sekuat RRQ aja bisa gagal di Clash Squad mode. Apa yang mau disampaikan kepada para fans?
Terima kasih Bigetropers yang udah selalu mendukung kita. Ya, terima kasih coach, manajer yang udah percaya sama aku. Ya, terima kasih juga buat orang tua yang udah ngedukung.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the fans. Thank you to the managers of Bigetron who has been trusting me. And of course to both of my parents who's been supporting me all the way through the step. Dan ini tentunya menjadi pencapaian yang sangat luar biasa juga buat Joel. So congratulations, super proud of you Joel. Kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol lagi di lain kesempatan. Salam buat teman-teman Bigetron yang lain ya. Thank you so much. Bye. So yeah, survivors, that was Joel from Bigetron by Vitality who just successfully won against RRQ 2-1. It was an intense game, but yeah, so happy to see Bigetron finally securing the next step from the Clash Squad mode of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall. We're gonna get back to the casters, so take it away, casters.
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battle.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall CS Mode, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Clark, together with my wonderful buddy here, Gideon, and we're just done with our first series. We're heading on to our second series after this, featuring Team Flash and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little interesting, right? Because again, Team Flash has been looking pretty good when it comes down to squad-on-squad fighting down by the BR section, but coming in specifically for Clash Squad, they've been doing okay. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little impressed sometimes with how they pull off some of their rounds, but clearly not the best of the best just yet, but you can definitely see them improving and polishing.
And what I look forward to between these two teams is that they have a pretty similar playstyle. They do have a similar type of composition that they would like, especially with Chrono that they both like. They both like Chrono, they both like Cassie. So it could be a tussle between the two. Or maybe these teams would just decide to like, okay, you know what? If you want it, I want it. We'll just bat it off and everyone comes up with a new composition altogether. So it's something that I would love to see, especially when these two teams, at least for this tournament, it's going to be the first time that they meet each other.
Yeah, no, again, they're trying to keep it real amongst each other. I don't think they're going to move away too far from what the meta has to offer right now in terms of like active, unique skills that they can potentially go for. There's a lot that just combo well, and it's difficult to kind of break those synergies for now until we get the update. For now, have a look at the members coming from Team Flash. These guys have been doing particularly okay, right? You know, even their last week's first round of a Battle Royale, they already made waves into looking to try and take some spots, but it really boils down to whether or not they can get through with enough firepower. Sometimes you're expecting ABCD to do a majority of the work, but, you know, the rest of his team has been putting in the effort as well.
Yeah, and Team Flash, of course, they're a team that is well known within the scene as well, right? So reputational-wise, I'm sure a lot of fans would expect a lot from them. Now, as for Twisted Minds, who they were known as a Pharaoh when they played last week, pretty much new kids on the block as well, but they're going up against a team that has a fair amount of experience, so it's going to be quite a challenge for them. But when it comes to the progression so far for these two teams when they played last week, both Team Flash and Pharaoh, they have not won a single match before, so they're looking to make do to that.
Yeah, they want to change that for sure. And I think, you know, with the help of Cougar from the side of Twisted Minds, he's so far been doing one of the best when it comes down to just like raw numbers and how much damage he's kind of applied, as well as the number of kills that he's been getting over the past couple of maps. However, it doesn't necessarily translate into round wins, and we need to see everybody else from the side of Twisted Minds kind of step up. Because now it's a pure showing of raw mechanical skill on top of just understanding the battle structure between the squadrons. And I think that Cougar in the BR side being able to be the shot caller as well as like calling for the big macro rotations are always good, but moment to moment, that's where he needs the rest of his team to kind of fill in those gaps.
Yeah, and we're gonna fill in the gap of the map for all of you guys out there. So we're gonna start off with Game 1 in Kalahari, followed by Nextera, and the Decider game in Bermuda. That will be the sequence for these two teams. So we just saw Kalahari. We're going to see it again in this round. So based on what we've seen before this, how the teams played Kalahari is that you really need to take center point in a lot of those rounds. So that is probably one of those things that these teams might be thinking of. And in order for you to execute that, you need to either play a balanced sort of comp, something that you can move forward, something that has a decent amount of movement speed, like a Tatsuya, for example. I think that might be the case for these two teams that they want to consider, or they are thinking of going for a Tatsuya, maybe even a Tatsuya Cassie combo.
It could be, let's see, right? Because again, Twisted is, to kick things off, they have first pick in the draft. They decided to first ban out the Zane. Rather interesting choice here, especially against Flash. Again, they're not thinking about the mobility just yet. They're hoping that maybe Flash get rid of maybe the Santino, maybe even getting rid of the Oscar, but Flash thinking a little bit ahead of time, thinking about the Coda initially, and now go into the reserve time to decide on this very first ban.
You don't get to see that all the time, right? The first ban in reserve time. Good thing that they didn't ban the Coda, because if they banned that Coda, I would have a few questions there. But instead, they banned off the Oscar, so I think that's absolutely fine. But that allows Santino, a very meta character, to be picked up by Twisted Mind. So Team Flash probably going to lock in the Cassie. If they lock in the Cassie, it's probably going to be Tatsuya together with it. Might as well. The combo will be kind of obvious the moment you pick up the Cassie.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what you want here. I think Cassie is less effective on Twisted Minds alongside with the Santino, who can change positions, because Cassie can't keep up with that type of misdirection. But I think that for now, they're gonna deny information as well. They get the Coda for themselves to set things up for them. Twisted Minds are like, okay, whatever, we just need to make sure we're not behind glue walls. We're just gonna blow right through them. And because Cassie can only heal one person at a time, if we hurt your whole team who happens to walk into the Flaming Mirage, what are you gonna do about it? You're gonna have to use some resources. And Twisted Minds even lock in the Chrono, which I think would have been a better option for Flash.
But because of Twisted Mind, they pick up the Chrono. Now, one thing about the Chrono is that his time turner, his force field, you're not able to shoot from the inside out. So what your opponents need to do is that they need to try to close the gap and try to make it a CQC, try to get into the force field. And that's where Tatsuya would play its game. with the movement speed, try to rush in, try to go in, try to take at CQC and take out the chrono. That is what the Team Flash is thinking about. And plus, they do have the Cassie anyway, so it absolutely makes sense for them to pick up the Tatsuya.
Yeah, but they pick up the Tatsuya, great combination, but they also make sure they have the Iris. Finally, the last recon clue being given over to the side of Twisted Minds. So this is kind of interesting, right? Because right now, we see that Twisted Minds, if put into a pickle, will have to anchor around their chrono for some form of protection here. And more importantly, from Flash's side, right? With the Iris at hand, it makes it very difficult for snipers on the opposite side to utilize their own glue wall. So really, I want to see how Flash plays this out, right? Because if the front line is a little stronger than Twisted Minds to force out resources early, then we're not so reliant on the snipers just yet. But it also means that, like, hey, what is Cougar playing here amongst this four in the lineup? He so far has the best stats amongst the rest of his team, and I would imagine he wants to be on that Santino, but at the same time, he could just go back into a more leadership shot-calling role.
And if we were to look at like the overall, now that they've locked in all their characters, I would say that both sides are pretty balanced. If we look at Team Flash, they do have a healer. They can also rush with the Tatsuya. They can also play it a little bit more safe with the Koda as well. That's one. Or if they want to switch it up the gear, they want to just tune up the gear, they want to step on the gas, right? Koda can also just increase movement speed and also join in the fights and take it on the CQC. As for Twisted Mind, they have crew that can gather information on the other side. So if they were to rush in with the Santino, just TPing to the front, they can do that as well. And then Ignis can just melt down any glue wall that is protecting Team Flash. Chrono, of course, will be the one to try to stay behind and also not only to protect himself, but also whoever his team is that's also together behind with him, most likely going to be with Clue. So they will be the key supports that will try to stop flanks from coming in from Team Flash's aggressive move, especially with the Tatsuya.
Yeah, I think right now Twisted Minds need to be able to get the information early and also be able to time their abilities well, right? Because if Team Flash isn't ready and Tatsuya is trying to like gain position, gain ground on Twisted Minds, dropping that clue active just to make sure that Tatsuya wants to sit still for a little bit, and for the rest of his team, if they happen to be moving all in the same direction, then that information is invaluable. If not, it forces your opponents to stand still to deny them that information, but also buys you precious time to kind of reform and regroup facing the right direction.
But you know what's the best thing I like about the Twisted Mind is the shirt that the guy is wearing. Like you have like the math going on there. Like I failed my math. I can't count for nuts, but that guy just the MVP with his shirt.
It's just vibes, just good vibes, good times. Very relatable and on a personal level even.
Yeah, so that's it. Hopefully, Twisted Mind is able to make the right calculations, wink, wink, in this game, because every round is going to matter, especially the first round. You want to get the advantage, you want to snowball in terms of economy, you want to have a good second round where you don't need to think about like, oh, now we're at the deficit, we have to deal with maybe saving our economy and going up against the opponent that has way better economy. So first round is going to be always very, very important. So between the two lineups, we'll find out who will set the tone here, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to game number one, match number one. Let's go.
I'm hoping to see this game play out the way that we explained it to, but anything could happen in these Clash squads, and we've seen that a majority of these teams have really taken the steps to kind of refine their gameplay compared to the last time, right? Because last time some people are just like, this is like a fun little thing we're doing. Now it's like, ooh, there's some serious money on the line.
Yes, because there is a lot of money on the line, that is. But step by step, ladies and gentlemen, for all these teams, let's head on to it. It's going to be Team Flash versus Twisted Minds inside of Kalahari. The map, the game that will set the tone as both sides rush in to try to take over that middle spot.
Yep, Refinement is going to be a dangerous spot to be in, especially considering that, again, Hwang Am didn't get into position fast enough, and since it's already controlling the height We see that Flash is already trying to make the adjustment here as Twisted Minds continue to take control over that northern side. There could be a south flank here, but we'll see. As the jump tries to kind of go for the pincer onto its ABCD with the help of Zom up on the top side, just keeping Overwatch over him, making it easy for Flash to start taking control. And now that, unfortunately, the Twisted Minds front line, Zensis getting cut off, couldn't do much about it. The flank already down. Zensis already finding Hwang Am, turning this into a 2v2. Hwang Am, he's left out in the open. The Cougars got their backs, and now they have to rediscover the map. How exactly can they reposition, especially now that Zensis has changed position as well?
We're back onto a 2v2 with Koger waiting up on that high ground, but he's forced to move because of that blue. Now the two players of Team Flash, they are clumped in inside of the container area. So now Twisted Minds, they have the liberty of just moving around. And look at Cougar. He's taking a different angle right now. Team Flash, they have nowhere to go. They need to take out at least one player of Twisted Mind to be able to move.
Thing is that they're not 100% sure where those players are going to be. They know where Cougar is, so they're leaning towards his direction, but now that the... Oh, wait, Zensis has already shown themselves. They're going to go for the full-on rush, and does he find the initial trade? Zensis has to buy as much time as possible as ABCD is trying to get into the mix, and he's already found one into Cougar. He's landed some good shots, turning this into a 1v1. Zensis, all by himself, has to make this work. ABCD... no time to heal as well. Forced to walk out. Zensis doesn't realize how low he actually is. Whips the first shot, connects the second onto his leg. And now both ABCD with a huge advantage. Zensis needs to create some space between them. And ABCD, unfortunately, still wide out in the open. Good moves coming in from Zensis.
He was healing at a bit of a later timing. If only he kept that heal, it's like, okay, let me just wait instead of heal. Maybe he could have shot from behind, but then again, that just happened, and ABCD got that, kind of missed out on that moment. Twisted Minds won game number 1. What a good move by them to just be very, very tactical, very, very meticulous in that round to have the upper hand against Team Flash.
Yeah, they're looking for any kind of advantage. That's only the very first round here. We're seeing a quick anti-eco being purchased by Team Flash, right? They bought up a couple, while Twisted Minds buying some heavy armor for the best as well. Zensis trying to hold, switches positions though. Do they realize it? Have they figured it out? As they're realizing that they're getting slowly encumbered by all the remaining angles still available. Hwang Am, unfortunately, exposes his back, and Twisted Minds jump on him. Takes him out, turning this into a 3v1. Oh, but they trade back at least. They find one. They've taken out the sniper. And with ABCD already leading the charge, he's looking for the next couple of members to collapse upon towards the south side of the map.
Oh, and here comes the Flaming Mirage, and the jump in onto Death immediately falls down. Now only 2 players left. Oh, but they managed to trade Koger, making it a 2v2 right now. But because Zom, he does have a healer together with him, the Cassie is providing him that support, so he can still be at the forefront. He can still be the more aggressive one to try to move forward to find his target.
Yeah, they're dancing in place, right? They're just pushing and pulling constantly. And finally, taking out Cougar. ABCD and as well as Zom, they don't want to be the first person who forces the abilities, and then unfortunately the Bass is able to turn it up. Zom unfortunately wasn't ready for the Chrono to be back off of cooldown. He thought he saw it earlier, but unfortunately it was held on to the very last second. And Jump comes in, Zom goes down finally. Twisted Minds take another round off of Team Flash.
And the anti-eco unfortunately didn't work out for Team Flash, and Twisted Mind, they were still able to win this round. And again, what I see now, based on the gameplay in these 2 rounds, Twisted Minds, they are very, very tactical. Just look at how they navigate around the map, and they're very well coordinated. They know who to pair up with in what situation. So even if you throw like a different part of the map in Kalahari here, and of course we're going to roll that one, they know how to navigate. They know how to overcome. They know how to do this.
And as they have done this thousands of times, looking to control the center of the map, Cougar on the outer side, Jump in the Bass. Where's the Zom, though? Where is the Zom? He should be connected to somebody right now. Is ABCD currently connected towards the center? It looks like the Zom is joining with him to try and fight for the cyber airdrop early on. Turns the corner, is able to slip through inside the building. The push and pull is good, but now the Ignis comes out, and now losing the glue walls, they have to play with inside the time turner, which just times out, and the Zom ends up going down, and ABCD the next to fall. Good purchases coming in from the side of Twisted Minds, as they're using the economical advantage they have to put in more bullets into Team Flash.
The fight for the middle of the map so far won by Twisted Minds. Only death left for Team Flash. It's going to be 1v4. It's going to be quite a tall order for him to overcome this. If he can pull off a clutch here, it's going to go down the history books for sure. But 1v4, it's going to be pretty difficult. Plus, he played a support role. He's way behind. And now they know exactly where he is. With about 50% of health, they'll rush in. And Twisted Minds will claim game 3.
They're making this look easy here, Twisted Minds. Again, huge momentum coming into the next round. Round 4 is going to be where it's all at here, for the at least for the side of Team Flash, because again, they did buy up in that round. They try to buy with whatever they have, and at this point, they need to make a decision on the economy right now, and it looks like they will still try to make the best of the scenario. Death already coming in with an AWM of his own, 2 shotguns, and as well as a VSK. Not exactly tier 1 weapons, but even so, it's the best that they can afford right now, considering that Twisted Minds are walking off of a huge economical lead. Level 3 helmets and armors all across the board.
Yeah, it's looking pretty difficult for Team Flash right now. And in this round, I don't know, Team Flash, they need to find an early pickoff here, and they're trying to do so. ABCD, right in front of him. He sees one target, the bus, but then again, because of the glue wall, blocking his vision, blocking his view, he's not able to land those shots. He has to find a way around. They don't have a way to break down those glue walls.
Yep, they don't have an efficient way of doing it, and that's why Twisted Minds are able to block them out. Unfortunately, they fall into the hands of Hwang Am, and Zom is able to pick it up real quick, finds another one, and Zensis is able to take out Hwang Am. No sniper, no problem. With Hwang Am done, it's all up to the front line to make it work, and so far Cougar has to get out of there. ABCG as well as Zom continue to push forward to try and take space, but Cougar can only do so much in this 2v1 scenario. Zensis tries to shoot back, loses at least 2/3 of his HP. One more shot is all they need as the death. He's got some major firepower on his hands, but he also doesn't have the time to heal. Tries to peek, goes for his second one. The spinning is not doing its work. Gets down to the ground to try and allow ABCD and as well as Zom to finish it off while trying to save the gun. Finally, death makes it connect.
And finally, Team Flash, they pull back one round. Now in this round, I would say that Twisted Mind, they play by their own gameplay, right? It's like, okay, we wait for them to come towards us, and then we try to navigate around, especially the glue walls and so on and so forth. But one thing about the glue wall is that your opponents are also putting out glue walls, so how you navigate around that particular area is going to be different. So maybe that's what threw off Twisted Minds earlier on, allowing Team Flash to have the better against them. Now with this one crucial round 1, Team Flash, they're looking to find a momentum again, and now both sides tries to get the middle of this arena.
All right, as they look to try and control the center of it, keep in mind that there's still other places to play from. It's 3 levels there once you're into that center. There's a lot of angles to worry about. And so far, Flash is up. Oh, Jane chunked out for 50% of their health, and now the full rush through as ABCD plays it perfectly. The cyber airdrop claimed by the Twisted Minds. Great usage of the Flame Mirage as well as the cluster grenades with the help of Valvero in their subclass. Either way, Death finds one into Zensis. Sniper down. Cougar takes out the Death at the very least. So no snipers for both sides. It's all about the front lines. Death is gone. ABCD as well as Zom are slowly working their way to jump, whose feet are exposed. The Bass goes to the second floor to try and take out Hwang Am himself, but it doesn't look like it's going to be easy. Even with the time turner, Hwang Am is doing a very good job at holding back out, but the Bass just lands way too many shots here. Unfortunate whiff, especially at point blank range.
Oh, what a comeback there by the Bass. He was forced in a CQC situation by his opponent, and he had to reposition himself, made a turn. That was a quick flick back by the Bass to win that 1v1 in a very tight corner. And now putting Twisted Minds in a 3v2 situation against Team Flash. And Team Flash, they're trying to get as middle as possible. They don't want to be pressured by the zone, but the zone, however, will still continue to close. And it seems like the players of the Twisted Mind, at least 2 of them, they might be forced to move forward because of that zone itself.
Yeah, no choice, but I think it's pretty good for at least Flash because it's towards their side and they have plenty of play area. And unfortunately for Twisted Minds, they had to anchor it down. They have to let Flash make that first move. But now that it's starting to go out in the open, the fact that they have control over that top side, the Bass making sure that they control the fence on the opposite end because they know that ABCD or the Zombie could peek out from either side. That's why he's got Cougar. But if they get too close, Zensis will have their number. Twisted Minds don't need to do too much at this point. They just don't want to make a mistake and cost them weapons.
Yeah, they have all corners protected, right? But anyway, the Bus will move forward, forcing ABCD to take that frontal approach as well. But he's down to 50% of health and he will go down. Now it's only the Zom left. 1v3 as Cassie. There's nothing much he can do. Definitely, this round is going to go to the hands of Twisted Minds and they will win this round now with 4 points.
4 strong points. But it looks like, I don't know, it might just look like it's coming to a potential end or a fast turnaround. But because either way, we're coming to the rounds where the money is big monies here, and with the momentum that they have, I'm seeing the Trogon, yeah, VSKs at this point. It's just too much to deal with. Trogons, AC80s on the opposite sides, AWMs as well. They can't afford to have a loss now.
Yeah, and even Def, he went for a buy, but then again, no armory on his side. So he's going to play this round fairly safely, staying all the way behind. But if he gets gunned down, that's it. They don't really have somebody to protect any potential flank. And that will allow Twisted Mind to just run down the members of Team Flash. That also means that Twisted Minds, if they can somehow take out Def first, that would be the best case scenario.
Well, let's see, because again, it's a scouting game right at the very beginning, right? Both sides trying to make sure that they can find the counter sniper. If not, prove useful on the angles. The Zom loses his head, unfortunately, as the Flame Mirage already be cutting through 2 of those walls, 3 of those walls burning through. The Bass quickly dropping down in towards the time turner as well as Wangam comes in from the back with the Trogon as well. Jump is just too good. Is able to blast all 3 of them. Not having much of a worry in the world. Good shots coming in for ABCD and as well as Wangam, but again, when you're up against just better weaponry, they're just mowing through your team.
Quick and fast. It's a matter of who will be the king of the hill at the other day. And Twisted Minds, because they know that, okay, for us to secure that win is to try to take over the peak of this map. That's where they focus on. They didn't really play any long range supports. It's just like all in onto taking that place over. And that's what gave them that win in that round, putting them into match point now. And this is the round that Twisted Minds will be looking forward to bring this one back home.
Yep, Twisted Minds take the top side of the boat while Flash maintain control over the ground side. Fortunately, ABCD forced the kind of turn around, breaks the Mirage early on from the Son of Huang Am, but again, weaponry still at a huge disadvantage here, and Huang Am is the first to go down, getting picked off by Cougar's AC80. At this point, with Death, ABCD as well as Zob, it's difficult to actually go back outside to get him, because again, Twisted Minds have full coverage of the verticality of this map. Flash trying to make sure the Bastard. Oh! Yeah, making sure that he takes him down with the help of Jump once again. Very good bait from the side of Twisted Minds, so allowed Jump to finish them off with a Trogon. And now, having the rest of the members down, it is just a fast booyah coming in from Twisted Minds. They made that look easy.
Absolutely, right? Very, very convincing round for Twisted Minds. And like what you say, right? They had full coverage at that final map that allowed them to, like, wherever you go, we have somebody there. Wherever you move, there will be eyes onto you. There will be crosshairs onto you. And that's where Team Flash, they found it very difficult to create that space for themselves. They have nowhere to go, and they can only stay at one spot. And when Twisted Mind knows that, aha, you're all clumped up together, we only need to focus onto that one area. Just throw everything in that area, and the rest is history.
Yeah, just good uses. Again, we saw a couple of good uses of the grenades. Most of the time, we're really seeing it coming in from Twisted Minds. I think they have better use of their utility, and I think in terms of the raw gunfights, you know, Flash is not doing too bad, but I also think that they have to re-evaluate how they approach the Twisted Minds right now, because on the 2v2s, it hasn't been seeming well, because I feel like they're taking more steps than necessary rather than Flash just utilizing windows.
Yeah, and with that kind of gameplay that Twisted Mind has shown, right, it shows that they are versatile enough to kind of overcome like with whatever terrain or situation that they had to go through. But our match MVP from Twisted Mind, the man that you have been bigging up, it's going to be Cougar here with 6 eliminations and 3,542 damage.
One of the few players with a positive KDA on his squad, and coming up with some big damage as well is going to add on to his numbers, because so far he has been doing wonders for the team, opening things up and also introducing some pretty fun strategies for Twisted Minds. Because before this, again, with the way that you would imagine that these guys would be a little more chill when it comes down to Clash Squad, considering their playstyle in BR, but for now they are vicious. They are very vicious fighters.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. I thought that they would like chill, or maybe Team Flash would be the vicious ones. But if we were to look at the scoreboard, Hwang Am, tough round for him. Not only 0 eliminations, but only 591 damage. That is one of the lowest that we've seen so far.
Yeah, he got chewed up this game. He got chewed up hard. And it's difficult. It's really, really difficult because Hwang Am has been pretty instrumental for Flash during their battle royales. It's just that Death is having more value here because he's playing such an important role as the counter sniper to get Zensis off the backs of his members. But I gotta give it to Jump as well, because he played some very crucial roles, understanding that he's gonna be a target. Cougar was able to not only buy time, but to kind of set up a lot of these free layups for Jump to kind of finish off 2, maybe even 3 eliminations in one go.
And if you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is a 6-1 win for Twisted Minds in Kalahari. But of course, we're not done yet. We still have the next map to go. It's going to be in Nextera after this. So, Team Flash, they need to make a huge comeback here. And because of the scoreline of 6-1, they need to go back to the drawing board.
They do need to go to the drawing board. Some players had a tough game. I'm not gonna lie. They had a tough game. It happens to the best of us, and I think they're not bummed about it just yet. They still have a second map to go, and I think this is where they're looking to try and pull things back a little bit, because they now understand. All right, hey, we're gonna have some problems with Twisted Minds if we give them too much space. We've contested them for space. We've cut them off from their snipers before, but their trading is a little too good. They gotta make sure that they're interconnected about the shape of the battle, right? They gotta make sure that they are battlefield aware of how the opposing composition is kind of bleeding in, and more so the vulnerabilities, because they're not holding as much ground as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and the fact that the Cassie Tatsuya combo didn't work out for Team Flash when it's supposed to be one of those straightforward combinations, it's like it works for most teams in most situations, right? But unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them when they were given the opportunity to do that. So well, if they want to repeat that again, I guess that's fine. It's generally a combination that doesn't go wrong. It's just more of maybe how they position themselves and how they navigate around the map, and what kind of objectives do they want to take depending on what the terrain is, whether you want to clear off the high ground or whether you want to just control the middle of the map. It really depends on the situation, and that's where I think that the Team Flash will need to really decide on what to do in game number 2 in Nextera.
Yeah, and especially in Nextera, because a lot of these maps, at the very least, you can be looking for extra angles and some very powerful ones as well. And I think that at least that there is a bit of a payoff during these Clash Squad maps. So it's, again, very well designed by the developers, making sure to keep it as balanced as possible between two sides, so there's not a strong and a weak side, and most maps are generally balanced that way. But I think for the most part, Twisted Minds have better use of their angles, and I think that Team Flash need to make sure that they keep their options available when it comes down to the draft to utilize not only the angles. But once again, it looks like Flash isn't really going to change their plan. They're going to ban out the Zane once more.
Yep, the Zane is out and Oscar is out as well, so it's going to be the same bans as compared to the ones before. Santino is open. That's where Team Flash will say that you guys had fun with Santino, now it's our turn. Now here comes the question whether Twisted Minds will think similarly, in the sense that you guys had fun with the Cassie Tatsuya, now it's our turn. It would depend on whether they pick up the Cassie first, because you can normally pick up the Tatsuya later. But no, they're going to go for the Ignis Chrono combo as their first 2 picks, which I think is great, especially with Ignis. glue walls won't be working well against the Ignis.
Yeah, Ignis is great here. Chrono is a great particular answer in case things go wrong. No Cassie pickups just yet. Even Flash decided to go for Koda alongside the Tatsuya. I like that a lot. So now their composition is way more aggressive, really in your face, and Twisted Minds are the ones who have to kind of like hold themselves back. In terms of like potential counterplay, I think stealing away Cassie would be pretty funny, but overall doesn't really hold your composition accountable for anybody else.
Well, if they want to play like super duper aggressive, right? I'm thinking about maybe an Iris for Team Flash, but then again, you have to think about like who's going to stay behind. So maybe information will be good for them. Get a clue. But then Twisted Minds, they probably saw that coming. It's like, you lack information right now. So I'm going to take the clue away for myself first, and now you guys go figure.
Yeah, but with no Ignis and as well as Oscar, they don't have real ways to deal with glue walls, right? And I think that was one of the bigger problems that Flash had initially when Twisted Mind started to block them off key zones. Flash wasn't able to penetrate through, and I think there might need to be a consideration, but no, they're like, okay, extra mobility, let's just double down on that, right? We don't need to clear these glue walls, we just need to get past them.
Yep, and that's the reason why they pick up the Cassie, so that the Cassie will support potentially like a Tatsuya to just get past all those glue walls. But then again, we have to kind of think about like the situation as well, right? If like there are situations where when in the map, like tight spaces, tight corners, you cannot just get past the glue wall. You have to find a way to try to break down the glue wall. If not, you have to try to go for flanks. And if you choose to go for flanks, that's where you need to worry about the sniper on the other end. So looking at the composition, without strong glue wall breakers by Team Flash, I worry that if it comes to the situation as mentioned earlier, where they are in tight spaces with tons of glue walls around them and they have no choice but to try to like go around it, then they might be funneled towards that one area, and Twisted Minds, they can take advantage of it.
They can, but I think that this is the best that it gets, right? Because if not, it would have been nice to have either an Iris or an Ignis on your own side. It feels a little bad having a Skylar instead. So I would rather just, let's not even bother about the glue walls, so just stick to the Cassie and stick to our game, because we have an easy way to get informations through the help of glue walls. And I think that Twisted Minds, if they're dropping their glue walls to deny space, they're definitely going to be looking to crouch. So that's something that they have to be aware of, to deny that information away from Koda whenever possible, because it's a lot easier to trigger Clue in comparison to triggering Koda, especially with the Ignis on your side, which forces your opponents to kind of move away from cover.
So if that's going to be the case, right, then it sounds like Team Flash, they need to play every round fast with this sort of composition before things get tight. Especially, they have to try to close the gap. They have to move forward and forward and forward. The ideal situation may be to try to get absolute control of the middle, and then they'll be cool enough. But if not, then it's just to try to push the opponents to the back with the wall behind the back, and just not allowing the space, deny away the space from them.
Well, yes, but there's also counterflanks, right? There's the possibility of being able to kind of open up more angles because of your mobility, or if you can start playing the mind games against Twisted Minds, I think, getting them to use their glue walls early is to their detriment. They can't just bail themselves out, especially when you catch them off a position. So there are pros and cons in both of these compositions. I just think that who's brave enough to make that initial play?
Ooh, it does look like based on composition, Team Flash has to be the one to make that initial play. But let's see, will they be able to? Because they have to come back from a deficit right now. It's going to be Team Flash versus Twisted Minds.
All right, let's see how this plays out. Again, nothing special. Nobody bought some extra utility coming into this very first round. No nades first round, nothing to worry about there. Just an honest gunfight here from both sides. Death the one actually being committed to purchasing some bigger weapons. Same goes for Cougar too. At this point, both sides just want to take their time and fight for the initial drop. The Ignis already dropping it down as Chrono holds the anchor for them. The Zob trying to go with the scythe attack unfortunately, not going to find anything to connect. So low, but unfortunately, he is just topped up so much by the help of the Cassie, which, oh, ABCD is the one who's playing it this time round. Shin taking a lot of damage off his own, but already using the quota. They know exactly where they're going to be. The knockdowns are trading one by one, but so far, it's a 3v1 scenario. Cougar finally going down, ABCD losing half of his life because of it. They turn the corner. Unfortunately, Vast gets him with a melee because he knew he was so low, and Zensis finishes it off.
With a headshot towards the very end. Nicely executed here by Twisted Minds. But Team Flash, well, it is round number 1, so it's understandable if like, okay, let's just go for it. Like, let's just brawl in the middle of the map, and that's exactly what these two teams did. A few melee moves, but I can also understand the melee moves as well, because if you're like really in front of your opponent, like face to face, like sometimes shooting might not be the most efficient way, so just go for the side attack, that's fine. And the outcome, well, it really differs from situation to situation. Nevertheless, it is still Twisted Minds winning round number 1, and Team Flash, they're forced to eco.
Oh man, ABCD already losing like a majority of his health. Luckily, with the Cassie, he's able to top himself up ever so slowly, but he's going to be out of commission for a while now. And notice how Flash is going for like 2 very wide holes. 2 in the center and 2 on the sides, while Twisted Minds want to control the main channel, going horizontally off the map. The Bass already coming in with the melee attacks. Unfortunately, with the time turn, it can only do so much, but as soon as they walk out, he's just buying time for their squad. He's allowing the rest of Flash to actually look for potential angles, and even finds the execution on towards the Zombie side. And now Twisted Minds have now followed and baited Flash into a losing position as Zensis cleans up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it looked kind of nice. Like, look at this. The Abbas at the corner, like just taking down the members of Team Flash one by one, and then it kind of looked like, oh, okay, is he cornered? Like he has nowhere to go. But hey, that's what friends are for, right? They come to help your teammate. They come to help Abbas and overcome the other incoming members of Team Flash who wanted to take advantage of that cornered situation of Abbas. And that's where teamwork makes the dream work. Twisted Minds, they win 2 rounds in a row now.
2 rounds in a row as they continue to start pressing their advantage forward. They're going to have to look for an advantage somewhere because, again, they're down on that econ, and now we're already seeing tier 2, tier 3 body armors being invested by Twisted Minds. As they control the center, the smokes is out. The Bass looking to buy as much time as possible, hopefully looking to replay the system, and even finds one with the help of a nade coming in from the Zol. It is just too much for them to handle, and Team Flash unfortunately cannot seem to break free from this curse.
Oh man, the Bass with his side attack. That's just going to be a signature now. Only one left now for Team Flash. Def is the only player left. He played the support. He stood behind early on. But as his teammates fell one by one, now it's only him left. And his back is by the blue. Not much space for him to play. They know exactly where he is, obviously, with the glue wall. So it's a matter of time now for Twisted Minds to just execute their plan.
Yep. I mean, he's gonna try his best to try and put as much damage. If he takes anybody out, that'd be great. I think he... Oh, does he notice? Nope. Oh, actually, he does react just in time. Gets a headshot off of Cougar. Resetting that loadout. That's gonna be costly for Twisted Minds. Losing another member unnecessarily just like that. That's what we're worried about, especially on these losing rounds for the winning teams.
Yeah, and as sexy that it looked when he was playing on top there, he got one. But because he was in a position where the blue will force him to jump down anyway, so the rest of the other members of Team Flash, they just need to wait down there just for like, okay, he's going to jump down anyway. That's probably the comms that happened between them. Play patiently, and the moment he jumped down, that's where, okay, just shoot him down, Def out, and Twisted Mind wins game number 3, or round number 3 that is, and they have the momentum still on their side.
Yeah, momentum's still on their side, but it's a very big buy for the side of Team Flash. This is going to be a make it or break it for them because we're already getting the AWMs from Death to make this investment count. He needs to find a pick-off to set the tone of round 4. And now the Bass, once again, right in the smack in the center. He knows how to bait, he knows how to buy time. Most importantly, he is looking to secure early cargo for his squadron, and he will not waste any time utilizing it. Zensis on that top side. Can't see anything thanks to the smoke, but despite Cougar being picked off, he gets picked back up, and now the Bass has to hold on. The Zom already making the play. He finds one, looks for that second, doesn't get the refrag though. does put one on his knees, which is exactly what they want. The Cougar manages to survive, but he is going to die finally with the help of the two members, ABC as well as Zom. Everybody working in tandem with each other. 2-on-2 combat everywhere, and now they regroup to finish this off. Victory in round 4. They finally turn the tide.
Wow, very different type of playstyle here by Team Flash. At some point, Dev played the support role with the sniper behind, but they quickly shift gears to like, okay, Dev, come join us here on the ground, on the CQC, on the fights. And the moment he did that, that's where they had the best out of Twisted Minds. Because Twisted Minds, they probably didn't expect that, oh, a support is going to come down. So they probably weren't prepared for it. And Team Flash won that one without having a true support behind.
And now as we begin round number 5, this map particularly difficult. A lot of verticality to play with, but it looks like they're sending the Bastion as well as jump to the far right-hand side of the map to get the maximum amount of verticality, but Zom meets them, and unfortunately, he's forced to dash out of the way with the help of the Rebel Rush, and they trade 1 for 1. Now, the support's left on their own. Chrono has to win this out against the Cassie, but luckily Cougar comes in time. He gets traded out by the Death halfway across the map. Cougar goes down. Shin, the next to fall to Zensis, turning this into a 1v1. Both sides, same loadouts. Death picks up ABCD as well as Zom. They know exactly where Zensis is. He can't deal with the glue walls either. As they look to finish this round, the Zom takes him out, and that is it. Another round going to Team Flash.
Nice pick up there by Dev. At some point, it was only Dev and no one else. And all he needed to do was just to focus on getting the numbers back up again. Because they know that, okay, if it goes 1v1, then there's a bit of a risk there, but if it's a 1v4, they stand a good chance of winning that round. Exactly what Dev did. 1 by 1, players of Team Flash back up again. It becomes a 4v1 towards the end, and there was nothing that Cougar could do.
And at this point, with everything that they have learned, is it still going to make a difference here? Both sides 1-to-1 in terms of cyber airdrops and a preemptive fire mirage being thrown out to control this outer side of the stadium as they start walking in towards these grab labs. It's becoming harder as Cougar has already found a nade landing onto ABCD, and now the second wave comes through and the Zom is left out in the open just to die. Cougar has done enough work here, and now the jump already on the tail of Shin takes him out and is chasing the Death, and he takes him out, no problems. Twisted Minds bounce back with an early statement of their own.
That was super stylish of literally jumping down to secure that kill. And now it's only Dev running for his life, repositioning himself, but he only has about 30% of health left, and they're going for the chase again. Another jump shot from the top. Twisted Minds finally regain back their win.
Again, great usage of the utility at hand. You don't have to... It's good to utilize everything in your arsenal. The smokes, the frag grenades as well. Cougar was able to find one simple pickoff because of it. Force them into corners, and that's what you want to see. Team Twisted Minds want to kind of put the mental submission onto Team Flash consistently with their pressure, with their presence.
Well, but at least the good news for Team Flash is that when it comes to economy, they're still alright in this round. So it's a 50-50 still. Now let's see how it's going to pan out here. But that's an early one. The Zom goes down.
And they didn't even want to use glue walls, unfortunately. As the rest start coming through, the Ignis is going to open up the entire pathway. Even the Time Turner as well, protecting them for so many shots, blocking so much damage. And now they're waiting for the second Ignis charge, but unfortunately, he's already on his knees. The Zom's the next to fall. Twisted Minds have already done all they needed to do with the help of Zensis' angles. They've taken them all out as they drop down. Death, the only one left, stuck in a corner with an AWM, trying to figure out whether or not he needs to switch over to the VSK. He's switching between both weapons, and unfortunately he cannot find an exit frag before he bows out. That's round 5 going into the hands of Twisted Minds.
We got a good look of the Zom going down very early as they were moving into the building. It was a long-range snipe, beautifully done. Without that, it might be a tighter game, but because of that very early knock, Twisted Minds, they know that they can just run at their opponents because they had the numbers. By the time the Zom got up, like his other teammates were gone, so it became a very difficult situation for Team Flash because of that early encounter. But now, because of that as well, Twisted Minds, they're now put in a match point situation.
Yep. Throughout an early UAV for the side of Twisted Minds here, but the Bass already finding the Zom straight away. And now they turn the corner here, and unfortunately the Time Turner blocks in the important shots here. ABCD doing well, but wins out the dome fight now. Ingus breaks it open, putting him at odds, but Jump is taken out! ABCD clutches the round for them, turning this into a 2v2.
Right. It's not over yet. Shin is currently down. And Def, ABCD, healing up, taking his time. Both sides replanning themselves. Cougar, right up here, he kind of has an idea that Def is just right below him. But at some point, he probably has to get down as well. And Def will be waiting there.
Zensis finishes off Shin. And unfortunately, the members of Flash were not able to put themselves in a position to actually save him. Zensis is forced to kind of walk out of this blue at some point of time. As the ring gets closer, unfortunately, ABCD must be the first one who makes that move, and he knows that Zensis is there. He already loses half his life bar, and now, getting block line of sight, drops the smoke in time, still keeping up with the movement, trying to stay healthy as Death, even throwing, okay, tries to get the flamer on top of ABCD, but unfortunately misses it, doesn't connect it, he heals just in time, lands the shot through the smoke, a headshot through the smoke some more, and Death, changing position once again, tries to isolate the fight against Cougar. Unfortunately, Cougar's back is already covered. As they trade 1 for 1, bullet per bullet, Cougar, with a heavier caliber, just needs to make sure that one or the other lands, and Zensis says, nah, I'll take it. And that is 2 rounds collapse, Twisted Minds. Once again, they shook a little bit, but they still make it look easy.
Yep, a 2-0 win for Twisted Mind with that shot within the smoke by Zensi. That was the highlight in that last round. Looks like a quick win here for Twisted Minds against Team Flash. Very well done. Congratulations for them. They are now 1-1 in this bracket.
Yep, they've learned a lot. They've learned a lot from their experiments, and I think at this point, seeing the way that they played, they've definitely improved from the last time we've seen them, right? Again, it's a lot cleaner with the shots that they have, but more so, their coverage of each other has also significantly improved.
Yeah, way more coordinated, I must say. And the fact that they lost their last week match 2-0, for them to win 2-0 this time, it would definitely be a boost of confidence to Twisted Minds. So looking forward to see if they can continue that momentum forward, because the matches are not going to be any easier.
No, absolutely not. And I think at this time, we're starting to see the shape of who's going to be making it into that 1-1 bracket for now. Even so, the 0-2s are starting to pile up. We will see the elimination matches later on today, but still another set of teams need to join them. So we have to finish off this 0-1 bracket first. So far, things have been going great, and I think that at least for Twisted Mind, a testament to what they've shown in the prior weeks compared to these weeks, I think right now is a good time. If you want to step up and you want to close out these games quick, I think this is the best time to do so, because putting yourself in the 0-2 bracket is just too much stress.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. The 0-2 bracket also means that somebody is going to go home. And that's what we will watch later today, ladies and gentlemen. So that's something that you don't want to miss out on. We're going to cover at least 2 0-2 matches. But who will we be covering? Who will we watch? Who will be down there? We'll need to stay tuned to that. But for now, looking at the matches that we've seen, I would say that as compared to last week, teams are starting to adapt to the pace and also the gameplay of each other for this season.
Oh, they definitely have, and I think now we've come to that one world government sort of meta. Everybody has the rough idea of what exactly is really good in Clash Squad rather than guessing, but Zensis, huge player for the game. He definitely had a bit of a slow start, but then once he picked up the pace after game at number 1, he became an absolute menace. He was already hitting some pretty clutch shots, but even more so in game 2.
Especially bringing the sniper into a smoke and still able to hit his shot. That was absolutely beautiful by Zensis here. And besides him, of course, being the MVP, his other teammates also contributed the same amount of eliminations. We have Jump here with also 9, and then with Koger and the Bus as well, having their respective moments. Now, on the other side, Team Flash, overall, they're pretty balanced except for Dev having been able to deal a lot more damage, but his other teammates were not able to secure eliminations. Hence, Twisted Minds, they have the upper hand.
I think right now it's just econ management, right? Unfortunately for Flash, they tried to, buy up against Twisted Minds, go for like a bit of an anti-eco. That failed, which cost them another 2 more rounds, putting them at 0-4 before they actually decided to, finally getting the resources necessary to go toe-to-toe in Twisted Minds and raw firepower.
Yeah, and if we talk about like Raw, unfortunately, the Zom was not able to dish out enough raw assists here. No assists by him, but still able to bring in 3 eliminations. But at the end of the day, because it's a team effort, the 2-6 scoreline unfortunately didn't work out towards a Team Flash. And if we were to recap again, it's not only the 2-6, but also the Kalahari 1-6. So it's quite a significant scoreline if you kind of think about it. So Team Flash, right now, lots of pressure for them to perform in the O2 bracket.
Yeah, we'll see whether their mentality is going to be affected, but they definitely have some things to work on. I think it boils down to how they're going to draft, especially since they had no real answer to glue walls, and especially when they're caught in some really tight spots. That Ignis was such a problem for them, especially when it has 2 chargers. Either way, Twisted Minds, happy with their victory. Team Flash will have to go back to the drawing board one more time to figure out some of the mistakes. And I think, the draft has definitely been a huge proprietor for a lot of these teams in their success, the order of which they pick their heroes.
Yes. Speaking about the draft, Team Flash, they had some comfort picks, especially with the Tatsuya Cassie for 2 rounds in a row. But overall, it didn't really work out for them. But maybe it's also because it's a comfort pick. And Twisted Minds, they kind of expected that, especially after watching the games last week when they had the data. So they know that, okay, if they're going to go for the Tatsuya Cassie combo, this is how we position ourselves. This is how we will play the game. And that made the Tatsuya Cassie combo didn't really work out for Team Flash.
Yeah, and again, there are some risks that they probably should be taking, right? In terms of how they actually look to put themselves in positions that gains information on where their sniper is. Then maybe they could have repositioned themselves. Either or, again, we're hoping that Flash gets a little bit better, especially if they're given access to 2 different heroes that have mobility options, whether it's the Rebel Rush, whether it's, sending out the mannequin and swapping places with it. They can play. There's so many more creative angles that they could have actually developed for themselves.
Yeah, to be fair, Team Flash, they tried, they had the Santino, but still, maybe it's something that they need to think of, right, moving forward. It's still not the end of the road for them. They still have the O2 bracket to play. But before we go on to other matches later on, we'll be hearing from one of the representatives of Twisted Mind and what they thought of the match earlier on. So we're going to pass it on to our host, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Take it away.
Alright, survivors, and what a dominant performance from Twisted Mind. The team exploded confident and control throughout the game. And right now, I'm here with Kuga and Sen1 from Twisted Mind. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Alright, so now, how do you feel that you beat Team Flash and send them to the group of death? ตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างเอาชนะ Team Flash มาได้แล้วก็ส่งพวกเขาไปในกลุ่ม 02 หรือว่า group of death เลย
รู้สึกว่าดีใจครับที่ได้เข้ารอบต่อไปครับ
So I'm really happy to win Team Flash and now I can get to the next round. Alright, so Sense1, I have to ask this question for the first game and the first round. That situation is gonna be one-on-one with you. That time, how do you feel and how did you get through that? ตอนเกมแรกค่ะในราวแรกเลยตอนนั้นสถานการณ์ตอนนั้นเราเหลือแค่ one on one แล้วตอนนั้นเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างแล้วเราทำยังไงเราถึงได้เอาชนะมาได้ค่ะ
เล่นระยะครับแล้วก็ชิลอยู่แล้วครับชนะอยู่แล้ว1-1
how to say that he have a lot of confidence for about the 1-1 situation he have to like think about to go far away from the opponent and yeah he already sure that he gonna win in the one-on-one situation. Wow, what a confidence from Sense One. All right, Kuga. So your team have a new member. So it's the bots. I want to know that do you have any addition that you have to add more in your team, and what do you think about his performance for the first game that he played? ตอนนี้ทีมเราค่ะมีสมาชิกใหม่คือ The Bots อยากรู้ว่าทีมเราต้องอะไรบ้างไหมหรือว่าแล้วก็อยากรู้ว่า performance ของน้องเนี่ยเป็นไงบ้างในการที่ลงสนาม
ก็น้องก็โชว์ผลงานให้ทุกคนเห็นแล้วแหละครับทุกคนก็น่าจะเห็นฝีมือของน้อง
I think you all already saw his skill play and his performance. So, yeah, is the win from Twist That Mind already. Okay, so the last question. Do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ขอบคุณที่เชียร์ครับฝากเชียร์ทีมทวิตเต้นไม้ต่อไปด้วยครับ
Alright, thank you for supporting us fans, and please keep support Twisted Mind. Okay, this is the end of the interview section, and we're gonna have a short break before get back to the tournament. Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 fall. Bye bye.
One strike can shift the game. One win can spark the rise. This is Free
Welcome back, everybody, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. Once again, Clash Squad continues, and it has been heated. We want to thank our official sponsors, Red Bull, because the Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is one of a kind with supplements you can't imagine it would have in a single can, featuring a mild taste and, most importantly, highly focused to seize every opportunity to achieve a stylish booyah.
Yeah, thank you to Red Bull for being together with us this season and hopefully more seasons to come. Now, coming back to business, it's going to be the Vietnamese region versus another team from the Vietnamese region as well. It's going to be Heavy versus GOW, or God of Wolf. Now, these two teams, obviously, they played last week, but they failed to find a single win. And they're looking to turn their fate this time today.
Yep. With Heavy, especially with the addition of Allen, I would have imagined that they would be in a much better position, especially since they're pretty used to getting hot dropped a lot. I would have imagined they would be doing better, especially against a team like this. But GOW has really stepped up their games, and definitely they had hard opponents and they have things to work on, especially since Clash Squad is such a different style of game that they have to rethink the way that they kind of work the map.
Yeah, it's going to be very different as compared to a battle royale, right? So how they position themselves, how they find their composition with the characters that they will pick, is going to be crucial. We have seen many different compositions over the past week and also over this week. There's a lot of data out there, and I'm sure a lot of these teams would have learned a thing or two about what's the current trend or what's the current meta. Now, speaking about the current trend for this round when it comes to the map order, we're going to start off with Bermuda this time. So it's going to be very different from the first two games that we have seen, followed by game number 2 in Kalahari. And if needed so, we're going to go to game number 3 inside of Nextera. Now, Bermuda is going to be the starter map. It's going to be the map that sets the tone. And if I were to look at the bans and picks for these two teams from last week, Santino is a very popular ban for both sides, and I believe that it might still be banned, if not, surely be picked up.
Yeah, I think it's so good right now, and unfortunately I think that Ignis is also really good as a means to kind of control the tempo of the game, whether you are on the attacking side or the defending side. But it looks like Heavy, first and fresh off the ban, gets rid of Chrono almost straight away. They don't want their opponents to kind of hunker in on the decision. I love how the Marshals are even getting involved in their draft. They're like, alright, Chrono ban, alright, respect it, let's see what they do.
And you can see the Marshals like smiling. It's like, I'm judging you. It's like, that's not good. No, I can't say it. No.
Oh, pretty surprising though. Despite not getting hard punished just yet, Santino as well as Oscar are going to be available for play. Ignis is the one getting banned out this time for the side of GOW, with Oscar at hand, Zane as well as Cassie strong control, and more importantly, the trigger fingers for a majority of compositions we've seen here during Clash Squad.
I'm okay with the Chrono ban, but I'm kind of surprised with the Ignis ban, frankly speaking. But because of that, that will open up a lot of these characters that used to be banned and will be picked up. Like what you mentioned, the Santino is open. Somebody's bound to pick him up, and it's going to be Heavy. And with GOW, they're going to lock in Iris, but because they have the Cassie, they're going to go for the traditional combo of Cassie, Tatsuya being the last pick. So it's pretty obvious there. Very fast picks by both sides. Looks like they clearly know what to do.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want. I'm loving GOW's composition so far. The Iris is going to be especially helpful, knowing that Heavy are the ones who initially I thought was going to be the more defensive players, but this time instead of the Chrono, they're bringing back the Steffi instead, which is rather surprising because Steffi in this case kind of fulfills the role of like an in-betweener of Chrono and as well as Zane. You do get a bit of bullet resist as well as explosive resist as well. We'll see how often GOW is going to be utilizing those explosives at hand, the frag grenades especially, considering that this team has not only the mobility but a really strong all-in.
I see a very tactical composition here by Heavy, right? Like you have Santino with the mannequins that's able to like throw off GOW, distract them, or you can even use it to TP in front to put him in a good position, or maybe even in a CQC position against GOW. And then you have the Oscar with the Valiant Dash just breaking down blue walls and dealing damage at the end. This is a very aggressive composition by Heavy. I guess it just rhymes with the name of their team, right? Heavy. It's like they're gonna put in a heavy fight towards GOW.
Oh yeah, they're bringing in the heavy arms here, and I think that at least for Heavy's side, they've got very clear windows with their active skill usages, right? They've got 15 seconds to work with Steffi to kind of push through and have that, just a raw advantage in terms of stats, right? You're walking in, especially when it's fully upgraded, you're walking in with some huge 20% bullet reductions for full 15 seconds, 10% explosive reductions as well, which is going to be difficult for GOW to deal with because unfortunately Cassie can only heal one person at a time. So maybe if we see Steffi utilize her active, Zane is forced to use hers as a response, but overall, round per round, I think Steffi's going to get a little bit more value, especially if Heavy are the ones who take the initiative.
And that's where Heavy can overall get very, very involved in being like frontline team fight, right? Especially with Steffi here as well. And then you have Koda as well with the Aurora Vision that's able to give that movement speed to just follow up after the Oscar just brings down all the glue walls in front. So I can see that kind of composition or that strategy sort of work out for them. That means that GOW will be put in a defensive measure. So they need to be prepared to okay, what are they going to do if their opponents are right in front of their face at some point?
Well, I think they have responses, right? Because again, they're very dependent on their cooldowns. They're dependent specifically on Oscar to kind of open things up for the entirety of the fight to actually occur. So it's going to boil down to throwing your glue walls and utilizing it as a very important resource to bait out movements from your opponent. So it boils down to the two main factors of, hey, who pulls the trigger first and how much value can you get off of pulling that trigger? And I think that's the real question here for both of these teams as we jump straight into the map. And to kick things off, it's Heavy versus GOW in our third best of 3 series here for Clash Squad Day.
Yeah, and here we go. Both sides starting off with pistols. So let's see who will get the best of the first round. And they seem to be having the same idea of, okay, let's get into the middle, let's get into this building. And this is something that we have seen before, right? So I guess that's why GOW, they wanted to ban out the Ignis, because the Ignis was a catalyst when it comes to this sort of movement. And when it comes to Heavy, they just go in and shoot. They got ripped, but they lose Alan in the process.
They lose 2 members, as a matter of fact, just trying to take out Alan and put themselves in a more advantageous position. And that's the big issues with these early maps, especially with the RNG heavily favoring these village styles where there's a lot of compounds to jump in and out of. The end, he's going to try his best, but unfortunately, Don't Cry is able to win that out. And with the man advantage, round 1 comes to a close here in a 3v1. Heavy take the win. Great trades here, and a good idea of what we should be expecting for the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, expect more big movements here, ladies and gentlemen. But then again, looks like you guys are gonna be back with us. So not sure. Okay. Anyway, yeah, there you go. You guys are back with us. So we'll see what's gonna come up. But I guess that round is going to count as a heavy win.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what exactly that technical issue is supposed to be. Hopefully, it's not a full... if it's just a simple disconnect that happened at the end of the round, that would be great because that means we can jump right back into it. If it's something more complicated, don't worry. Our marshals are professionals and they're already on it to deal with the issues. Hopefully, that doesn't cause a full redraft because that would be, what, the 3rd redraft we would have today? So far, we haven't missed one just yet. I'm begging that this time around, it's, hey... Internet's lagging, let's just move past that, get onto the right surface, and we good.
Yeah, and I'm sure the teams were okay, it's only round 1, it's a pistol round anyway, and they wouldn't mind just moving forward to the next round, so we'll wait and see on that. But based on what we see in round number 1, I guess because it's a pistol round, so we can't really tell much about what might happen in the following round, but some of the elements that we kind of expected did happen, like the element of okay, let's just move forward, let's just rush at it, and let's just take the fight in the middle and try to close the gap as much as possible, especially for Heavy's composition.
Yep. And I think that's exactly what they want to do, right? And that's the thing. As soon as those active, unique abilities have been used, that's when they start to pull back, right? Because again, it's all around playing through these cooldowns rather than trying to go for an honest gunfight, especially since it's so early on in the rounds where your firepower doesn't really differentiate between the two. I was a little bit worried because again, Alan goes down early. He was able to get the Coda active off before he goes down, but more so he's trying to set up for like a nade kill, which again, attempted twice, wasn't able to pull it off.
Yeah, but that of course is like if you put it in the situation where it's a pistol round, right? So it's quite normal for a pistol round for teams to just like, okay, let's just go and let's just brawl at each other, regardless of the composition. And then when it comes to like second round, when a team has economy, the other team doesn't, then it really depends on how they're going to strategize based around what characters do they have. So that tells a little bit of a story, but it might not tell the whole story. So especially if you're fans of GOW, don't worry about it. It's only game one.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That's why a lot of these Clash Squad players prefer, hey, if anything, if we have the money for it, might as well go for like an M1, M18, right? Just to make sure you have that one-shot capability, unless your opponent buys the correct amount of armor to be able to withstand 2 blasts. And let me tell you, it really doesn't matter sometimes when you're that close with an M1 87. That 2-shot gun really goes by its name. It really is a one-tapper sometimes.
Yeah, and that's why, like in the previous round, we see that if you get that close, like if you're like face to face, like somebody just pulls out the scythe and just goes all out swinging, right? You probably have a better chance of hitting your opponent rather than trying to aim that crosshair in a very, very tight situation. And at the same time, you have to think about reloading.
Yeah, the reloading is extremely simple. If you can land your shots, it's an effective gun. But in Clash Squad, it's so powerful to have at any stage of the game. Whether you're ahead, whether you are behind. The fact that it can turn a fight around in just 2 shots, 2 well-placed shots, really is the difference maker. I think for now, Heavy, okay with their initial performance. They have to work on their opening picks here because the rest of Heavy were able to kind of supplement Alan afterwards, after he fell. But we need to see a little bit more before I'm convinced that they're going to win the entire series.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with that, right? I mean, you won your first round, the pistol round, so can't really complain about that. Even if they want to fix something, it's like, you know what? It also depends on what sort of terrain do we get after this, because there's like no point of like talking about like, oh, in that terrain, it would be better if we do this, position this, so on and so forth, because that's the beauty about this mode, right? It's like every round is going to be a different terrain. They just need to think about like how to move forward rather than think about what's happened in the past. And I think that's also a big challenge to all these teams, right? On how to think on their feet. Like every round just moves fast. The strategy has to change, so they have to be really, really quick in deciding on what to do.
I think it's really the synergy that makes the big difference from what we've seen from a lot of teams. Like some teams could have the best strategy and the ideal, a pitch perfect idea of what the execution should look like, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the synergy to kind of adapt on the fly, like we've seen people who come in from random flanks, or at the very least the mechanical skill to clutch like RRQ's Ma'al, then it's very difficult to turn around some of these very crucial rounds. Other times not as crucial, but it's good to have in the arsenal.
Yeah, so let's see what kind of arsenal will they bring as well in round number 2, right? Especially if you're GOW. Will you want to be forced to buy, or will you like keep it safe and we'll see what happens in this round and look forward to round number 3 in terms of economy management, especially that is. But we just got signal from our guys. Looks like we will head back into the game.
Oh, perfectly. Nice. Now, GOW, I think that buying up definitely is technically okay with the composition style that they have, because they get such a big advantage once they picked off the first target. I think even for Heavy, they understand that too. They've got the mini Uzis as well ready to go, and a Powerfall at hand. Boy is already down on his knees, but he's at least traded against Hans. The issue is that they can't seem to get him up in time. Where he should be able to retreat back into the safety of Mufasa, but Unfortunately for Hans, not the same case. Already a man advantage for the side of Heavy.
Well, I like how Boy, the moment he stood up, he immediately gets an elimination onto Hans. Nice quick moves there. And now the balance has tipped towards Heavy with 4-man strong. And Boy is back up in terms of health as well to back down to 100%. So it's a matter of time before Heavy executes their plan.
Yep, and as Hans getting his game checked real quick, while the rest of the team is in the middle of war, in the middle of battle here by the center of the map. You see that GOW kind of stuck in the center here. Heavy trying to take control over it. They find Dian, and now they want to get Don't Cry as well. They're trying to melee him down because they know they've got the round in the bag. They lose nobody for it one more time as we go on. The second round won nicely by Heavy. The third round is a make it or break it for GOW.
Yeah, clean win by Heavy. And I really like the fact that they bought enough time for Bui to reset himself before even making the big moves. Once they're back as a 4, then that's where they start to execute their plan. But it's also GOW not able to find that opening and that space to take advantage of the fact that they had 4 players against 3 at some point. And the moment that they wanted to kind of move forward, Bui was back up and they got countered back.
It's about taking it slow and steady, right? You know you have the numbers advantage, but it's also very economical if you keep more people alive. Now, we've got a bit of an interesting spread here. Boy is trying to look for a far flank, switches position with his mannequin as Dian is about to get to the top side. Mufasa's trying to cover his back, but Don't Cry has to hold off Hans while Rip is slowly pushing and pulling. Unfortunately, Rip manages to get his life back just in time, but now has to deal with a 2v1 as Dian has to win in his own fight on the opposite end of the map. He takes control of the high ground here as Mufasa wants to get involved but gets knocked down. Don't Cry trying to get this heal off, recognizes the positions of which GOW is holding him at bay with. Dian and as well as Demon won't let him go. Powerful and AC-80 in hand to maintain a whole multitude of pressure as he turns the corner. He gets the re-knock here. Don't Cry a little low, gets one more. Unfortunately gets traded, but Mufasa is already there to back him up. Dian quickly switches position back to where he originally was. Has the high ground on him. Mufasa trying his best. He's got a heavy rate of fire. He knows exactly where he is. But Dian, he moves back. He still has a medkit to work with. He's working with tier 2 helmet, tier 2 armor against Mufasa's tier 3 helmet and armor.
Well, Dian is pressured right now. Is he going to go for a rip? But no, he doesn't have that space. It has to be a 1v1 right now. Mufasa, can he prove himself to be the king of the jungle now against Dian? That has the high ground against Mufasa, but he's not pressured yet. Still waiting for the zone to move. Now both sides deciding on what to do. Mufasa puts himself in level situation with Dian.
Dian holding him in position for as long as possible. Mufasa is forced to make that first move. Quickly is able to drop down his passive, but unfortunately, how much Dian is just trying to time it out, and unfortunately it comes up into the end! The Steffi from Mufasa! Whoo, he held it on for so long. He still had, if I remember correctly, he still had like 4 to 5 seconds left before the buff deactivates there. Aw, Dian, he got done dirty.
And it was so close to Mufasa, right? Like the blue was behind, it was closing in quickly. And they were like at the 50-50. If he didn't win that, the blue would have dealt enough damage to Mufasa and he probably might have lost that one. So it was so tight towards the end. Man, gotta give it to Mufasa. That's why he's the king of the jungle.
Hey, no chrono, no problem. The Steffi comes in as a clutch second wave. Honestly, an old school traditional for the BR lovers out there, especially for the early days of Free Fire. Steffi used so often then, but now, in Clash Squad, do we see him get some real value?
Yeah, love it. And so far from last before it is on screen, it was a 3-0. So it looks like big momentum for Heavy in this matchup so far. We have not seen a reverse sweep yet, but nothing is impossible. So GOW, as long as there's still games, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and I'm honestly worried for them because, again, a lot of these fights come down to just like, the 1v1s and the trades. They just haven't figured out a way to kind of finish it off. Their trades have been okay at best. I would say, they're trading evenly against their opponent, but I think the worst part is when they have to make a decision on reviving, and I think that's what's hurting them right now because it's a it's a tell that Heavy has been utilizing in 2 of these games already to say, hey, if we pick somebody off, we don't have to finish them off. We can just wait. We can use it as a Venus flytrap for somebody else to walk in and also be part of that line of fire.
Yeah, I like how you termed that, right? The Venus flytrap, right? And it just shows the flexibility that Heavy has, right? They know that, okay, sometimes we can play aggressively, sometimes we can pull back, sometimes we can just focus on getting the numbers, saving our teammates, we hold our position, and that's great. And this is what we love to see out of teams, right? They are able to adapt to situations rather than just sticking to one plan, even though if it doesn't work. It's just the beauty of this game because it just goes very fast every round. The quick adaptation is just beautiful to watch by Heavy.
Yeah, and I think that GOW need to take a page out of their book. They need to take a page out of their book and really start to hunker down here, because so far with the composition that they have, they shouldn't be struggling this much to find it, or maybe that's why we're seeing such effective trades coming in from GOW. But at this point, right, with no real answers to kind of deal with the revives, now that Chrono has been banned out, I think that all of this was planned right from the very beginning from Heavy.
Yeah, so Heavy, they really studied, right? If you kind of think about it, like because of the available data from just last week, they know that, okay, what we're going to do, what sort of composition, and it's not only about the composition, it is about what sort of play style to deploy. So great one so far by Heavy. Now, I want to talk a little bit about GOW, right? Like, what do you think GOW needs to do to try to make a comeback?
I think if they're looking to go for a comeback again, they need to learn how to play the map a little better, right? Because again, they want to go for these big flanks are always great because it opens up more angles, but more so the timing of it needs to line up with the rest of the team. So instead of going for these bigger flanks, you've seen how Heavy actually utilized the coda already, right? They utilize it especially once they make first contact, and more so as a trigger finger for the rest of the entry fraggers to start taking the space upon their opponents. So I think in those moments there is where we need to see them kind of split apart, right? The utilization of the Santino early on was okay. However, the line of sight that they were looking to take in terms of angles just wasn't the most powerful, especially when you can be part of the fight like we saw in the last 2v2, where he swaps position to the high ground, then he turned that into a 50-50. It's moments like that that matter.
Yeah, it's sometimes those little moments as well, right? And oh man, this is where I hate to be the players, because you need to make those split-second decisions when the game is running really, really fast and bullets are flying around you, and you need to like, do I want to do this? Do I want to like set the mannequin up and go front? Do I want to set the mannequin up and go back up to the high ground? Like, you need to decide on all those small little things that can impact the game very, very quickly. That's why whatever outcome is, right? We gotta give it to the teams, to the players for making it this far into the tournament. It's very respectful for what they're able to achieve, whatever the final outcome may be.
And also, you know, Clash Squad is a good way for skill expression. We don't get to see that a lot, especially in the BR that consists of so many teams battling it out all at once, where now we can really focus on just the raw firepower that each of these unique individuals bring to the table.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Because like if it's in Battle Royale, like you have so many teams, so many players, like if you're a fan of a particular team, maybe like, oh, I want to like just zoom in and just see my favorite player, like what small moves does he do, or maybe the team, how they coordinate themselves, you know. This is your chance to be able to get to see exactly how they do stuff here, since we're zooming in onto only 2 different teams. But of course, it's slightly different with the fact that they can only pick one character each and not overlapping the opposing side, so it brings a very different dynamic. And this is what I love about this game mode, right? It is just a beauty to watch.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and I think, you know, the audience appreciates the fact that they get to see their players actually duke it out in the most honest way possible, right? Just a simple 4v4, no thirds, no distractions, all firepower. Now, unfortunately, another technical issue has occurred. We're going to be settling in the next 5 minutes or so. I'm pretty sure that these teams will have to get back to where they were prior to this. I don't think it's a completely new game. They should be getting back to their previous scores.
Yeah, I believe so. And if that's going to be the case, then it's 3-0 to Heavy. They are 2 games to match point, or 2 wins to match point. And if they win that one, obviously, then it will be an absolute win for them for this round. So that's something that they'll be looking forward to. And so far, we have seen slightly longer games and we have seen slightly quicker games. We have not seen games that actually go the distance. Like it goes like, 11 rounds all down. So I wonder if that will happen here, but looking at the current condition of having a 3-0 lead in the manner of how they played very convincingly, they know how to just close off games at the same time. It could be one of those rounds where we don't see it go the distance. So it could still be Heavy like winning this one, but then again, it's just a matter of how many wins can GOW sort of pull back before that happens.
Well, for all intents and purposes, who knows? Maybe it's the technical issues which is causing GOW to not exactly be in the best position against Heavy, which is why they could be in that 3-0 position. That's why these technical issues are really, really important, right? Because so often that when we get into these BRs, everybody is affected all at once, all at the same time. They have to chill. But for Clash Squad, even the slightest bit of technical issues, you can't bypass it. It affects too much in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? Because like the game just runs really fast. You have like what? When the round starts, it's about 1 minute and 10 seconds and everyone is just moving. Yeah, occasionally you get to see people like holding their position, but for the most part, it's not for long. And that's where you really need to be in the best condition possible to be moving around and be aware of your surroundings. So that's why it's really, really important to keep everything like at its best performance. And that's where our professionals, our marshals are making sure all that is happening, ladies and gentlemen. So although it might take a while, but rest assured, your favorite team that is playing will have a fair playing ground by the time comes.
Yeah, which goes to show that anything can happen here in Free Fire. I'm just glad that somebody decided to ban out the Ignis, realizing that like it's a problem to deal with. I would have hoped that the Oscar gets left open, but at the same time, again, that's the big gamble here when you're choosing compositions overall.
Yeah, and when the Ignis ban came out, I was kind of like, you only have one ban. Like, do you really want to spend it on the Ignis? But I guess like how you mentioned it, right? It kind of makes sense as well at some point based on what the teams want to play. So it also tells a story of like, you know what? You don't need to be afraid of some of the characters that are truly in meta, like the Santiago and so on and so forth. There are ways to play around it. And you can also like come up with bans that might throw people off as well. So it will also make your opponents think like, oh, what are they trying to do here? And that's sometimes a strategy.
Yeah, and I think it's a good strategy to employ upon your opponents, right? Man, at this stage, it's really tough to say. Hopefully, you know, today is gonna be a little extra long with the amount of extra games. Well, not extra games, but the extra time that's being taken. But I think it's time, right? Let's get right back into it. Let's finish this off. Let's finish this map at least between Heavy and as well as GOW. 3-0 so far. As map already opens, everybody's ready to go at it. The northern side already taken over, but the left-hand side, GOW, Deanna as well as Demon, already being spotted out, knowing that Bue is going to be here. Rip, unfortunately, is caught out in the open. Hopefully he doesn't get pinched on by the rest of the Heavy members, but it looks like they are, as Don't Cry is already jumping in with the Oscar to start breaking through the battle lines and to corner them into the top left corner of the map.
Oh, I'm loving the position of Heavy. They send one player to the side, now pinning down the members of GOW, but GOW, they have to fight back with the firepower that they have, and so far so good. Don't Cry, really low. He has to take a bit of time to heal up, but before that, securing those eliminations in the back, now leaving only GOW with only one player left. It's going to be Rip, and Rip will be ripped apart by Heavy.
Get gunned down here. I mean, it's just a quick, fast games coming in from Heavy. They're just playing significantly better. Very good on the initiation and very effective here. Even when they're trying to use the Steffi to kind of hold on out, it's just only Mufasa. Don't Cry is alive because of it. Even Alan doesn't go down with the help of the extra damage reduction from Steffi.
It's a 4-0 right now. Heavy edging closer and closer towards match point. And now we're gonna start it off again with a different area of the map. And looks like, again, quick movement here by GOW. And Heavy doing pretty much the same, but they're opening up the space with Bui on the left side, while the two players, Don't Cry and Mufasa, will take the front line.
It's going to be a little tough as Deanna. Oh, Santino able to switch positions out of their way. Now caught deep in the back. Deanna looking for an opportunity to try and continue his flank as Mufasa has to hold on against RIP and Don't Cry as well. The 2v2 on the underside. The fishing village is going well for GOW. Rip does well. Hans is already getting chunked down. Takes out Mufasa as well as Don't Cry at the cost of a lot of HP. But it's totally fine because nobody's able to follow them up. Deanna doesn't make it there in time. They managed to get the revive here. What used to be a punish now has been turned around as Heavy were able to hunker down to take out the rest of the members of GOW. What a finish here for Heavy, bringing it to 5-0.
Oh man, what brilliance here by Heavy. At some point I thought that, oh man, this could be the round that Heavy will lose this one, but somehow they managed to recover thanks to the glue walls. And this is what happens if you don't have like an Ignis to melt down the glue walls. Because of that, Heavy, they're able to recover their teammates one by one, while that they stop GOW from moving forward thanks to the glue walls. And the moment they all got back up, they just had the numbers against GOW, because while all that revive was happening, they got one knock onto a member of GOW, making it a 3v4.
At this point, Heavy, with all the resources and the final attempt coming in from GOW to turn this around, they've already lost Rip. They managed to bring him back up to his feet. Good way to make sure they don't get punished. They give away the crate in the center. They don't have to die for it at this point, especially with the heavy artillery that they bring. Don't Cry breaks it through with the help of the Oscar. Already, Deanne takes out Boy as Mufasa takes down RIP. The time turner has already kept them alive, but it's perfect for the side of Heavy as they've hunkered down and found two for themselves. 3v2 scenario. Hans out, Deanne in, Demon trying to make that turner, turning it into a 3v2 now. Deanne unable to get picked up, and Heavy taking minimal damage here, able to not only revive, but even makes it through. Mufasa finds two with the help of the Booyah. The Trogon in hand. Booyah achieved.
At some point towards the end, it looked like they were just running at Mufasa. They probably had the idea of like, okay, let's make it a CQC, let's close the gap between the two, but Mufasa, what he did was he backed off. While he backed, he jumped, he shoot at the same time. He kind of kept that distance between himself and the rushing opposition and got two knocks back to back, securing them that match point win. What a clean game it was for Heavy. The first 6-0 that we've seen today.
The first 6-0 here, a dominating victory coming in from Heavy, and great use of the quota at the very end, just to not only reveal the position, but inevitably gives Mufasa a heads up on where to pre-fire. Either way, dominating map number 1. Let's see whether Heavy is going to continue, because they've completely outclassed GOW in this map alone. Coming into match number 2, I would assume the same thing is going to occur unless we see a change in composition.
Yeah, composition. Obviously, we're going to change the map as well. So very likely composition has to change, the game plan has to change, but the momentum has to remain here. So looking at the current situation, GOW, okay, it's probably something for them to consider, right? What they were lacking is that how are they going to break through glue walls, right? They didn't really had enough. Maybe this time they can consider Ignis for themselves to be picked up instead of being banned.
It's either they take the Ignis or they look to play around the Skylar, right? Because I think with the lineup that they had, it kind of made sense why not having glue walls is actually kind of ideal, but the main issue is that they don't have an answer to Oscar, right? If they play defensively, they're forced to deal with the Oscar, and worst yet is when you have to deal with the Chrono almost immediately after. You can't really protect yourself and it's already taken the space, which is why Mufasa was just such a dominant force in this match. 10 eliminations, 4,000 damage on the board in this game alone. He was not only able to clutch out fights, but actually puncture a hole right through the hearts of GOW.
Yeah, King Mufasa he is, ladies and gentlemen. And even in the games that we saw earlier on, we've seen brilliance shown by Mufasa there to win games for his team, Heavy here. And at the end of the day, yes, Mufasa is our MVP, but for me, Heavy, they work together as a well-oiled machine. They showed a lot of good teamwork here, and it's shown by the stats as well. Everybody contributed, whether it's in terms of eliminations or in terms of damage or even in terms of assists. They did well as a team. But sadly for Hans, he was not able to get a single elimination, no assist even, only 1,000+ damage. Rip also in a tough position based on these stats here. No eliminations at all, but only 967 damage. That's not much. So surely they have to find ways to up those stats here in the next round.
Yeah, I think that his stats already goes to show that Mufasa is a big playmaker for the side of Heavy, and it helps that they have the safety measures to enable him to do so. Something to which GOW must relook at, because some people didn't get to play the game. RIP got picked off super early on despite being able to have a couple of assists with Yan, and even then, when GOW were in a winning position, Heavy were able to recover much better as they have the Chronos Time Turner as a safe haven to pick somebody up.
Yes, and picking themselves up is a must here for GOW in the next map. That is going to be Kalahari after a 6-0 loss at the Bermuda map. Hopefully it's just a map thing, you know, like sometimes the map does play a big part in how these teams will perform. Maybe it's not something that they prefer. Maybe they prefer a slightly more open map like a Kalahari. So we'll see how that goes in the next match.
Yeah, it's clear that Heavy is good in those tight quarters, especially with slight elevations they can work with, but Kalahari is going to be a completely separate beast. We'll see whether GOW is a little bit more comfortable here on the lands with the sands, and even so, they gotta shake off the rust, especially a 6-0 performance on Bermuda nevertheless against Heavy. GOW probably not sitting well with that.
Oh yeah, man, I can imagine like when putting myself in the shoes of the players of GOW, right? Like you just came off a 6-0, and as close as some of the rounds went, they couldn't close off games. It would definitely affect them mentally. So I don't know, man. They really need to pick themselves up, and the next round is going to start really soon.
It's going to start in just a little bit here. Hopefully we don't have another technical issue before getting into this game. I would really like to see how this plays out. Again, we've had one fast series, one decently long series as well, all of which we're hoping that this one is able to kind of set the tone for the rest, and especially since it is the second last BO3 before we close out the 0-1 group.
Yeah, and speaking about like motivation as well, right? This is where the coaches will play a big role to pick the team up again in order for them to be able to get back into the performance that they know that they're able to put out onto the game in the next round. So we can see that these players, they're prepping themselves up. They're probably just warming up their fingers, just keeping themselves still in the best mechanical shape in preparation for the next match that will be played inside Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen. And in case you just joined us, Bermuda was taken by Heavy, and if needed, Game 3 will be in Nextera.
Yeah, I think for GOW, depending on whether they're first or second pick, I think I don't mind them banning out the Chrono. I think the Chrono was a little bit of an issue for them, especially because if you ban out the Chrono, you open up the Santino as well as the Oscar alongside the Ignis, and most likely one of these three characters are going to get banned out. Most likely the Oscar, if people had to choose, leaving Ignis and as well as Santino up for them to pick later on. But this on the assumption that they are the first pick.
Yeah. If that is the case, then yeah, the Oscar would be an interesting one. I wouldn't be surprised if we fall back to like regular pick and bans, right? Like, okay, Santino we know is a very popular ban. It might be taken out again. We might even fall back to like taking out the Zane as well, which is a decently popular ban as well. So that could be the case. But if they want to go for something unconventional, like banning out the Ignis again, well, didn't really work out, but if they know something that we don't, why not? I want to see it happen.
I mean, it was an idea for sure. It definitely was an idea, but the problem is that they had no real way to interact with glue walls other than the Iris, and she kind of needs the glue walls to be standing. And Oscar's like, I'm not gonna leave many glue walls standing, sir. I'll get rid of the first 3, don't worry.
Yeah, that's if the case that the Iris is going to be played, right? That could be an option as well. But I also want to put out that if we were to look at some of the picks last week, right? So Heavy did come up with an unusual pick, or not a meta pick, I would say. Like Alok, they did use that one last week. GOW did use an A124. But let's see what sort of picks will they go for. And looks like we're going to see the Oscar being the first ban of GOW.
Okay, alright, so Oscar gets first pick this time round. Heavy's going to respond by banning out that Chrono. Okay, alright, so this is going to how I thought it was going to go. Alright, so now with first picks, let's see where GOW wants to lead into, because they can get the Ignis for themselves almost straight away, but information has always been key, and not to mention that Tatsuya is still available. They could go for like a dedicated support in Cassie, or maybe even, because we've seen Heavy, oh, no Chrono, no problem, they're just going to pick the Steffi, so we could see GOW steal that away, but if not, they go for their support, they lock in the Cassie.
Ooh, I thought that they might go for the Santino because it was available, but Heavy says, hey, you guys get first pick to choose Santino, but you didn't, so thanks, we'll take Santino. And you did like sort of like had that premonition of like GOW might pick up the Ignis. Heavy had the same dream as well, so they say, okay, we'll pick up the Ignis, so now you guys have to reconsider your plan. And because that there's a Cassie here, they're going to break up the traditional combo by using the Tatsuya for themselves.
As they close out this draft, it seems they made a couple of changes. I like where Heavy was leading into. They're just taking advantage. Oh, you want the Cassie as your first pick? Sure, we'll take the power picks. We'll take Santino alongside the Ignis. Your Cassie can't heal everybody, and if Ignis is able to touch 2, maybe even 3 people with one singular Fire Mirage, that's already going to put them at a significant disadvantage coming into these opening fights.
Yeah, so it feels almost like Heavy is playing their draft based on what GOW is trying to set themselves up for. So if that is the case, then it will disrupt the plans of GOW. And we're just theorizing here, right? That could be the case, right? But at the end of the day, of course, it's about execution inside of the game itself. But from what we're seeing, Heavy just trying to counterpick GOW. Now, even though it's counterpick, even though it's like maybe Heavy trying to follow the rhythm of GOW, I must say this is still a power composition that they have. They have Tatsuya that can go front. They have Santino with the mannequin, can be very disruptive and can also TP. And you have the Coda that's able to gather information. You have Ignis that's able to break down wall supports. And they have all that in place. The only thing that they probably don't really have is like healers. But if you're able to play it aggressively and end every round very fast, you probably don't need a healer.
Yeah, it's true. You probably don't need a healer, but that gives GOW very little opportunity, right? Because again, they're looking for the weaknesses in Heavy, because they're the ones who are going to be approaching them, and worst yet, their composition kind of needs them to kind of work together in terms of the timings of their unique actives. I think especially since you already have Zane and Steffi, this lineup is going to be very, very beefy in terms of just taking raw amounts of natural gunfire from Heavy's side, and there's no way to kind of stop that action. So Heavy has to kind of push their heads in and then pull back out as soon as those active abilities are utilized before having to use their reconnaissance and then slowly chipping away. Because I feel like Heavy, them holding the position first is always going to be good, but GOW want them to have the position. Just take the center of the map if you need to. We'll fight around specifically the cyber airdrops, and maybe we might get a punishment from that.
Yeah, and that's like a pro and con to that sort of situation, right? Like if you allow your opponent to get the middle of the area, then GOW must be prepared to manage the blue when it starts to close and put pressure onto them. And that's why they need to think like, okay, how are we going to get as close as possible to the middle? But I guess that's where they set up these healers so that it helps them to sustain as they try to slowly move forward, something like that. But let's see if that actually goes into play, ladies and gentlemen, as we will restart our game here. It's going to be game number 2, Heavy versus GOW.
Now, Heavy's already at match point at this point. GOW needs to push them back. They're going to be playing with verticality here, 2 floors to play upon, and even then, there are still higher heights to climb. Demon going to go up by himself as Buhoy might just spot him out at the very edge, and I think they do. He's going to throw out his Mirage first before anything, as Don't Cry is already the first to fall down. Alan the next to fall, as GOW are unafraid and unapologetic. They take the space, they take out names as well.
Okay, looks like the pistol round is looking good right now for GOW. They only have Bui to deal with, and Bui is just right about Demon. Obviously, they know where he is, and it's a matter of just trading blows with each other. But anyway, Bui, he got that knock, but the follow-up came in just at the right timing. He knows that he has his teammates to back him up, and they won that round. Game 1, or round 1, goes to heavy.
That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see at this point. GOW played it extremely well, right? I think at least with the way that GOW is trying to take these fights, they got the initial ground, they were able to find these angles, and as expected, they made sure that Heavy could not recover at all, right? Nobody was able to get revived throughout that round, and I think that's something that Heavy need to recognize, that the composition is slightly different. We cannot just wait for the right opportunity. It must be instigated.
Ooh, GOW going for the high ground as quickly as possible. 4-man high ground versus 2 from Heavy on the other side. So both sides very different sort of starting play style. And GOW will try to close the gap, but they have to be careful of the fact that Alan might spot them from an angle below.
Speaking of angles here, it's a low versus high scenario. Dian finally spots out Bue. He was trying to go around the long side, and now they're slowly adjusting to his angle, making sure that Bue doesn't have line of sight of them while they still control the area of which it's just above the cyber airdrop. And now initiation is going to come through. Blue walls are going to be a bit of a problem for Mufasa as well as Don't Cry. Bue quickly switching position once again to try and make an opening happen. As Demon, he's looking, I think he notices Alan. He's trying to make sure that Mufasa as well as Don't Cry get punished, and Dian as well as Hans take the space. Dian's the first to go down, Mufasa the next to fall. Hans tries to hold forward, but it's just too much damage as Alan is the only one remaining here.
Whoa.
Takes out Demon, and now it's a 1v1. This is very winnable for either or. RIP. Can he bring back a friend? He would like to, and he should be able to make that happen. He's going to take out Mufasa as well as Don't Cry. Don't give it an opportunity in turning this into a 2v1. Alan, he is bought up. Powerful in the hands of Dian with 1 medkit left. No medkits, no resources, and most importantly, Dian is the only one with the glue wall. Dian is already down. Alan takes him out, and RIP just does not have the angle. He wants to run across, loses half his health just because it brass tacks applied. As now, Alan gets the move first alongside with his rotating blue zone. RIP still on top. You can still see their legs stick out ever so slightly as they're trying to encapsulate Alan.
And the zone is not really going to put pressure on the GOW for now as it moves towards where they are in the middle of it. So they're pretty okay for now, that is. But the moment they are forced to go down, Alan will be ready. And this is where the final zone will close. Both RIP and Dian, nowhere to go. They have to go down at some point.
I don't know why they're holding it until the very end here. They only have one opportunity. Dian might just die to fall damage, but RIP is the first, and Alan wins it out with his resource management the entire time. Full trust that they would find trades and that Alan could clutch it out at the very end. Fighting on top of this spine was dangerous from either side, but Alan still had off angles, and Demon did not respond to his shots fast enough.
Yeah, the solo player on the lower ground, right? And I liked how he flicked behind to just take out another opponent that was just right behind him lurking around. And with that, he had the whole entire ground for him. All he needs to do is like, okay, find that angle. Even if he doesn't have the angle, he just needs to go inside the building and he'll be very safe there and wait for his opponent to drop down. And that's how he won. Now it's going to be the next round here. Both sides, aggressive gameplay, face off each other.
Mufasa as well as Don't Cry in the 2v3 scenarios. Buhoy is trying to find these angles on the sides, being blocked off as Mufasa and Don't Cry turn around to keep him in the mix. Alan is able to show up in a perfect push and pull coming from the side of Heavy. This is the way you should be playing Clash Squad, attacking from all angles. Feet exposed, Demon behind Alori. Alan not gonna let him go without his tax, without his protection money, chasing Demon down like he owes him something. And now with the rest of Buhui as well as Mufasa. Oh, Buhui accidentally taking the shots from Mufasa here. He's gonna lose his loadout. Don't Cry is trying to save him. Just in time. It's close. They bring Buhui back up to his feet. He gets to bring on his loadout for the next round.
Yeah, in every demon movie that I've seen, normally it's about the demon claiming whatever that people owe him. But this time, it's the other way around. It is Heavy claiming their dues against GOW. And Demon was the last one to go down. He was pinned down to a corner. All he had was that one vehicle as a barricade, but even so, there was a pixel shot angle that Heavy was able to take advantage of. He had nowhere to run at some point.
Nowhere to run, but GOW is still employing the same tactics. Very heavy on the northern side while still having their sniper scale up towards the second floor. GOW is taking fast action against Heavy. They don't want to give them position, and they know that Allen has been a bit of a problem. Oh, DN! Gets taken out so fast by Allen here. It didn't give him a chance to survive as Allen gets behind them with the scythe already. He's had his fun, and now he's getting the rest of his team to collapse upon him. He knows that this round is over. Allen goes down, loses his loadout, but whatever. He's already costed the lives of 3 members of GOW.
Yeah, again, it's going to be Demon. Last man standing, 1v2 this time. Dumb shot, and they come in. They win this round. They are ahead now. Now, pretty straightforward, I must say. Very fast, very aggressive gameplay by both sides, and that's why the fights just happen just like that. The moment they meet each other, face off, throw all the utilities, and that includes the Flame Mirage, and that opened up a lot of opportunity to just run.
Well, speaking about a lot of opportunities, Heavy looking to close this out as soon as possible, right? Bit of an expensive round after losing a majority, 2 of their members. Allen, as expected to go down, but Buhui did not need to die. It's costed a bit of their economy, and GOW, they're still trying to buy upwards. They're trying to be efficient with their weapons, already using the Ignis, the Mirage Flames, to clear out the centers. Smokes have gone down. Mufasa goes onto their backs, gets on top of Hans. RIP is the first to go, is Don't Cry. Now doubles back against Hans to force them into the Aztec. They control the cyber airdrop. They pick it up for themselves, and now it's a 4v1 against Hans.
It's only one player left. It's going to be pretty difficult. And where is he going to go? I mean, it's been down to a corner. The members of Heavy, not only in front of him, but somebody had the idea of like wanting to flank from behind. There was nothing that he can do about that situation towards the very end. As much as he wanted to cover from the aspect, but I guess he has to play hard the next time.
Yep, round 6. An important round here for Heavy. They're sitting on some fat stacks. Fat stacks indeed. 2 VSKs for each of his slots for the side of Buhui. Still wants to be a little efficient, still wants to be a little frugal, knowing that Don't Cry is sitting on 7,000 credits ready to go. Unfortunately, for the side of GOW, maybe not as healthy, but at least enough economy to make sure that they have some tier 3 armors.
And because they have the economy, they can do wonders here with the spread that they have. Starting off with a knock onto Rip. He's down. Can he be back up again? Maybe not. Mufasa's down as well. At least they did trade off back. Don't Cry needs a little bit of time to heal. But before that, Dian will be ended by Don't Cry just to be shot down from afar by Allen.
Oh, gets hit with the util. And now it's 2v2 so far. Allen and as well as Buhui needing to start making their way in to try and protect Mufasa. He tries to get the initial revive. Re-knock happens. Quickly swaps position. Gives it up straight away. Despite having one more member actually here. Allen was here to actually back him up. He got ditched and now he's faced with a 2v1. Trying to keep Mufasa alive is hard enough, but he's charging up that nade. Knows that he's under the stairs. Luckily, they're able to get one. Hans is a little low. Oh, wait, hold on, RIP!
Oh.
Walked a little too far, but he takes out Buhui in the meantime. And now with the help of Cassie, he gets topped up, forcing Allen back into a 2v1 scenario. Lobs the grenade, does not connect. Hans wants to take the high ground, and Allen is worried about it. Unfortunately, nobody left to revive, no utility, and only has a medkit to his name. He's going to top himself up as he has to deal with these 2 active abilities from GOW.
Man, it's tough, right? Because he's up against a Cassie. So, heal's not going to be a problem. He needs to win against 2 players that are now at a full health. It's going to be pretty hard. Anyway, Hans and Rip, they want to end this round. They're going on to Allen. But, oh, hang on a second. He got Rip. 1 more to go. Could this be a big clutch here? But no, Hans said, no heroes are made.
Fast shutdown. Allen, very, very close. Luckily, Steffi. Oh, man. That graffiti kept keeping them alive, taking a lot of damage from his shots. Allen wasn't missing too many of them overall. It's just that the raw numbers weren't in his favor. Man, Rip has been having a really tough time in this game. Demon as well. They haven't been able to make much advancements so far, despite the fact that they've gotten very close. They've gotten very close to wiping out Heavy every single time.
Yeah, I know, right? It's always really that closing moment that they need to be a little bit more consistent. But they'll have their chance again this time. And here comes Ignis and his walls, putting pressure back onto GOW. But the moment GOW step in front, Mufasa, Don't Cry, ready for them.
Yep, beautiful combination between Don't Cry and as well as Mufasa. One drops the glue wall, the other one drops down the nade. And they all almost immediately find value in it as they try to chain through. Oh, Hans outplayed here by Don't Cry. He's playing out of his mind right now. He's got some hot fingers. He's got to top himself back up and forcing this into a quick round for Heavy, making it look so simple, pulling it 5-2.
Yeah, and Heavy is now back in business and also back at match point. Now GOW, tons of pressure to them. They must win this round and the subsequent rounds. If not, it will go to Heavy. And now we're at match point. But looking at the economy, it's really tough now for GOW.
GOW gonna have to play out of their minds here at this point. They're using everything they have. They know this is their last round. They've bought up, especially against a hyper-rich Heavy at this point. One nade in hand for the side of Hans. Not even a proper secondary for RIP. It's just so important to have a good primary weapon with AWMs coming in from Allen and VSKs from Mufasa as well as Buhui. We don't even know the secondary weapons. Mufasa running around M18 at this point. Oh, line it up, Buhui. He's got the lineup, but luckily the glue wall comes up just in time.
But now the glue wall's broken down. But at least for the two players of GOW, they found an angle that they could stay away from that crosshair. Now we're back at the stalemate here. Heavy, they do have the momentum, popping up that smoke. But the one that's going to execute first is going to be GOW. Here comes the two players.
Yep, they push on through. Don't Cry! Gets shot in the head. Demon finally able to make a shot connect here. This is a man advantage, but Don't Cry gets back up onto his feet, and now it's going to be the full attack coming in from GOW. Mufasa back down on the ground. RIP, unfortunately, getting sniped off by Buhui as they continue to hug around that left side. They've got verticality here. They can pinch. They quickly throw the Malikan out in the open, and Hans is able to bait him out, and they fall into his crosshair. Buhui gets one headshot, leaving only one member of GOW left to fight Allen. It's a 1v1 scenario once again. Finishing off the right targets, Allen looking to clutch this up, Dian. No armor whatsoever. Tier 2 helmet, AWM in hand, but Allen, he's gonna heal. He sees Dian. Is he gonna switch? Tries to go for the shot. Pre-firing the wall as well as Dian continues to get closer, but he swings first. Allen finds the booyah.
Oh yeah, and there goes the celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. Heavy won it nice and clean. 2-0 against GOW, putting themselves in the 1-1 bracket. What a dominant performance here by Heavy. I must say, beautifully done. Heavy, well-deserved win.
Well-deserved win. They dominated this match against GOW, and they have set the tone for everybody else. Like, hey, we're not here to mess around. You play weak, we hit you strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely strong performance there by Heavy. GOW, still, they're not out of it yet, ladies and gentlemen. They will fall to the 2-0 bracket, but it will be an elimination bracket. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Fans of GOW, fret not, there's no more games to come from GOW. But my, oh my, from a 6-0 convincing win to another, not as clean as the 6-0 convincing win, but still convincing nevertheless. Man, Gideon, Heavy, they could be one of the surprise favorites.
I mean, they could be the surprise favorites. They already gave us a little bit of a taste during the Clash Squad for the marketing event for Naruto. They also played a decent game then. Ninja Showdown. Either ways, we still are about to wrap up the rest of the 0-1 lobby. And I think this is where it starts to get interesting, because now we already have 3 out of the 4 who will have to play for eliminations afterwards.
Yes, that means that there's only one more set of matches in the 0-1 bracket that we will view after this. But of course, before we get onto that, there's a lot more that we want to check out, right? Like, who's going to be the MVP for this round? It's surely going to be somebody from Heavy, but do you have a personal pick?
Oh, it's tough to say. They played really well. I think that Alan played a good game here. And I think overall for the past 2 games, he's had that clutch factor. 6 eliminations, 5,000 damage through the roof. I mean, no surprises that Alan would be our match MVP.
But that is a lot of damage for 6 eliminations. Wow, if you kind of think about the ratio, right? It just shows the amount of work that Alan put in this round just by damage alone. And that probably allowed his other teammates to be the finisher and rank up a lot more eliminations, which is fine because it's teamwork at the end of the day. Just to illustrate better on the numbers here, it does look like only Don't Cry have... Oh, Don't Cry and Mufasa has more eliminations than Alan, but then again, it all started because Alan put in the work with the amount of damage.
That's the thing. Mufasa and Don't Cry are a great frontline duo. They're able to buy time. They're able to work these angles. They understand the communication well to make sure that Wuhui and Alan are in positions to start flanking their opponents, opening up angles, and Mufasa and Don't Cry pressure their opponents by leading into those angles, knowing that they will have to deal with a 3v2. That was just something that GOW couldn't get their hands around. They couldn't. They kept getting enveloped by it, and naturally Heavy surrounded them.
And if we were to look at GOW, frankly speaking, is a bit of an improvement as compared to the first game where they lost 6-0. But of course, that's illustrated by the fact that they won at least 2 rounds this time. So a bit more balance among all the teams or all the players, that is, when it comes to bringing in the eliminations for the team to make their way to at least winning those 2 rounds. But still, the final outcome is that Heavy wins this 2-0 with a 6-2 inside of Kalahari, and they will move forward in the 1-1 bracket.
Yep, a clean 2-0 by Heavy's side. I mean, they're gonna. We gotta keep an eye on them throughout the rest of the Clash squad. I would like to see how many more 2-0s they're able to come up with, or whether GOW just wasn't able to put enough of a fight here. But we'll just have to wait and see, right? Because overall, this is why we get a little bit of different information when we're talking about teams within the same region, who they think is strong, who they think are underdogs, and this is why the moment you Clash squad with them, GOW is like, man, Heavy is kind of nasty with it.
Yeah, I know, right? And Heavy is showing that, hey, don't think that we cannot compete here. We can pull the business. And with the fact that they lost 2-0 last week to come here with a very convincing 2-0 win for themselves, this is the comeback story that every Heavy fan wants to see.
I mean, they're shaking their hands. They're loving it right now. They're rubbing it, making sure that they're still warm for the games that are up and about. But I don't know. It feels like they ate something different today. It feels like there's a different version of Heavy that we're seeing at the very least. So I am curious to see what they have to say during their interview. That's going to be popping up in just a little bit. So guys, please stick around. Have a listen to what they have to say. Maybe they've got the secret sauce that you're looking for in your own games. Let's jump right to them.
Kind of fast, right, you guys? We have finished our game between Gao Esports and Heavy. Hello everyone, I'm Yusul and welcome to the Vietnamese broadcast. And right next to me is Heavy Alan. So shall we jump into our interview? Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả, mình là MC Yusul và bên cạnh mình đây chính là tuyển thủ Alan đến từ đội tuyển Heavy. Một trận đấu khá là chóng vánh và nhanh đúng không? Vậy thì chúng ta hãy cùng bắt đầu với câu hỏi đầu tiên thôi nha. Alright. Gao Esports is a team that highly rated in the Clash Squad mode, but it seems to be like you guys passed through them pretty easy. So, how do you feel about this after the match, Alan? Gao Esports là đội tuyển được đánh giá khá là cao ở trong chế độ tự chiến, nhưng mà với trận đấu vừa rồi thì Alan có thể cho Yusu biết được cảm giác của Alan không ạ?
Cảm giác của Alan bây giờ thì hơi dễ.
Hơi dễ hả? Vậy là mình đã có một trận đấu thắng rất là thuyết phục trước Gao Esports và đối với Alan đó là hơi dễ.
Dạ vâng.
Còn cảm xúc nào nữa không?
Dạ, tại vì Cảm xúc thì cũng bình thường tại vì dù gì cũng là Việt Nam với nhau.
Như sự hiểu. So for Gao Esports, Alan seemed he feel kind of easy actually, and it is because like Vietnamese versus Vietnamese, so that's why he feel normal. So there's nothing to talk about. Into our second questions. So since you move into 1-1 stage, so the teams that you will be meeting is Virtus Pro, Bigatron by Vitality, Twisted Minds, EVOS, and P Esports. Who are you afraid the most and you don't want to meet and why? Được rồi, đến với câu hỏi thứ hai là trong những đội tuyển sau đây, Yusu đọc tên nha. Chắc hồi nãy Alan cũng nghe rồi, Yusu đọc lại nha. Virtus Pro, Bigatron, by Vitality, Twisted Mind, EVOS và P Esports. Đây là một trong những túi mù mà Alan sẽ phải bóc. Thì Alan e ngại gặp phải ai nhất và tại sao vậy ạ?
Chắc theo Alan là EVOS ạ.
Tại sao mình lại gặp EVOS ta?
Tại vì mình trong đó cũng có bạn thân của mình và cũng là nhà vô địch Eon Cup nên mình khá lo sợ.
Ui, bạn thân của Alan là ai? Yusun chưa biết cái này.
Abax ạ.
Abax. Alright, so for the next Clash Squad match of Heavy, Alan kind of scared to meet EVOS because Abax is his best friend, so he kind of scared to meet EVOS. But also it's because EVOS is the champion of EWC 2025, so that's so. But overall, I think that everything's gonna be okay with them because Heavy is Heavy and they will always on the top, right you guys? And this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching and let's rest a little bit before we jump into our next game. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của Yunsun cùng với tuyển thủ Alan đến từ đội tuyển Heavy. Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Alan với chiến thắng rất thuyết phục và thành công. Và hy vọng rằng sẽ thấy được Heavy quay trở lại mạnh mẽ hơn và có thể là đi vào luôn vòng loại kép chứ nhỉ? Chúc may mắn nha Alan và cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất nhiều vì đã theo dõi. Bây giờ chúng ta hãy cùng nghỉ ngơi trước khi đến với trận đấu tiếp theo nha.
Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Math pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, add Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks two. First team picks two more. Opponent picks two. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale knockout stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record, 1-0 versus 1-0.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall. And this is the CS mode. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Gideon. And we are coming up with our next match real soon, which is game number 4 between ONIC and Malaysia's representative, Toda.
This is going to be an interesting one. We want to see whether Todak is able to bring it to ONIC and whether ONIC is going to be bang for buck, because they haven't been doing, both of these teams have not been doing well during their Battle Royale stages, and maybe they have something else to prove during the Clash Squad.
Oh yeah, and being the sole representative from the Malaysian region, right? So there's a level of pressure, I must say, or a level of expectation from the fans of the Malaysian region to hope that Toda is able to do well here in this game mode. But of course, their opponents are no pushover, right? We are talking about ONIC here. But if we were to talk about like record, last week, ONIC failed to win a single match. But then again, for Toda, they won at least one. So maybe the stats do kind of favor Toda in this case.
Maybe just a little bit here, but so far it feels like ONIC really hasn't found their stride just yet, which is a little strange, right? Because you would imagine that this team who has won a Free Fire World Series here in Southeast Asia before would like to do it again, especially with these young guns and Crime kind of giving them the leadership that they need. It's really a test of camaraderie and more so a test of whether or not they have the chemistry to work with each other. We've seen Todak squeeze out Clash Squad style fights before during Battle Royales, but here in Clash Squad, we definitely see that there is potential. Sometimes they bite off a little more than they can chew.
Well, that's where it suits their gameplay, right? Like Toda Langa, Toda crash in, so maybe that's something that they want to try to continue because it suits their philosophy. But of course, learning from last week, how they've played, and maybe some of the things that they found that didn't really work out for them, we might see a change here with Toda. So one of the key picks here for Toda last week was using the Tatsuya. Of course, Tatsuya does kind of fit the philosophy of Toda, just Langa, just go for it. I wouldn't be surprised if they just pick Tatsuya again this time.
I mean, it really depends on what the bans are going to be. If Oscar is available, I wouldn't be too surprised if Todak wants to take that for themselves. But we want to see the aggressive, in-your-face Todak, the Todak that kind of swarms you from the get-go rather than a slow-paced fight. But it really just depends on the bans, right? That's what has been predetermining the playstyles of the majority of our teams that we've seen play today so far.
Yeah, and things might just change, right? I mean, we've seen that with the game between Heavy and GOW as well. Like the play style and how they played last week and the type of composition that they put up is fairly different. So it might be different here as well. And you gotta keep things fresh as well, right? Because you've done that last week I mean, us as casters at the desk, if we are able to tell that, oh, that's their favorite pick, that's a comfort pick, that's the play style. Of course, all these teams would have done their homework and they know how to analyze and try to overcome those sort of situations. Now, the situation here with the map order is that we can start off with Bermuda, followed by Kalahari, and the decider match to be in Nextera.
This will be interesting to see, right? Once again, we're going to be going back to Bermuda, so we expect to see a lot of CQC happening as we go straight into the draft. ONIC looks like they get first pick, first ban, and they're going to get rid of the A124 here against Todak.
Interesting. It's not a common banned character, but Dota, they did have a record of using that last week, and A124 was one of the characters that they brought in that got them the win as well. So maybe ONIC is thinking of like trying to break that formation out. And interesting enough, Dota, they banned out the Oscar, which is a similar ban as they did last week. So they might be thinking of coming up with a similar composition. And if that's going to be the case, the Dota Longa composition, it might be a Tatsuya and Santino because it's still open as of now.
Yeah, so that's why we see that ONIC immediately get rid of Cassie, right? They don't want to enable the Tatsuya. They don't want... if Santino gets let through, okay, sure, fine. But do you really want to take both of them? And knowing Todak, we'll see whether they go for it. Because again, Chrono is still on the table. A great way to kind of say no without having to need glue walls or resources. Just an active skill card, a click of a button to save somebody's life, or at the very least buy you a few precious seconds. They also lock in the Coda this time round, but ONIC on the next two picks, they're already hovering Dimitri, so it feels like ONIC wants to be on the defensive.
Ooh, interesting. On the defensive, or maybe they have not shown their guns yet, because like both Cassie, Dimitri, I mean Cassie will be one of the frontliners as well. So that's your answer, right? So you thought that we're going to play on the defensive with the Dimitri, but the answer is no. The moment they pick up the Zane, they're showing that, hey, we want to strike that balance of like, we want to take the fight head on, but at the same time, if we need to fall back, we have a daddy called Dimitri.
Nothing you can really do against him, especially when his abilities are online. Todak, they're hovering over it. Tatsuya seems to be guaranteed here, but I'm surprised that either side have not locked in onto the Santino. Now, going into the reserve time, Todak's deciding whether or not they want to take the Santino alongside with them, or if they need something else to give them the edge. And it looks like Homer is going to be that person. They've got information from Coda. They've got the added, they have the added firepower with Homer to ensure that if anybody is off position, they can look for a huge punish.
And right now, ONIC with their last pick, Santino, are they going to lock that in? I mean, if they don't, Ignis is probably another good option, but looks like you can't let the power pick go, right? If it's open, you got to take it, and they're going to go for the Santino. So it's going to be, they have options at the front. You have like the Santino, who's a nice in between the front line and also the back line to just throw out the mannequins as a distraction, and then Zane is just like pure front line while Cassie holds his hands. And in any case, if they need to play in a defensive stance, Dimitri will be waiting behind. So ONIC in general, they have a very flexible sort of composition in different kind of situations. As for Dota, they're clearly looking like, okay, let's just go for it. Even if it's with the Chrono that's able to provide the shields as well, it can be provided at the front line as well while they are taking fights. So I can still see that Dota is sticking to the philosophy of Dota Langa.
Yeah, definitely the Todak Langa strat in play. ONIC can play a little bit slower here, but with the Santino, you mentioned it already, he's really flexible. He doesn't necessarily need to be attached to Cassie, and I think there is counterplay with the mannequin, especially with the Homer. He's able to kind of swap positions in case, and then the mannequin, it can be used as a means to kind of like absorb the initial shock of the first Homer that comes on through. Either way, we'll see. It's a battle of resources here, right? Because ONIC, it's more likely for them to want Todak to walk into them, but more so the defensive plays, I think it's a little too much to deal with. The Cassie, the Dimitri on top of the Zane, it's just a lot of healing and just a lot of armor to punch through that I don't think Todak can get there unless they've got like a 3v1 scenario, or they've gotten like more expensive weapons to cut through the raw stats.
Yeah, and speaking about armor as well, let's not forget about Zane as well. the moment he gets an elimination, his shields will be back up again. So he will definitely be a very strong tank. And like what you mentioned, right, cutting through the armor will be a problem here for Tora. So if they want to like gain success with this sort of composition against the composition that ONIC has, they have to make sure that ONIC do not recover or have no space to recover. Hence, Tora Langa truly has to bulldoze ONIC in order for them to find that win.
Speaking on the bulldoze, I think the only thing that ONIC need to be careful of is trying to go for anti-flank or make sure that their sniper doesn't get taken out early on, right? A man disadvantage could put them at real bad odds, especially if we're talking about like the later rounds, round 3 onwards. For the first 2 rounds, though, I will say that the advantage is a little more reliant on ONIC to be winning out these early fights, because they just have way more base stats to work with overall the amount of healing and armor that they receive. So really, Santino is going to be the big playmaker. We'll see whether or not he can waste some of the homer drones. If he doesn't, then, well, I think homering anybody else isn't that viable, if not worth it, because of the way they have utility to kind of pair it up with Cassie alongside of Dimitri's raw heal.
Oh man, I like the fact that you point out that the Santino has to be the playmaker here, especially with his mannequins. If he's able to put out mannequins at the right position, at the right timing, in the middle of a fight even, then that might force Tora to kind of waste utilities or even waste bullets that they need to reload at some point as well with that sort of play. So it's something that they have set themselves up on. I mean, that's why there's a reason why the Santino is a power picker. It's so flexible. There's so many ways to play it. You want to play offensively, you want to play it defensively, you want to play it as a distractor or just to like wind down the utilities of your opponent. You can do so. And to my surprise, that it took both sides that long to consider the Santino.
Yeah, it took very, very long for them. They had other priorities that they want to finish off in the first place. And it looks like with fist bumps coming through, claps coming through, looks like both squads are about to get ready up to head on into the match. Final cheers before we get into this game, because everything is on the line. Every single win brings you closer to the next stage. Every single loss puts you closer to your last elimination match, something of which Todak doesn't want to be a part of. Speaking of which, fun fact, Inoki used to be playing under ONIC during EWC, which is, again, I don't know how much he learned from this team, whether or not he's starting to pick up on tendencies or maybe something to give them a bit of an edge heading into this map. Some insider information, some may call it.
Oh yeah, that is a good point there. He was on loan for EWC with ONIC. So to a certain extent, if you want to like put out like the thought of like, so Tora knows ONIC, but ONIC might not know Tora. That's pretty intriguing if you ask me.
It is pretty intriguing, and I don't know whether it's going to give us a unique take or at least some kind of unique gameplay here coming in, of which Rock really takes advantage of those weaknesses, if not, if any, from the side of ONIC. Because again, ONIC has been a team who is known to be who is known to play a little ratty, I'm not going to lie, play on the outer ring and then sneak themselves into god spots while having minimal resources. They're used to playing the early games with non-optimal guns, non-meta weapons.
Hey, and that's good for if you're forced to be in an eco round, or maybe even the first round, the pistol round, where you don't have much resources. So if you're able to adapt to that sort of situation, that is the best case scenario, because you win the eco round and or you win even the first pistol round, and you can start to snowball even if you're forced to go into an eco round. But if you're flexible enough to like know how to deal with the lack of resources, that is a huge advantage to any team.
A big advantage indeed. Oh boy, I can't wait to get into this map, right? I've been excited for this game for quite some time. Hopefully we get to the map sooner rather than later here, because I would like to see ONIC put up a fight against Torak, right? Make this close, make this a close match.
Oh yeah, totally agree. We did talk about like, which match do we find to be the most exciting that we can't wait to see, right? And this is one of those games that we did mention about. We want to see this game. And for me personally, it's of course exciting to see, not only because of the names of these two teams, they are huge names, they have amazing players, but also to see how the sole representative of the Malaysia region, Todak, will fare out, since they will have every support from every Free Fire fan in Malaysia, since they're the only team in this game mode.
Put under a magnifying glass. Let's see if it cracks under the rays of the sun here. Coming back to the composition, based on some of the picks that we've seen from Todak, I'm rather surprised that they didn't want to go for the clue. Instead, they wanted to go for the Coda instead as their natural recon. Player, because the last time they banned out the Coda and then still got the Homer, the one game that they did utilize the Homer.
Yeah, you're right as well. But I guess maybe it's something that they had thought of from the last round, right? Because when they picked the clue, the 2 rounds that they had the clue out of 3, they didn't win. So they probably reassessed to say that, hey, you know what? It doesn't really fit into what we want to do to try to get the win. And we tried it out like last week, and this time not really. Did I just see them doing like a routine? Almost like a dance. Oh, there you go.
They're just buying some time. They're just playing little mini games against each other for the meantime. Process of elimination now turning into a 1v1 up on stage before we even get into the game. Oh, they still have time? They get the call early. Gotta sort with business first.
I think they were trying to play like rock, paper, scissors, but it involves 4 people. Have you ever played rock, paper, scissors with 4?
It depends on what version of me you're asking.
Okay.
As a man who's about to reach his 30s, no. As a man who used to be below 20s, absolutely. I think there's like a proper name for it as well in BM, but I can't remember. It's not coming to me.
I guess I'm way past that, right? My era of rock, paper, and scissors, it just works when there's like 1v1. And that's about it. Like, and they didn't even know that evolutions to like you can play with 4 players. So yeah, I mean, again, maybe the team chemistry they're showing to us on cam, like we got the bonding. We're there. Don't worry about team chemistry. We're all good. Just giving something to the fans to like calm down for the game.
Way to calm down. I'm hoping that they're actually heating up. That's why they're playing the mini games in the first place, right? Gotta keep your mind sharp. Gotta make sure that you're staying in tip-top shape, no matter the situation, no matter the competitor, even if it is your teammates.
Yep, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we got a bit of a signal from Mission Control that we are going to begin really, really soon. I can't wait to see how this game will pan out, right? Stats, as of now, do favor Todak just because they had that one win last week, but that was only that one series. We need more data, so this series is going to kind of give us a trend on like what might happen to come. And of course, whatever happens to a losing team, there will still be games to go because they will only fall to a 0-2 bracket. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's head on to it. This is ONIC versus Todak.
Thank God, no technical pause. We're not 4 for 4 today. So far, 3 out of 4, but we still have an entire best of 3 to go ahead of us. ONIC with their first pick, they're going to be starting on the northern side versus Todak coming in from the southern side. The Homer already revealing the position of a Crime MKS. Zen, as well as Noki and as well as Traps, are fighting for the center building, but they're playing on the outside of it.
Oh, and Traps, okay, he sees the oncoming ONIC, but now numbers against him. He has to retreat back, but unfortunately not able to do so just in time. But the fall-off has to happen right now. Noki, the moment he shows up, he goes down, Crime from behind, providing that cover fire, providing that long-range support. Now leaving only Faiz for Todak, 1v4 in a pistol round. He needs a miracle.
I don't know how ONIC, I don't know how Todak were thinking that they could power through that. We just have to one-tap them. That was their simple answer to the strategy. But unfortunately, once they just start utility dumping, the damage reduction on top of the healing isn't going to make it close at all. And unfortunately, Todak fighting 2v3 for that center building, not a good idea, especially since Putra only dropping down the Dimitri late into the fight just to kind of bait out the second member, knowing that Todak like to play in twos.
Yeah, and I like how ONIC, when they know that, okay, Todak is just right behind this wall, instead of waiting for Todak to come towards us because we're inside the building and we will be like funneled in, we take the fight to Todak. And instead of Todak Langa, this is ONIC Langa.
They know they can bully them out on first interaction, right? On first contact, if they have enough people grouped up together to set the snowball to happen, then it's tough. Early Homer already being deployed by Todak's side to slow down any kind of initiation or control over the center, but it looks like ONIC have already found the compartment that they're going to be sitting in, and Adam walks out, tries to go for the equipment, is able to find it just in time, but Putra, he's already a little low. The rest of his team needs to regroup as Todak looking to surround him from all angles with akimbo revolvers. He's gonna try to take out the mannequin, realizes it's a mannequin, looks to reposition just in case he swaps position with it, doesn't want to give him that option, as Todak taking a defensive stance, trying to make sure that ONIC don't have resources to work with.
Alright, but ONIC is pushing Todak to the corner. Anyway, they will meet in the middle right now, and let's see who will get that first blood. As Traps, he knows that somebody is just right in front of him. It's gonna be Adam. He doesn't have that angle still. Looks like a bit of a stalemate between the two sides. But ONIC, if they want to execute their plan against Zen, they could. But with Noki on top of the rooftop, they can still do that because Noki can't interfere if they rush in onto Zen.
That's exactly what they're waiting for, right? They're waiting for the trigger finger. They're waiting for a misuse of utility. As long as it's below 50% usability, then it is worthwhile for Todak. But now, the ring is going to start to move, and nobody's been knocked down just yet. Traps is taking some damage, but he's able to kind of heal back up in just a little bit, forcing out the chrono. You can see that ONIC want to stick as 3. They've already found 2 in Traps as well. Zen, Fai is the next to fall as Loki finds 1 into Zairu, but it's not enough. Putra, the one who finds, Putra, this one who finds him at the very end. Minimal damage. ONIC walking away, full loadouts, full econ.
Yep, this is a very patient game by both sides. In fact, looking to see who makes the first move. And though it was ONIC that made the first move, they were able to just wrap things up against Todak. And if we were to look at the positioning of Todak, it kind of felt that they were a little bit too scattered. Like they didn't really have a plan B in case they were rushed down by ONIC and one by one of their players got taken out. So it's probably something that Todak will need to rethink again in this round.
Talking about rethink, it's going to be a much more open area. A lot of local buses around. Unfortunately, Noki as well as Zen are left on their own. The angles are blocked off, forcing to drop down the chrono as soon as possible. Noki and Zen go down with the help of Adam, who slugs them out. Faiz tries, it gets blocked off, but ONIC have already done devastating damage to Todak's squadron, taking out 2 and chasing and hunting the rest.
And it's only Traps left, and now they know exactly where he is. It's a matter of just rushing him down, going in for the hunt. Adam is just right in front of him. Adam jumps out the window, and ONIC will claim this victory 3-0.
Adam, big plays from him after crashing down straight away onto the time turner, quickly following up on CrimeXK's last discourse, requesting for help, back up, before getting traded out. ONIC, very solid 3-0 lead against Todak so far, and walking away with major money, but finally we see that Todak is going to be able to buy up against ONIC, and this is where we're looking for the big turnaround, right? Trogon's already being purchased, 2 VKSs from the side of Faiz. They need to be able to land those shots, and especially contest for these cyber airdrops.
Okay, looks like Todak, they're going for the Langa strat right now, just going forward, looking for the target, but then again, it's going to be ONIC getting that first blood on the Traps. Zen, Noki, Faiz, right now we need to fight back. Adam gets another one. Zen goes down. Faiz down as well. It's only Noki left. Very quick round it is, and ONIC will make it nice and swift to claim their 4th win.
They keep doing the same things over and over again. They cannot beat this front line of ONIC, right? Especially now that they've got tier 2, tier 3 armors in play. Unless you're landing immense amount of headshots, I don't see it happening. And Todak need to recognize that a little bit of work and effort needs to be put in to play around the angle so that Faiz can get some good shots in. He's purchased another VKS. This is the 3rd purchase he's already had throughout the game, and it's costing them these rounds.
Yeah, and with a bit of a lack of armory, especially with Faiz, but he's a sniper anyway. It might be a bit hard for Tora, but because they have stacked up the armory for the rest of them, they try again by taking the fight head on onto ONIC. Adam went down, but he was able to be recovered fairly quickly. Traps will be taken out of the game. Now only 3 left for Tora. Make that 2 with Faiz down. No sniper. Now it's going to be CQC only for Tora. Zen on the ground, on his knees. Nothing that Noki can do about it. And ONIC, again, another swift win.
I mean, I think ONIC has outclassed them entirely here. I think, unfortunately, Todak are making some really weird decisions. They're like, okay, we got to contest for the cyber airdrop, but also we're going to leave Traps all by himself. Even though he found the pick initially, it's just a 2v1 scenario that you can't win. And I think that right now, Todak, they are finding opportunities. They just can't capitalize on it because of the decisions that they make in the game.
Yeah, and they keep repeating the same thing, right? Hoping for a different result. But clearly that's not happening for Tora. And now we're already at match point. If Tora, they really have to do something different this time. They have to maybe just draw on it towards them. That could be their best case scenario.
Well, speaking of draw, they got AC-80s already purchased, so I think that's exactly what they want to do. But Adam doesn't want that. He wants to get right in their faces. And unfortunately, Zyru is the one who pays the price for it. Faiz finds a clean headshot as Noki and as well as Zen start closing in on the weak prey. Zyru, unfortunately, goes down. We were expecting at some point ONIC was going to lose based off of the weaponry and the econ being built up by Todak, but it seems like now with the UAV in play, they have to figure it out. Putra and as well as Adam, they know that Noki is all by himself. They quickly force him around the corner, force him to reposition. Zen ends up dying to Crimex K, who is in their flank with the AWM. Traps takes out Crimex at least with the AC-80, and Noki has to win out these fights. He knows that one's down, trades off against Putra, and Crimex, still alive, is able to headshot Noki in no time. Crimex and as well as Adam now in a 2v1 against Faiz, and they clean up the match. ONIC take game 1 fast and easy.
Man, this is even faster than the 6-0 win by Heavy in the previous series. Very, very convincing by ONIC. As much as Tora wanted to play the Langa strat, yes, they did, but at some point after maybe the first round, maybe after the second round, they could have considered to kind of switch things up a bit, but because they still kept to their guns of just pressing the forward button, it didn't work out for them. ONIC, they clearly know that Tora is just going to do exactly that, and they were very well prepared for it.
They were very well prepared for it. I think that unfortunately for Todak, they're not making enough decisions at the same time. They're very, if we're committed to this, we're committed to this. We're not adjusting the plan. It's not as fluid as I would like it to be, especially since that both Loki as well as Traps, even Zen, were finding picks. It's just that the recovery was so much better from the side of ONIC because nobody on the side of Todak was even thinking about going for recovery at that stage.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate, right? The last round, it kind of looked like, okay, maybe Tora has some hope, they got their first blood and they played a different strat of instead of just us just going in, trying to take position in the middle, they kind of waited, and that's where they got the first blood. It looked like they had that opportunity, but they didn't really make good use of the numbers that they had. But also got to give it to the brilliance of Prime, right, who played the sniping role from behind. So whatever flank that Tora wants to put out against ONIC, Crime is there.
And I think ONIC, they play this very often, right? They get really messy with their opponents. They allow Crime to actually either sneak through battle lines during their battle royales, or they put him in a position where again, great line of sight, great off angles. But I think Adam, he took the initiative in this game. He really made sure that every interaction against him was at a huge cost of either your resources or at least your life.
Yeah, and what a finisher he is, right? With 10 eliminations, not the highest of damage, 3,880, but being the finisher is an important role. And I believe that he owed it to his other teammates to put out a lot of work as well. Now, just getting an overview here. Interestingly, even though 10 eliminations and the ratio of 3,000 damage isn't really that high, but still, he's the highest among his other teammates. All the stats favored him.
it just goes to show how much work he not only puts in, but how little resistance Torak was able to put up, right? Because in terms of just like raw assists, Adam was not only getting 10 eliminations, but 10 assists alongside with 13 from Zyro, Crimix already getting 12, and Putrax getting 14. Their whole composition was very designed to stay as a squadron, to stick as close as possible whenever necessary, and to slowly work around the angles their opponents presents, because again, it's not a constant barrage, it's a every once in a while.
Yep, and that brings them win in game number 1, 6-0. Very convincing win in the Bermuda map against Tora. Now this is worrying, right? We are going to move to Kalahari in game number 2, but with what we have seen in game number 1, I don't know about this, man. Like, Tora really have to press the reset button.
I think that ONIC need to put him down in the dirt quick. Just put him out while they can, right? While Torak is weak, they'll take free wins to move on to the next stage, because again, they still have matches to play afterwards. Just because they're 1-1 doesn't mean that they're going to be safe in that bracket. It still means that they have to put in work. Right now, I think Torak are the ones who have to reevaluate the way they make decisions in a game. As much as they want everybody to be on the same page, they also have to be very proactive in reacting to situations occurring throughout the battlefield.
Yeah, totally agree, right? Because if we were to look at the 6-0 game, every round, except for that one round where they kind of hold, right? Pretty much every round was a very quick round by ONIC. So it almost felt that, okay, ONIC, they had the momentum, they just rush on the Tora, just make quick work out of every round possible, not even allowing Tora to like kind of reassess what to do in the next round. So that's why maybe we see that Tora, they kept doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. But that's also like the psychological game or psychological warfare that ONIC has against Tora.
Maybe psychological, but I think Torak have been put in some pretty tight spots of their own in their long career as an organization of play within the Free Fire esports space. I think it's something for them to think about, but you know, at least this is like warm-ups before the Battle Royale, right? It's about not only putting yourself in a position of a very realistic scenario where you're fighting 4v4 against your opponents, but at the very least, it kind of forces Torak to evolve. It forces them to be like, hey, we got to be able to win these gunfights. If we're not doing it in Clash Squad, it will affect our performance during our Battle Royale.
Yeah, I believe it will as well, right? Because like this is a test of not only about like strategy, positioning, but also gunfire as well. And in any case, when it comes to the Battle Royale mode, the gunpower will be important as well, because that's where you bring in the points too. So they have to like be able to like prove something here, because when we go on to the Battle Royale mode, that's where a lot more might happen, and when it involves different teams. Now we're done with Bermuda, and ONIC won that one. Coming to Kalahari, it's going to be a different map, obviously, but I don't know, man. A major shift has to happen here for Tora, so hopefully the coaches are able to cook up something.
Yeah, I think it all boils down to the draft, so let's start it, right? First 30 seconds, Torak gets first pick, and they're banning out the Cassie straight away. They want to make sure that their damage sticks, and if their damage sticks, then it's going to be a lot easier to take out the members and optimize the initial picks that they found during their first round against ONIC Olympus. Let's see what the follow-up ban is going to be, right? Because again, we did see the Oscar get banned out, but we also specifically saw the A124 get banned out big time. Again, it probably is due to the homework that ONIC Olympus has put in, but instead, this time around, they're getting rid of the Oscar.
And Tora took out the Cassie, which I understand, right? Because the Cassie will enable ONIC to just run straight forward, so you don't want to really deal with that. And as compared to the round before, the power pick Santino didn't really need to take too long for it to make its appearance, and it's going to be helped by Tora. So Tora can still go for that. They can still go for the chrono that's still open. Something for ONIC to consider to take the chrono for themselves. If not, there's a chance that Tora will pick that one up.
I think it's really good. I think the Chrono is like particularly good in every scenario. There's nothing bad I can really say about him. Gets you out of particularly tough spots. I think obviously there are going to be a couple of counters to it, especially when considering that Oscar is still in play, also Tatsuya as well. But even so, if you have enough people in that bubble, I don't even think these early entry fraggers want to even get involved. Dimitri as well as A124 gonna get locked in for the side of ONIC Olympus. How interesting.
Interesting, because these two picks are normally not the early picks. You will want to think about it later, but that allows like some of the other power picks to be available for Tora. So Zane is going to be one of them. So they got Zane, they get Santino. Santino is a good middle character. Zane is a very good frontliner. All they need right now is number one, a character that's able to give them information, like a clue, for example, or give them sustain. So they can consider like even the Chrono for themselves at this point. Maybe a Chrono and clue combo would be great.
Could be, but it feels like they're pretty adamant on the Zane. If you're going to be running Zane, you might as well go with another rusher, and Tatsuya is going to be the rusher of choice, knowing how Noki consistently gets the Tatsuya. I mean, it wouldn't be too bad. Oh, instead of the Zane, switch it out over to Steffi instead.
Interesting. I thought that Zane would be a good pick, but okay. I mean, they're the players, they're the teams, they would know better on how to execute stuff based on what they're comfortable with. So we'll see what happens later on. The Tatsuya pick without the Cassie, with the fact that they ban out the Cassie themselves and then they pick the Tatsuya, so they're not going for a normal composition. But they're really comfortable with the Tatsuya, with the fact that they picked Tatsuya 3 times last week in their full series.
Yep, I'm not too surprised about that, and I don't think they're going to change anytime soon. But I think that Steffi is a better addition this time round, only because it definitely benefits like potential not only picks, but opening attacks coming in from Torak to actually stick through. The Dimitri is still going to be a bit of a problem, and I'm not going to lie, especially if they get a little too clustered together, the A124 is going to do some work, but ONIC knows that all they have to do is work the map, let Torak make that first mistake, so they lock in the Iris, and especially with the Ignis on their side, Torak, these hits have to hurt. You're not going to have armor to work with, you will get bullet resistance, but with an Ignis on top of it all, some medkits will have to be expanded to get any ground on ONIC.
And if we were to base on like the playstyle of ONIC in the previous round, right, they played it very aggressively. Having an Ignis on their side is great. Like even if Tora wants to fall back with those glue walls, Ignis can easily melt them down and it will expose them. And even if, let's say, Ignis is on cooldown, Iris is there. So you can put up all the glue walls that you want, but if Iris can mark you down, then it's going to be a big problem for Torak.
Either way, ONIC and as well as Torak, unfortunately for Torak, they don't really have a way to interact with glue walls. So ONIC can hunker down first, to be perfectly honest. They can take the space in the center and allow Torak to get as many angles as they want. They may not have a Chrono to kind of hunker down, but at least they can pave a way with Ignis first before deciding on the all-in later.
Yeah, and with the fact that Tora has a Tatsuya, so for them to take center stage in the middle of the map, potentially they can do so faster than ONIC. But then again, you need to consider when ONIC arrives, they don't want to put like Tatsuya in an awkward position where he is all alone. So like Santino has to be able to follow up, like Koda has to be able to follow up. So they need to be able to position themselves well enough in case like one player is being sieged down, how will the others be able to support that person?
I think ONIC has way better resources to do that in comparison to Torak, right? They've got Dimitri, that song is going to be so important. And I think the aggressive tool from ONIC not only is Ignis, but if A124 just lands that silence, that would be a huge opening for ONIC to just run at Torak.
Yeah, that's where ONIC's composition is a little bit more balanced, right? You have a little bit of everything in case you need to change the plan. And that's something that we learned throughout the course of the season, right? Is that you need to be able to be flexible. And it's not only flexible, but you need to be flexible quickly because rounds just run really fast. And to set that up is to have this kind of flexible composition as well. And looking based on that, ONIC, they have it on paper. that will be the biggest challenge for Todak here, because the challenge for them in the previous round is that they weren't as flexible. They were very one-dimensional. So I don't know with this composition how flexible they can be to change in case a plan doesn't work for them in a particular round.
Well, I'm hoping that Todak has some good target priority, because as soon as they bust through a house or breach open door, they're going to have to shoot at the same targets at the same time, ideally to take them out early on before dispersing out and utilizing their mobility, because that's what really Todak's composition is about. It's about forcing a reaction out of your opponent due to open angles given along the way. So we'll see how tight ONIC is going to play, because they've already had a devastating game 1 against Todak. I'm hoping that they keep on the devastation unless Todak have some kind of a good reply.
Yeah, and hopefully with some of these power picks, right, especially with the Santino, they're able to reply. And not only power pick, but they also have a comfort pick in the name of Tatsuya. Koda is also one of those picks that they are fairly comfortable with. So hopefully they'll be able to turn their fates around coming soon. But of course, ONIC, they have the momentum and they have won the psychological warfare against Todak, especially with a convincing 6-0 win against Todak. Not only convincing, but it was really, really fast as well. So that's where the coaches will need to play their role to bring back Todak to their former glory state.
Yeah, they have to do a little bit of a reassigning here. But I still think that the composition does have some pros and cons. Either way, it's up to them at this point as we start heading into our next map. Hopefully, things are going to be just as quick for either side, because it would be interesting to see Todak go for a 6-0 against ONIC in map number 2 to bring it back for a tiebreaker on map number 3.
Oh yeah, it will be super exciting if Todak is able to pull that one off, right? It's like, okay, 6-0 to ONIC and then 6-0 to Todak, and then that final decider game becomes super tight. That is absolute cinema, as the kids say nowadays.
That's what people want. They want to see the action. That's why we go into Clash Squads. I'm surprised that the loading screens are this long, to be fair. Hopefully we don't get a word from Zipper that it's a technical issue and I may have jinxed that, so we're actually 4-4 for today, but I'm hoping for the best.
Yep, we all are, right? And plus, this is one of those games that we have been excited for at the very beginning of today. So hopefully everything's all right there. But if we were to look at what's going to be all right or not, it would depend on maybe the first round result. If the first round still is ONIC, then we can sort of tell that they're still bringing the momentum forward. And that means Todak is in a tough position.
They're honestly in a pretty bad position regardless. Not to mention that their competitors are going to be just as difficult. Honestly, they could come out of like the 0-2 bracket if they do drop this. But with that being said, it looks like the game has already begun between our two competitors here. Let's see them hash it out in our next map. It's going to be nice and hot here in Kalahari. Starting off with Council Hall for round 1.
All right, here we go. Who's going to take that first round? And if we were to remember like how it was played in the first round in the previous map, it's just 4 players just go in the middle and brawl. But because we're at Council Hall, the tactics have to be very different. At Todak, they're taking a very different approach. Look at the flank coming for Todak.
They're doing it fast, they're doing it quick. Fires, spots out Adam, misses at the last second, turns the corner, and now it's a full-on fight here. Gade all doing the exact same thing on towards Noki's side, 2v1ing him straight away. And unfortunately, as much as Todak found the distance, they weren't able to find the big eliminations. Adam goes down, but Faiz is taken up in trade. Zen is wide out in the open, and he wants to get this angle in help with Gade. He knows that Zen has nowhere to be. He doesn't even fight back.
Man, I can't really fight back when you have like somebody on top and 2 people just rushing at you from the front. It is so difficult. And now it's only traps left. It's going to be a 3v1. And Gade is showing off his ballerina moves. Yep, pretty interesting there. But it's going to be interesting to see how Traps will manage this situation.
Oh, we'll see, because now it's a double peek towards Traps' side. He loses 15% of his HP, is Crime. Looking to go for the far flank here, but again, just no place to play. No play area. They've completely locked him outside of the compound. So really good stuff coming in from ONIC. The opening picks definitely is what set the tone. Worst yet, the recovery from Todak ceases to exist.
I still want to give it to Toda, right, for this round. Like, we did ask for, like, okay, Toda, try something different, you know, go back to the drawing board. And in fact, they did, right? They didn't really, like, just go all four straight in, like how we have seen before. Like, this time, they tried to play tactically. They open up the flanks, try to take all four corners. It's just that ONIC, they were prepared for it. And that's where ONIC is just showing the mechanical skills that they have.
Speaking of which, it's a fast left flank coming in from Todak's side. They want to try and ruin the position of their sniper, who regains control with the rest of his team. Now open up into the open, both snipers out and about. Traps finds out Crime finally, but Adam takes out Traps in response. Faiz manages to take out Zyru. This might be an opportunity for Todak to turn this around as the flame walls come on through. ONIC have lost too many members, too many on the ground, and didn't time their abilities in time as Todak finally rips one open.
Okay. This time, what changed is that they took out Crime as quickly as possible. You take out Crime, the key support player for ONIC, and now they have the opportunity to take home this round. Only Gade left, 1v3. It's looking good for Toda so far. And looking at how they're surrounded Gade, I don't know how he's going to get out of this. I mean, it's the same situation as how we saw Traps early on.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to sacrifice their lives and lose out their entire loadout to spend more money in the following round. Good movement coming in from Noki. Nice air strafe there. But a great opening round here for the side of Traps. I mean, yes, he went down and inevitably he did die, but still, he was able to find Crime MKS. And not to mention that Faiz won his own 1v1, which kind of set the tone for everybody else, because if Crime MKS was going to get attacked, it's only expected that the sniper from the opposing side was also going to get attacked.
So here's the formula for Toda, right? Try to sniff out where Crime is, try to take him out first. That's the ideal situation for Toda. But of course, it's easier said than done. And now Crime, again, sets himself up way behind. For Toda to catch him, it's not that easy.
Already through one of the Mirages. At this point, Adam and as well as Zyra. Oh, they're going to throw another one. It's going to connect on towards Zen's side, but they quickly drop down to their own abilities. And unfortunately, this cyber airdrop is now turning extremely bloody. 3v2. Something that Zyra wasn't expecting so many members of Todak to actually defend this point of the map, as Todak claims the cyber airdrop for themselves. And now that they're working the sides, Faiz was able to find more shots on the rest. A clean victory for Todak.
Okay, so that's the view of how they found Crime. So they went up to the highest peak in this area, find an angle against Crime, take him out. Again, here's the formula for Toda, right? Look for Crime, take him out as early as possible, and then deal with the rest. And again, it worked out for Toda. Probably something they're going to repeat again next.
Speaking about repeating again, let's see whether or not Todak find that initial pick. They're buying up here, but the same can be said about ONIC. But it looks like 5 of them are running the MP5, so they want to be in their faces here by Santa Catarina. Which side are they going to go through? I don't think Gade... Oh, Gade is going to try and peek towards the right, while Adam and Zyru are going to take the main hull of the ship. Crime XK with the VKS going to be watching the right flank of the ship itself. Noki taking his time. Both sides going to creep around.
And now both sides just waiting for each other to make the first move. And thanks to this giant boat, there's enough protection for now. But we hear the gunshots. It almost feels like Toda, they don't want to execute their plan until they spot where Crime is at.
I think that's the major plan here. They know where Traps is, but they don't know where everybody else. They're going to keep going further right on the outer side to try and make this happen. First initial shots connecting onto Zen, but not enough to put him in harm's way. Noki turns the corner, and Adam is able to dash and get on through just in time before he gets glue-walled off, forcing the rest of the Todak members to actually re-engage facing the ship's hull. And now Zen on that second floor comes down to the third, and Noki is already collapsed. They found 2 in Crime MKS and as well as Gade, but the bottom floor now conquered, and this time Adam, it's 2v2. However, he's got no backup. Where is Zyro? Zyro is on a completely separate floor, all looking in the same direction. They want to keep line of sight onto Faiz, but Traps is making sure that Adam can't even peek. He's even going to take his spot initially, as Zyro needs to drop down eventually, but he needs info from Adam, who's about to get pinched by Faiz on his side.
Oh, and Faiz is just right beside him, and Adam tries to flush him out with nade, but now here comes Adam, man. Looks like Faiz is ready for it. Now only Zyro left. It's going to be a 1v1, Zyro and Traps. But Traps very low on health now. And here comes Zyro. And ONIC, they found their win again.
Another win, a game-breaking round for them as they equalize in terms of the economy. A huge play coming in from Zyro, able to drop down, find the trade, and quickly get behind cover. These buys are going to be important for the side of ONIC, but more so, Todak, a little frustrating. Their investments of their armor didn't work out the way that it did, but Adam, so far, he is on fire. Level 3 armor, level 2 helmets as well, MP5 and a parafall in hand. He's been doing a lot of good work for ONIC, especially in the front lines.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. It's really shown through his gameplay and the results. But ONIC, they need to find the next win to gain back the lead. And Tora, they're back onto their Langa state, sending 3 players at the front, while ONIC only has 2 players while they open up the flank by the side. So Tora, they cannot just Langa just because of the backup that ONIC has from the side.
It's true, but at the same time, somebody's got to do it, right? Adam as well as Zyro trying to contest for the center compound, and Noki denies him that space as Traps tries. Oh, he gets knocked down! Unfortunate as Gade comes in from the flag. Zen wide out in the open, and Noki realizes that his back is exposed. His sniper can't get into an angle, and it's too late. They've already been collapsed. Great fold from ONIC.
And that's the benefit of the 2 sniper comp in this round, where ONIC, they were ready in case Tora just rushes in or tries to go for any flank. They can get the first knock for themselves, and that's exactly what happened. Once they get the first knock, pretty much the rest was history, as ONIC, they had the numbers against Tora.
Now, 3 seconds left. Currently, huge momentum on the side of ONIC, 3-2, and just no money to work with for the side of Todak, right? No money to get some vicious weapons. Instead, all they got is some body armors and some helmets. And even so, we'll see how this plays out, because Todak now getting the high ground very early on against ONIC. We saw how Heavy played the map, having Allen down on the ground while the rest are hiding along the spine. But Crime XK actually taking one of the rib bones to get some extra vantage to that high point. I don't know if Noki or Traps can see him just yet, but with an AWM, he needs to find some kind of profit, because a lot of damage is being applied to the members of a Todak. You can see the light bars consistently changing as suppressing fire keeps them at bay.
And now Crime is the only one on this highest peak on this area. And he'll be able to suppress Tora, not allowing them to move forward and play their Tora gameplay. So it's going to be a switch of a strategy here for Tora in this round, unless they can get Crime. But it's not going to be easy. Look at the level of protection in front of Crime that he has. There's no good clear view to try to shoot down Crime.
That view is only going to work for so long, as the blue has already begun to shrink at this point. Both sides don't want to give the advantage up just yet. As they hold their positions, they're going to have to wait for the blue to force an interaction between the two. 7 more seconds as the nade gets thrown out by Adam. He's going to try and go for the cyber drop. He doesn't want to give it over to Todak's side, and Todak, they don't mind it. They're using it as a bargaining tool already. With Ignis' Flame Mirage being thrown out early on, they notice them on the rib bones, and they've got to play from the top. Zyro, he's keeping his eyes up. Has to make sure that it doesn't make it easy for Todak Zenin. Unfortunately, takes out Adam. Faiz drops down as Traps already finds another one into Zyro as well. Turning this around so fast, a quick para drop from the side of a Todak. Special Forces wins again. What an entrance.
Oh, bringing us to 3-3 now with this sort of win. It truly is a different type of gameplay here, and Tora, they're showing that they're able to adapt to situations. This time, it's more for patience gameplay for them. They know that Crime will try to gun them down in case they move forward. So they told themselves like, okay guys, let's hold our position. Let's wait for the zone to shift, and that's where ONIC will be forced to move around. And Tora, they took advantage of that when the movement was happening.
Let's see how these movements are going to change now, because again, North of Refinement here is where we are expecting to see a lot of teams take control, but instead, actually, Adam going straight for the ventilations. They want to play towards that northern side rather than the southern side, and at this point, with Zen, Traps, and as well as Noki. Noki pretty deep in enemy lines, quickly dash around to get to Gade, Zyro, and as well as Adam looking to hold that front line and quickly secure themselves a cyber point as Traps and as well as Zen on their own. Gade is already down, and now they can start working the center. Adam gets being taken out by Noki. As we see that Traps and the rest of them, they're going to finish this round off fast. Zyro No chance. Adam next to fall. Crimex K still being a little bit of a rat, looking for LOS, but unfortunately all the Todak members committed hard on this fight towards the center. So Crimex is all by himself with no means to revive his teammates. Traps, unfortunately, on his knees, but this round should end relatively quick unless Crimex K is able to turn it around against 4. He gets naded, and that's that. Noki guns him down.
Yeah, that would have been an ambitious thought, right, if Crime is able to come up with a big turnaround there when the members of Todak had him surrounded, and in the end, it is Todak now regaining again their lead. But this time, it's back to Todak Langa, right? Like, I noticed that they just went straight on, like they sent one player to the other side to try to take out whoever who is still waiting on the higher ground, and they left Crime as the last meal at the very end. It almost felt like they weren't really worried about the sniping potential of Crime. They just went straight on, and it worked.
Yep, and Zyro, as well as G'day, getting hit with the first initial shots. Oh, fires headshot Zyro! And that is the opening pick that we're looking for. Todak quickly speed up the pace. Mirage Fire already being thrown out to blow out the walls. However, the backline is already getting attacked as the Todak members have already spread out far and wide to cause as much chaos along the lines. G'day loses out his life. They got the initial revive onto Zyro's side, but now it's all about recovery. Iris has already been popped as well. They can see through the blue walls, but do they have the weaponry to make sure that it connects? And unfortunately, for Crimex K, he's using the movement to finally take out Traps like it was nothing. Noki takes out Adam as Crimex K finishes off Traps, forcing it to oh, never mind. It's now a 1v3.
And they know where he is. They're rushing towards Crime right now. Crime, whatever it is, he's able to recover his health, and he will reposition himself behind the building, but he's on the outer side. So right now, even if Todak doesn't want a long guard, you can just wait for the blue to explode. He decided to go for it. And Crime now, 50% of health, one side by Noki, and this round ends, putting Todak at match point.
Good shots coming in from Todak. They really turned this around. I think I thought that ONIC was going to be able to kind of run over them similarly to match number 1, but Todak, they've been finding some really good initial picks against ONIC, and I think at this point ONIC need to identify the map and not take the path of least resistance, you know? They keep going through the mid openings to try to get some initial shots, but unfortunately Cyrune as well as G'day, they can't compete right now, and because of the broken economy, ONIC forced it to get some decent weapons of their own, lose out a helmet for Crimex K just so that he can have an AWM. Oh, Traps.
Ooh. And it is match point for Todak. So right now, Todak, they know they have the momentum. They're just going to take the fight against ONIC, and they're back onto their Todak Langa ways. But they could start off with both Noki and Zen at the forefront, while the other two members stayed behind in case of ONIC is planning anything funny. But so far, ONIC is also playing the passive approach with the two players at the front as well.
As they hold their positions and the smoke finally clears. Once again, Zyro just trying to specify, finds a headshot onto Zyro. Traps already knew exactly where he was, and finally they quickly find the round, bringing it 1-1 against ONIC Olympus here in map number 2.
What a good recovery here by Todak after a devastating 6-0. Now they are back, and they will bring us to game number 3, the decider game, ladies and gentlemen. Man. And because of that sort of comeback there by Todak, they've broken the momentum of ONIC. Now it makes me wonder, who's going to win game number 3? It's a big question mark now.
It's anybody's game. The inconsistencies in ONIC Olympus's approach to Todak definitely didn't change enough, especially once Todak got the right ideas about the initial picks and the initial mistakes happening right at the very beginning of the phase. Opening contact is where we saw Todak really get to shine here and slow down the plans of ONIC Olympus. I don't know why, but ONIC Olympus seems to be the one dropping the ball more than Todak this time round, and I think that at least for map number 3, a couple adjustments, easy adjustments can be made to overcome it to get back into that fighting form. But it's strange to see that ONIC lack the independent thought rather than moving as a squad. Once one person starts to fall, everybody seems to start to fall. If everybody is alive, everybody supposedly does well.
Yeah, they had a momentum at the very beginning, right? But they kind of lost that one. But we also have to give it to Noki here as our MVP this time with 9 eliminations and 4,240 damage dished out. He could have been the double agent.
He could have been. He could have let him know. It's like, fun fact, they're bad on first contact, so let's make it count. And honestly, Noki was doing a lot of good work, right? Because initially, not only was he taking space, but again, Todak like to hunker down once they've kind of taken the space from you, rather than keep pressing the advantage or pressing the space, because eventually they will get punished, and time is a constant reminder of that mistake. Now, in the scoreboard, 3-6, overall, the damage numbers are looking great for Todak's side, and especially when it comes down to the assists, the same... not the same issue, but more so for the side of ONIC, same things as expected. If you're going to have eliminations, you're going to have a decent amount of assists. But I think that Todak has also taken into account that they were losing their fights because they were so isolated that they really started to band together on angles that they can work from.
Yeah, but the stats also show that ONIC did put up a decent amount of fight. Like, everyone still contributed in terms of eliminations, in terms of damage. Obviously, it won't be as high as Tora just because they didn't win, obviously. But that just shows that they're still able to put the fight out to Tora. Now, Nextera is going to be our final map here between these two teams, and that will decide on who will be moving on to the 1-1 bracket and who will drop to the 0-2 bracket, and that's where nobody wants to be at.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to be there. Man, it is quite the day. 4 best of 3s, and finally you come into the conclusion of this 4th one, and we've already spent so much time on these games, man. I can't imagine the players, because these games, to them, it goes by quick, like really quick, and it must be like a different experience compared to the BRs where, oh, if you bow out early, you're just kind of stuck there for a long time.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's like time just passes by for them, right? Like BR, like what you said, like if you go out, if you're like the first team to go out, it's devastating because you have a lot of time to reflect and sulk and cry at the corner, you know, and maybe your coach sends you to the bad boys chair or something like that. But this one, you won't have the time. It's like, okay guys, whatever it is, next round starts. Just leave the past behind and you just look forward. Let's deal with it later once everything is done.
Especially on the next map being Nextera. Remind me if I ever create my own esports team that I have a bad boy chair for punishments. I'll keep that in mind moving forward into the future. But first pick's going over to Todak this time. Here on Nextera, they're gonna go back down and ban out that Cassie. If it doesn't, if it still works, why fix it? Nothing's broke.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, even though when they played Tatsuya last week, they didn't have a Cassie at all. So they're not a fan of like the usual Tatsuya Cassie sort of combo. So I wouldn't be surprised if even without a Cassie, they will go for the Tatsuya again just because it's a pick that they are very comfortable with.
Extremely comfortable. I think at the very end there, I saw that the Oscar was being hovered over to ban. I'm not sure whether we're facing technical issues or not, but I'm fingers crossed that it's not. We're right at the very last game. We could go 3 for 4 rather than 4 for 4.
Yep. Fingers crossed here. It looks like the players are still discussing and they're prepping themselves up. But what could change for ONIC in this round? Okay, so round 1 and round 2, very different styles from ONIC. So let's see if it's going to be different here. But when it comes to the ban, it's going to be the same ban here. Oscar and Cassie will not see the light of day. And Santino, a very popular pick, Tora says, thank you for that.
Santino, detrimental in sneaking into those back lines and helping with those early initial picks. ONIC not changing their ways. They're going to be going for the Dimitri, but this time Coda as their opening 2, as Todak will get the Tatsuya almost for free at this point. But how do they want to buff it? Do they want to go for the Zane? Do they want to double down on that Homer? Or do they still want that natural support? Or do they even care about the information at this point? But it looks like they're going to go for the Clue alongside with the Tatsuya. So information plus another rusher.
Right, so you have information, you have a rusher, you have somebody to just be a little bit more flexible. All they need is that if they can have something to deal with the glue walls, right? Like getting an Ignis for Tora, I think it would be pretty nice.
Ignis for Torak doesn't seem like a bad idea when you got Dimitri on your side. I think that the Steffi, yep, Steffi's also good. Do you want the Steffi now that you... I mean, there's still the Chrono available, so I think the Chrono would make the most amount of sense here since you want the walls up so that Koda can utilize it against Torak. Because they know that Torak wants to, like, move forward, take space, and then kind of hunker down. So in those moments is where they can utilize Koda to get the free information to make that first move count.
Yeah, and looks like they might go for the A124, a character that they had the idea of picking before this, but they decided not to. So this time they're going to bring on the A124, a character that they have played before last week in both of their rounds. So they are definitely comfortable with that one. It's just that the results didn't really favor them, but of course that was last week's result. Now for Tora, last pick here, Zane. Okay, super aggressive. We're back to Tora Langa.
It's Tora Langa's side, but they're playing into the A124, right? If they're too close together, A124 can shut down everybody. At least the front three members that Torak have been sending to control the center of the map, and that's something that they cannot deal with, right? If they lose out on Tatsuya and Santino using their active ability cards and stuff, that's like whatever, big deal. But it's mainly the Zane. If she gets hit by it, I think it's going to be an all-in brawl for ONIC. They'll just use their utils early and start making their way across the map.
So maybe that's why they picked up the clue in the first place, so that they will have a clue on where ONIC is at. So all they need to do is just to make that quick one rush and then just shoot from there. Just focus onto shooting and just win rounds as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they want to win rounds as fast as possible. More so, they want to win in the same fashion as they did in game number 2. It's about those opening picks, and I think that ONIC right now, in terms of their opening picks, don't seem that great. They might want to give up on the center initially, like delay the initial start, so that once you figure out the two spearheads from Torak's side, you can immediately look for an A124 punish.
Yeah, and you don't want to group up too early as well, right? Because there's a clue that will expose their position, and Tora can easily just try to find ways to enclose them and try to trap them within a small location. So considering that kind of gameplay might happen, ONIC might want to start off spreading out, and it's not something that they're not used to. We've seen it time and time again from the previous matchup that they're, at most they will do a 2-2 split. Like they don't do a 3-1. 2-2 is what the standard formation is. If they want to go for something unconventional, they can go for a wide spread across the map as well. But for the most part, it's a 2-2, so that's okay to try to counter out the clue.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out, because again, it's all about execution at the end of the day. Oh, with the Santino as well as Tatsuya, I'm expecting a lot coming out from Noki. He already put a stellar performance in game number 2, and I'm hoping that carries on to game number 3.
Oh yeah, Noki, the guy who has experience with ONIC during his EWC campaign recently, the guy that is the one that provides information back to Tora on what or how ONIC operates. That will be probably one of the key breakers here, things that happens behind the scenes that we don't really get to see unless, well, we drop into their trainings. But for ONIC, when it comes to this composition, it feels like it's a very different composition as compared to the ONIC before. This feels like a bit more of a defensive composition for ONIC to try to draw out Tora and try to bring them to come towards them instead.
Yep, I think that would be the most ideal scenario. As our players start to get ready up here, they've already locked in finally. 100-second cooldowns. Oh my goodness, takes a while before we even get into it, but they need to make sure that their setups are correct, right? Because again, setting up for a Clash Squad is slightly different compared to selecting your inventory for a battle royale, mainly because the situations you're put in is very honest, is very clean. It's about really trying to keep it sophisticated, right? Be good at what you need to do and find those opening picks to give you that combat advantage during a firefight.
Yes, and the combat advantage will be very important in this round because it is the decider match between ONIC and Tora on who is going to move on to the 1-1 bracket and who's going to drop to the 2-0 bracket, the bracket that nobody wants to be in because that is an elimination bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Both sides They surely want this win, but who will gain this win is going to be the question that will be answered by our players soon.
They have to prove themselves on the battlefield. So far, we've seen that not a lot of, especially between ONIC and as well as Todak, other than game number 1, not a lot of weapons get brought over into the next rounds because of the accidental frags given over at the very end when they've secured the round. Now, let's jump right into it. First round here on our third game in this BO3. The current score is 1-1 between ONIC as well as Todak. As they jump right into it, let's see, because right now all 4 members of ONIC is cutting around towards the left side of the map, where only 2 members of Todak are going to be. Fai is able to take out Zyro and bounce out just in time. Traps looking to finish off this elimination here, falls into all 3 of the members because Traps has also brought a friend into Noki, and it's done well. Putra gets them in the back. Faiz is a little low. Adam needs to put some work, but Zen gets hit by Adam as well. Adam fighting all 3 members from his angle, dominating the battlefield.
Now Adam is just putting out suppression fire there, while the other members of ONIC recover themselves, and now that they have the numbers, it's all about finishing up this round by taking out Faiz, who's currently on the 2nd floor, and Adam is playing Ring Around the Rosie with Faiz, now caught him in the corner, nowhere to go. Result for match number 1 is expected, and ONIC claims that one.
ONIC has been doing very well in the pistol rounds against Todak, but now as we move on into our second round, let's see if that changes a little bit, right? Because we've seen ONIC for 2 maps in a row have a good start, but the second map is where we started to feel doubts as Todak was able to kind of figure out what they needed at the end. Now we do see a bit of a buy coming in from Faiz, right? He's decided to go for an AR of his own, a Kimbo revolver coming in from Zen. Traps making sure that he's got plenty of utility in hand, but let's see. It's all about those opening picks, something of which Todak won't be able to find with that kind of weaponry.
They're going to play on a high ground this time, with Faiz on the lower ground, and all 4 players of ONIC, everyone has their own elevation. Adam spots out Zen. Quick work by him to take that first knockdown.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zen, had no resources to work with, just the double akimbos, right? Not even glue walls to work with. Couldn't even pop his health kit knowing that Adam was so nearby, but Adam has been doing so much work. Faiz finds 2. That's exactly what you want to see from the side of Todak, right? Especially with the heavy investment of that rifle. Quickly drops down. Steffi tries to make it sure that it happens, and it works out well. Unfortunately for Putra, it's just not enough. The rifle, just too much to handle. Too much firepower from Faiz.
And that's also because that Todak has a good spread here. They have somebody on the higher ground, they have somebody on the lower ground, so they have multiple angles against ONIC. And they're prepared in case ONIC does something funny, like trying to go, like jump down and try to go flank. They are ready for it. But all they needed to do is focus onto the high ground, because all 4 players of ONIC have their own elevation spot, and that was pretty easy for Todak to just look at one direction and aim down onto anyone that they can see from ONIC.
Well, speaking of, looks like ONIC are coming in with a bit of a broken buy of their own. Full weapons coming in for the side of Todak, and big armor as well. I want to make sure they do as much damage as possible here, while ONIC are kind of on the back foot. Faiz, good pick off onto Crimex K, and now this should open up everything for Todak to start taking the space aggressively against ONIC. They just need their eyes on Adam, who's been the top performer for the side of ONIC Olympus. Adam already finds 1 into Zen. A little sad for Zen. He's going to be losing out on his loadout, but it's totally fine. His body armor, he had no body armor anyways. But the rest of the team need to start taking the space, and Noki is going to be the first to try and push in towards Putra. Putra goes down as Adam, the next to try and turn this around. Oh my goodness! Traps able to sight them to death!
And 1 more to go. It's going to be Zyro now, 1v2. And Zyro, very low on health. And Todak, Langa, getting that 1 win. And it all started after they get Crime. So we can see a trend here. Crime is that guy that Todak needs to take out. But at the same time, ONIC or Crime himself needs to keep himself in a safe position, not to be one of the early ones to go down. If not, Todak can go with their Langa philosophy, just play a CQC, and they do well with that.
The CQC has been not only well, but also Todak getting more dynamic with their angles, making sure that when they're taking space, it opens up new opportunities for attack and line of sights against ONIC, which again, All thanks to the help of both Noki and alongside Faiz winning out his shots, right? Traps, he's gonna try again, once more. They've already revealed all 4 members' positions. They know exactly where they are, and now they want to lean in towards the right side. They see Crime in the corner as well, wide out, but Traps not going to take that first shot because he knows he might just give away the position of Faiz, who's currently on the gondola, heading over to his side to try and push Crimex out of that position. Even Zyro, he wants the support, but unfortunately can't. Adam finally going down to the very end as Noki as well as Putra trade shots against each other, but Noki still has the resources to drop down the blue wall to begin with.
Putra now with the AUG navigating around. But right in front of him, there goes the glue wall, trying to protect himself. He tries to get away, but behind him is the blue. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and Dora will take him out.
kill.
And this time it's going to be Zyro and Crime against the 3 members of Dora, but Faiz seems to be in trouble.
He is in trouble, but it's a 3v2 scenario, and they've just used the clue active as they start trying to take the space. Faiz already knew he was there, preemptively fired. Good communication with the help of Noki, just in case, but Zyro, by himself on this gondola, must come down, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a med kit to keep himself alive. He's just looking for picks. He's looking for anything to keep himself. He should probably drop down at some point of time, because now the blue is going to force him out even more.
Yeah, and the sharks are waiting down there, so it's just a matter of time right now. And I guess Zyro, he knows he can't do much, gives himself away. And there you go, Dora now in the lead. And this could be a big comeback by Dora. I know it's still early, but Dora, they're on track.
Todak not only on track, but also with heavy momentum, plenty of money on their side in comparison to their opponents who are just scrambling to get AWMs here and some decent armor. But it's going to be a pretty important buy because now, before we head into the 5th round, it's all or nothing here because if ONIC lose one more time, they're going to be coming into that final match point round with just severe lack of equipment.
And here comes ONIC, okay? They're going to go for a 2v2 on the 2nd floor with Zen right in front. Make it a 3v2 for now. It's going to be a 3v3. It's going to be a head-on fight here. Lots of blue walls deployed. Zen is pretty low. Half health left. And now, it's a bit of a stalemate between the two, but only the glue wall to protect ONIC.
Yep, speaking of which, the flanks might be in some trouble because right now they've opened up a gigantic hole towards Adam, Zyrun as well as Putra. They need to push forward, but Zen as well as Loki is holding their ground very strong while Adam has been picked off. Putra might be the next to fall as we see the Crimex K is getting blasted in the back. The angles as Faiz finally close him in. They have sandwiched their members and they have taken the front 3. Now they want Crime, and that's an easy victory for Todak's side as they sandwich the members of ONIC Olympus together.
What a rotation by Faiz to go all the way back. Just look at the minimap and his movement. He tries to find where the backline is. He tries to locate Crime. And the moment he did that, Crime was surprised. He was very low. And all Dora needed to do is just to finish him off as the final player of ONIC that was still active at that time. What a beautiful move initiated by Faiz.
Yep, and now we come over to one of the more important sides. With no helmets from Zyru and his Crimex K, they cannot afford to get headshot at all unless they want to get down on their knees. But at this point, ONIC taking an extremely defensive approach against Todak, hiding in buildings and more so playing on the outer regions. Crime has also got to make sure that his backs are going to be clear at this stage because potential flank from either Faiz or even Noki would occur. Luckily, Adam is in position just in case. Both sides don't want to give them anything. We still have a minute left before we see the first enclosure.
And the first enclosure will favor Dora since they have control of the middle of this map now. The rest of the players of ONIC, with the blue behind their backs, they'll be forced to move. And it will happen very, very soon. So they have to plan out, or maybe take the preemptive strike against Dora, but they need the information.
They do need the information, but I think they've kind of limited it down to the positions that they can and cannot be. And I think this is the problem right now, because ONIC, what are they hoping for? Somebody has to instigate it. And now with the blue closing in and not on their side, Adam tries to go for the center. Zen, caught sleeping at the wheel at this point, allowing them to make it across. Traps tries as well, but now they just nade spam Adam and as well as Putra. Noki is completely fine. The Mirage can be, they've taken space. as Faiz has a safe space. He's already on their flanks. Zen as well as Trap start working together on their flank. Crime is already down. Noki finds the initial kill, but unfortunately Zen and as well, oh, Zyru, he goes down, but Noki finds two straight away. Instant response, and Zen is still alive to keep them in place like a rat trying to go through a rat trap. Todak makes sure that every bit of ground taken is going to be life stolen.
The incremental performance by Tora. Now they're at match point 5-1. After a brilliant move again, they got Crime as their first blood in this round. Once they spot him out, once they take him out, then the three players of ONIC, they start to falter from there. That's how crucial ONIC is to keep Crime alive as long as possible.
Speaking of for as long as possible, match point for the side of Todak with 2 cyber airdrops to their name to nothing. AWM's already purchased big boy weapons, tier 3 armors, everything under the sun Todak has already purchased. ONIC, they've got some decent weaponry on their hands, but CrimeXK luckily hasn't been headshot too often. It justifies him not going for the helmet this time round, as we see that Adam, making the turnaround, tanking so much of the Blues damage, and if Traps dies here, it will all be for naught, and it was for naught. Adam finds him, and this is the opening pick that they were looking for. CrimeXK loses his head regardless, and turning this into a 3v2. AWM still in play here, as now as the Fire Mirage going to start melting away the glue walls in the center of the map. High ground controlled by Todak.
And that's where it's critical, right, to take down Crime. And the fact that they took down Crime, they know that the others will be forced to play a CQC. They took out Adam. Now it's 3v2 for Tora. They're at the edge of winning this one. Jump shot by Faiz. Faiz trying to get his target, and he will. One more to go. It's going to be Putra left against the 3 players of Todak. And Todak, they could probably end this up, but wait a second. Now it's Putra down 2. Todak, only Noki left.
Oh, Noki tries, turns it around. Unfortunately, Putra jumps back out into the blue. Noki secures the win, pushing Todak to the 1-1 bracket.
And it's a reverse sweep by Tora against ONIC. Going down 6-0. They slowly climb back up. What a comeback by Tora. This is the true Tora Lunga.
That's what we wanted to see. Todak having high firepower, high power, and more so the game IQ to kind of turn this around and make individual decisions. Good job coming in from Todak. Sad though, devastating even for ONIC Olympus. They had such a good start. 6-0 in Todak, making that look easy, but then coming into that second and third rounds, oh man, Todak had their number.
Yeah, and Todak just found the formula, right, on how to overcome ONIC. Number 1, if they can take down Crime, that will be the perfect scenario, because Crime was just so annoying. Like, he would stop flanks from Todak from the angles that he took. But when they took out Crime, they know that, okay, no one else will stop us from doing our flanks, from just rushing in even in an open space. And that's where Todak got the best of ONIC. And I love the fact that Todak not only realizes that as a key priority moment for them, but they also show that they are flexible enough this round to adapt to different situations.
I mean, the situations that they were put in weren't too crazy, but at the very least they capitalize on those small moments, especially when people clearly have line of sight of their opponent, but they don't take that first initial shot. They set it up for somebody else to kind of chain it off one another, which is why we're seeing that Todak, when they find that first pick, things collapse really fast soon after.
Yes, and they found at least a formula for this one. And the one that opened up the formula is Faiz as our match MVP this round from Todak with 7 eliminations, 3,724 damage. And his highlight moment for me was when he flanked Crime in one of the rounds. That was amazing to watch.
Faiz opened things up, and more so found that win condition for them. He was good in map number 2 when he was finding initial picks and initial first contacts against ONIC, chunking them out for 70-90% of the HPs, knockdowns as well, forcing ONIC to kind of play defensive. And then in map number 3, he gets even more aggressive, winning out important 1v1s, but look at the number of assists he has been influencing all the fights across the map.
Yeah, 13 assists. Wow. Okay. And of course, bringing the eliminations together with the amount of damage. But on the other side, as much as Crime was influential in their 6-0 win, unfortunately, no eliminations at all for Crime this round. And that's because Tora tries to take him out as early as possible, not allowing Crime to be able to contribute as much as he would like to the team.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see it play out a little differently from ONIC's side, but it just feels bad, right? Because the same problems that we saw from their BR, where one person goes down, it's really difficult for them to recover regardless, also applies to Clash Squad. I would have imagined that once Crime XK goes down, Adam and maybe even Putra had enough game IQ to make some individual decisions, because there were moments where they could have collapsed upon 2 targets, but they had 2 separate ideas.
Yeah, so I guess the separate ideas is something that they will need to align moving forward, right? Not the end of the world. Again, for ONIC, they lost 1-2 to Torak to a reverse sweep, but they will still be playing in a 0-2 bracket moving forward. So fans of ONIC, do stay tuned to that. But if you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, just look at the results here. First game, 6-0. And it wasn't just any 6-0. It was a fairly fast 6-0 that ONIC won. But in game number 2, Kalahari, Tora started to climb back with the 6-3 win. And then the compounding momentum that they had was brought to Nextera. That brought them the 6-1 win in the best fashion possible for Tora between this matchup of these 2 amazing teams. So great work for Tora. What a comeback.
Which is pretty shocking that it ended up like this. Strong statements, but the power creep keeps on going up. Sometimes teams are just not feeling it for that map, they just get better in the rest of them. But with that being said, that does kind of conclude our 0-1 bracket, and now the next best of 3s are all elimination pieces from here on, from this point onwards, which is not the most fun for anybody in the 0-2, but at least it gives you a chance to maybe turn things around for yourself to make it into the double eliminations.
Yeah, and somebody's going to go home. Well, not technically home because there's still the Battle Royale mode, but for this mode, somebody's going to be eliminated. So yeah, stay tuned for that one. And because of the stakes are that high, that makes the next 0-2 rounds or the upcoming 0-2 rounds, we're going to watch at least 2 of them, ladies and gentlemen, even more exciting.
Just that much more at the edge of your seats, and hopefully, so far it's been good. No more technical pauses for the time being. Hopefully that has been all fixed up, because these next couple of battles are going to be important, and I don't want these teams to run out of steam or momentum because of one. Because so far we've seen that teams that have momentum, there's such a different shade to them when they play.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And I do like to see like the evolution of strategy, like from week 1 to now week number 2 so far. We are towards the end of it. We only have like 2 more games to go, and we start to see like the teams putting out like different strategies almost every round, and things are starting to shape up, right? So the challenge is going to be even bigger as teams progress, because there's a lot more data being put out to public, and people are starting to see patterns here. So the challenge will be for teams that move even further to try to be creative with how they're going to play this. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to check out an interview here with one of the players of Tora. We're going to hear from them. How do they think about their performance? So let's go on to our interview. Take it away.
Hello everyone, you're with me, Obvi, and together with Noki from Toda. So congratulations on your winning again ONIC Olympus. So first of all, how are you guys doing on the first match with 6-0 between ONIC? Jadi bagaimana pertama kali congratulations Tanya untuk kemenangan game pada kali ini. Tapi untuk pasukan Todak bagaimana dengan kekalahan yang berlaku pada round pertama tadi?
Round pertama tu kita orang test je kan. Kita orang memang macam mana, kita orang kaji. Second game tu baru kita orang faham.
So they try to understand the gameplay coming from ONIC. That's why from game 2 onwards they improve during the gameplay as well. So for the next step, does Todak immediately can bring in to proceed the winning for the next bracket. Jadi adakah untuk pasukan Todak boleh untuk pergi kemenangan untuk bracket yang seterusnya?
InsyaAllah boleh.
InsyaAllah boleh. Jadi adakah skill yang akan digunakan tu sama dengan kemasukan Zen sama sekali?
Kita akan ubah sikit.
Sikit. So they are confident about winning on the next bracket, and of course with bringing in Zen, they will try to adapt with the skills as well. And thank you for Noki for being here as well. And now we're back to the casters. And
A team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born. Garena.
Welcome everybody. Free Fire World Series here once again for Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Seasons. Clash Squad mode just got hotter. With more stakes on the line than ever before, 2 more best of 3s will determine the fates of our upcoming teams. Hopefully they trust their energy drinks, because let me tell you about Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand, filled and chock full of zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste for those of y'all who get a little ooh, that's just too much Red Bull flavor for me. We've got the product for you. Highly focused and sees every opportunity to achieve every single booyah with style. Red Bull, the brand to go to. Thank you once again to Red Bull.
Yep, and our upcoming teams will need to win it with style, because we are now in the O2 bracket. That means whoever who loses this one gets eliminated. So nobody wants to get eliminated, of course, but then again, it's a tournament, it's a competition. Somebody has to bow out, and we will see the first 2 teams bow out. Who would it be? Well, we need to wait and see. But while we wait for that to happen, to put in the comment section what your predictions might be.
Who's gonna come out of this? Because it's a bit of a tough one, right? It's Indonesia versus Indonesia, Vietnam versus Vietnam. It's Team Flash facing off against GOW, both of them having crushing defeats early on, and now that we're getting into the later stages of the day itself for Southeast Asia, for those of you who are GMT +8, it's currently 11:35. For Indonesia, it's 10:35. For everybody else, it's one of the 2 times. I don't know what to tell you, man. Gotta search that stuff up. Time zones are hard.
Yep, and well, for us, it's getting really late. But then again, the action doesn't stop here. We really want to try to see who will be the 2 teams that will move on and who will be eliminated. Of course, we're going to start off our O2 series here between Team Flash and GOW. So based on the current stats for these 2 teams, they have yet to win a single match between these 2 teams. So looking to turn their fate around.
Yeah, again, GOW and as well as Flash both having slightly slower playstyles. I would say that Flash more surgical with their strikes in comparison to GOW, who again, I think they need to find those first picks to create these advantages, right? The raw decisions being made by both of these teams are top notch. However, the execution is where it becomes a little difficult. ABCD has done his best, but Hwangam getting taken out early on, one of the few weaknesses that maybe GOW might look to exploit.
Yeah, and they need to find ways to exploit the maps coming up soon. We're going to start off with Nextera, followed by Kalahari, and if needed, it's going to be Bermuda as game number 3 here. So between these 2, it's going to be a tough one, right? Because they don't have a track record of like having a win. So it's going to be kind of hard to tell who might win this one. And when it comes to like play styles, both teams are very different when it comes to play style. Team Flash, they do love their Tatsuya. GOW, yes, they can play the Tatsuya, but they are a little bit more flexible in terms of their composition. And they have even picked a A124 before this as well last week, especially. Although it wasn't a winning pick for them, but it just shows that they are flexible to use pretty much any character on available.
Yeah, based on what we've seen, I think that God of Wolf might lean into banning out the Santino, the Oscars, maybe arguably the Cassie. It kind of depends, because Team Flash has also seen the bans towards Cassie's side, including the Chrono as well, which we saw in the previous match. I want to see how these bans are going to really start to shape things up, because what we did see from Flash at least was an Ignis ban, and that kind of costed them a little bit once the Oscar was the follow-up ban against their opponent's Twisted Minds at the time.
Yeah, speaking about the bans, I think we can expect like some of the hot bans, right? Like the Santino being taken out, and maybe even the Chrono as well to be taken out as well. The Cassie ban might be a strategy to just try to break out the traditional combo of having the Cassie and Tatsuya together. But speaking about the bans, we're going to get into the draft right now, and Team Flash is going to start off with the first ban. So potentially, historically, Chrono, Cassie might be the first one.
Well, let's see, because first bans will lead into Flash's side. Oh no. They're calling it a second marshal. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. Please get this ban through. It's already cutting into the reserve time, since the 60-second countdown has already begun. And from the looks of it, looks like we might have an issue already. 4 for 5. As we look at the opposite side, they're looking at them and they're like, we're all in the same studio. We know what's about to happen.
Yeah, they're just looking across at each other. It's like, oh, okay, something's happening there. Oh, okay, that means we have more time to discuss. Yeah, I guess that's good news for the teams. But of course, we'd like to get our games going because it's an exciting match. This is the first elimination match, so it's super exciting to kind of like set the tone of what's to come.
And I think especially for GOW, they don't look too stressed about the situation. They still, looking as normal as ever here as they look to set this draft up once more. Our marshals are already on it, so don't worry. They will handle this professionally as soon as possible. They just need confirmations from the marshals on the opposite side to get the green light.
Oh, now we're gonna have a second marshal showing up as well.
Hey, they're just checking. It's like, hey, you guys set
Okay.
the lobby correct, right? You guys didn't give any slight advantages to them, right? And lobby creators, I'm keeping an eye out on y'all.
Yeah. Okay, final checks, I guess, here, just to make sure that everyone's in the right lobby, out of the millions of lobbies available, maybe. But okay. I guess they're pretty ready right now, and I'm sure they want to get things on the way as well, right? Especially with the fact that they both have not won a single game, so they want to try to okay, can we get the good vibes by winning that one game, right? And of course, one of these teams would win their first game, and that's where they will start to get the good feels, and maybe they will be able to roll that onto the following matches.
Oh no, tough to say, man. No, somebody else has a technical problem. No, I'm hoping that it's not the case, and maybe I'm just reading into the situation a little too much. But Team Flash are the ones who are okay now, but it's now God of Wolf who could be having a technical issue. Not entirely sure, but we'll let our marshals handle it in the meantime. Either way, both of these teams are eager for that win. That good vibes, good times will come once they achieve that victory to keep themselves afloat. But from this point onwards, every single one of these Clash Squad best of threes, it's gonna be a do or die once you've reached that 0-2 bracket. Another elimination causes you to bow out of the tournament. Another win gets you closer to that scoreline of 3-2 where you make it to the double elimination stage.
Oh man, it's a scary thought, right? This is the round that somebody gets eliminated after playing at least two series, including this one. It's going to be a third series, just to be eliminated as early as this. It's just sad, right? And you have to come from the same region as well. You gotta think about it. If you're a fan from the Vietnamese region watching this one, and you're thinking to yourself that, oh man, one of my boys is gonna go home. It's not a good feel.
No, it feels really, really bad, especially since I've been singing the praises of Vietnam because of their performances during their battle royales, because they do well. They do very, very well during their battle royale. Some hotter than others, but it really depends on the day. They've improved their initial, I call it Clash Squad right at the very beginning, when they get hot dropped anyways, because they've been winning a couple of those out. I thought it might translate for a deeper run here at the Clash Squad official tournament.
Yeah, and I guess it's not the same story for everyone, right? For these Vietnamese teams, like what you said, I will expect them to go a little bit deeper, but that's not the case. But if we were to translate the same thought of how about the powerhouses like Team Falcons, like Full Ram, like AG? Well, yeah, they did really well. So we'll see them, some of them moving on, some of them very comfortable up there as well. So whatever their performance in a battle royal mode does translate here. So I guess it's really like a 50-50 sort of thing, right?
Yeah, it definitely is a 50-50 sort of thing. But again, both GOW as well as Team Flash have significantly improved from the last time we saw them. The first 2 weeks of Battle Royale should be a good litmus test amongst those who are trying to think whether or not God of Wolf or even Team Flash stand a chance in the current standings. But now finally fixed the technical issues. Thank you once again to our marshals as we head right back in. Cassie bans, Oscar immediately banned out for the side of GOW. Team Flash with first pick.
Ooh, very familiar bands here. And of course, our power pick, Santino, is open with the fact that Team Flash, they had the first pick, so surely they're going to lock that on for themselves. So they played the Santino before, and the Santino, they've paired that with a Tatsuya before. So that's going to be an interesting potential pair. Or maybe they can bring in the Clue as well, just to give them a bit more visibility across the map on where the position of the opponents are at. But no surprise, still the Tatsuya here as the main rusher.
Yep, Tatsuya, Santino alongside the Coda, very similar comp to what we've been seeing for the past day, throughout the day actually. GOW now having to respond. They know that Coda is going to get them free information. The Ignis is going to make it a little difficult for them to take space, and now they're going to go for the A124 to try and deny abilities alongside Iris, which is kind of perfect to round out their composition. Not only do they have ways to interact not with glue walls, shoot through them, but also the fact that if anybody gets caught by the A124, it's a pretty easy green light for GOW. Zane, a perfect pick for Flash. In case somebody gets caught out, at least Zane can keep them alive for just a little bit longer.
Wow, okay, I really love this run, right? So both sides, they have their own wall breaker sort of type of character, right? So you have the Ignis on the GOW as well, who's able to melt down the glue walls. So that's gonna be giving them the option of playing aggressively, or even if they want to play defensively. If you set up like glue walls just to try to close the gap against a GOW, they can melt it down, and that will force them to take a fight potentially in an open area, depending on what sort of terrain are we talking about. But in theory, that's something that might happen.
I'm curious to see who's going to get what characters here. I feel like it's pretty straightforward that ABCD is looking to play Tatsuya, maybe even Santino. We'll see, because there has been a bit of a switch between him and the Zom in terms of who plays the support or secondary fragger and who plays the main rusher in these types of games. For the side of GOW, on the other hand, I'm really worried about this A124. It's either it'll do immaculate things for GOW or collapse very, very fast. We'll see, because Diane is the one who has to play it. Akoy being the main sniper on that Iris makes sense. The Zom playing Zame, ABCD taking Tatsuya, so it's going to be Hwangam on Koda as the main sniper and the one who is looking for the information.
Okay, the only thing that I worry about GOW's composition is this composition too defensive? Like, it's like a draw out side of composition, like Team Flash come to us sort of composition. We've seen that sort of idea before being used. I believe it was between RRQ and BTR, and when RRQ used it, it didn't really work out for them. So I don't know if it will be the same outcome for GOW, or they have a different way of executing it.
Well, it really depends on how proactive Flash is going to be, because keep in mind, Flash, they're the ones with the mobility options, right? And it's GOW who can't really take damage in comparison to Flash. Obviously, trades are important, but at the end of the day, Zane is the only one who can kind of buff the entirety of the team going in for these fights, in comparison to GOW, who kind of has to whittle you down and tax you for every little space that you have. And when you find the opportunity to go for the all-in, the Chrono and A124 are the ones who should put a full stop.
Ooh, okay, but we can expect Team Flash to really just try to run down GOW, right, with the composition that they have, with the Tatsuya, with Zane especially, and then you have the Koda as well, and in between you have Santino. This is a very aggressive sort of composition, and it wouldn't make sense if they change their playstyle to play it passively with this sort of composition. It's not a composition that will allow you to just kick back and wait for your opponents to come to you. You have to take the fight to your opponents, which is GOW.
I mean, their whole strategy isn't just to all-in, it's about taking space and then forcing them in a position where you can go for the all-in. That's what Flash has to set up with these types of compositions with high mobility, because in terms of the raw trades, without Cassie available, without Dimitri ready to go, or even a Steffi to give him an extra bit of a buff on that push, you really are dependent on Zane and as well as Santino to kind of set the pace and as well as tone. Once Zane has already used their active skill, everybody has to commit to it. If not, it's just wasted value.
And just to add on to the value between these two teams, like, they're from the same region, so obviously that they would have met each other many times, whether it's in practices, whether it's scrims, or maybe even when they queue their regular rank game, they would have met with each other. So I'm sure they know how to try to deal with each other, but it's of course a fair game because they're both from the same region. So it could still go to anyway. But if I were to pick a composition that I favor, right? Learning from the other teams and their own compositions, a pattern that we see, I will probably put my finger onto Team Flash. How about you, Gideon?
Team Flash, I think, yeah, that would make a little bit more sense, but we didn't get, to be fair, we didn't get to see a lot of GOW. That's the problem. They lost their maps in very convincing fashions, and I think this is the time, and now is the time to actually show off everything they have in the arsenal, especially since they're pushed into this corner. But I think it's time we start making our way into the game itself. GOW going to be controlling the left-hand side, while Team Flash going to be on the right. There are zip lines that they can work with to try and get an early lead in terms of just space. And we can see that both Demon and as well as RIP on it as they try to push ABCD out of position. Their right flank has already been snuck through as Flash slowly try and look for areas to punish the center.
And look at this, right? Team Flash, they send 2 players to flank. So they're getting creative with their positioning, but ABCD unfortunately will be punished, but at least they respond back by taking out Dian as well as Demon. Rip is down as well, leaving only Akoy left, and Akoy is nowhere to go. It is a pistol round, so it's very exposed. Even if he wants to fight back, it's going to be very difficult because of the weapons that he has, and Team Flash will take game 1.
Unfortunately, GOW was not able to stop Hwang Am, and that's the problem, right? Hwang Am really good at supporting his team. Holds really key angles as well. One of the main reasons why we saw Team Flash actually finding success in their previous matches, stealing away rounds. But once he's gone, GOW have a kind of open reign on everybody else.
Yeah, and now it's not going to be that open for GOW since they lost the first round. So economical advantage is going to be for Team Flash. And I really love the positioning of Team Flash. Again, look at the spread that they have. They're in a 2-2 formation, and they want to try to find this flank against GOW. Again, a strategy that worked out for them in game 1.
Yeah, Team Flash not really investing too much in this second round, expecting GOW to actually go for the buy upwards. And yes, they brought 2 ARs alongside a Mini Uzi and Akimbo, as well as Akimbo revolvers. Dian finds Hwang Am, and now the collapse has started, right? Team Flash, let's see how they recover from this, because ABCD is really all by himself. The rest of his teammates are at his back, and he sees all 3 members of GOW making that anti-clockwise rotation to try and take control over the center, if not bait out positions, because Akoy, he gets shot by death. They know that he's on this gondola. They know he's moving forward here. Their heads are sticking out ever so slightly, and now, as they move, Akoy manages to find the kill. At this point, Flash, they should be out of the series. Akoy, he's so low, he can't really participate. Does he want to use his medkit? And he does. RIP wins out on his own with the help of Dian at his back, and GOW take the victory, pulling it to a 1-for-1 in terms of game score.
What a response by GOW. Team Flash, they tried to play the same strategy of like, okay, we send 2 out to flank and 2 on the other side. But GOW, they adapted quickly, they read the situation, and with the game sense, they're able to overcome Team Flash. Plan that Team Flash had earlier on did not work out for them.
Yep.
Time for Team Flash to switch it up.
I mean, Team Flash, now is their time, right? They saved in the previous round to have some bigger econ here and some better equipment. When talking about better equipment, I'm talking about FGLs ready to go. They've got a Powerfall on death. They've got tier 2 armors. I think that's a tier 3 on Hwang Am, and as well as ABCD, who are looking to be the ones who takes the most amount of aggro from GOW. They themselves who will also provided a bit of armor, but now the front lines are getting pushed through. Ignis already throwing out the Flame Mirage, breaking only one of those walls, but this time turner is actually working perfectly as GOW play around the Flash walls. Death manages to get Akoy. Doesn't see Demon, unfortunately. It's a 3v2 scenario with Dian already so low. It's not looking good. Hwang Am turns the corner, tries to get the man in front, but gets beamed regardless. GOW, unfortunately, just don't have the health.
Yeah, and nobody was really dealing with death on the other side. In GOW, they were all clumped up onto the same corner. And Death was just at this long range, other side of the building, having free shots. Nobody dealt with him at all.
couldn't deal with him. Wish they should have dealt with him. Now, in terms of the economy, 6,100 to 5,000. Not too big of a difference between the two, but so far, at least for Flash, they're walking away with some better armor in comparison to GOW. Dian and Akoi don't have any armor to protect themselves with. Hopefully that won't cost them this upcoming round. As Team Flash walking with an economical advantage, they notice the members of Flash. They're going for the 2-2 split against Flash's 3-1.
Yeah, again with the split. Interesting. Both sides actually kind of mirroring each other. And looking at the current situation, GOW looks like they will lose 2 players. And that's going to be Akoi and Demon out. Only Gan and Rip left. They don't have the numbers against Team Flash, but they try to respond back. This time they learned their lesson. They take out Death first.
Yeah, they got to make sure that they secure these knockdowns. They cannot just keep on moving positions and leave them to rot, because at some point, Team Flash or even GOW could look to pick them up later down the line. Oh, the Zom getting some pretty good shots, and unfortunately, the Chrono does not come out in time. RIP, gone for good. Dian, the last one available, and unfortunately, with just the Kimbo revolvers, ain't going to be able to get too much done. Hwang Am, he is kind of low to be fair, but Dian takes him out regardless.
And that's going to be a win here for Team Flash. And I would say that they just kind of repeat the same strategy as before, right? Like, they trust the process here. We go for a split at the very beginning. We try to go for the flank. So happened, GOW, they did the same thing as well. And when they did the same thing, that means they split out their manpower, they split out their damage potential output. And Team Flash, they saw that, oh, so you guys split. Okay, let's try to take out one by one, because we are more used to doing that sort of a movement. And they got the best of GOW.
They won out on the 50-50, and unfortunately for GOW, they knew that Flash, 3 of them, were going into that same direction. Ooh, Time Thunder already used early on. Rip trying to box himself in to buys a little bit of time, tries to go for a couple of shots of his own, but unfortunately, this Fire Mirage isn't getting as much value as they wanted to. Dian does find the initial trade, turning this into a 2v2, but unfortunately, GOW are closer to their brothers to pick them back up, forcing this into a 4v2 scenario. Med packs can be utilized by RP and Akoi as they get back to full health. This round should fall into the hands of Team Flash.
Man, this is so close here. But nevertheless, only 2 players left for Team Flash, and GOW knows exactly where they are. We can see that RIP is just rushing in. They got Death. Only 1 more left. Should be easy work here for GOW since they have the numbers. Akoi went down, but they are not able to take out Akoi, and that's going to be GOW pulling 1 round back.
And a good pincer maneuver coming in from GOW side, winning these important angles. The corners of the map gives you full access to your opponents, especially since only their backs are the ones who are unexposed, their faces wide open. GOW, this is what we were looking for, right? To try and bring it back now, 2-3 here. No broken economy from Team Flash just yet. Plenty in the reserve to dig into their funding. Unfortunately for Death, not that much, a bit unlucky for him. No helmets, tier 2s and tier 3 armors already being purchased. Slow and steady wins the race, says Team Flash.
Ooh, but they're not taking this slow and steady. We can see the active movement here by both sides, as GOW on this side, they have the numbers against Team Flash. They just need the information. And that's where Demon will lead the charge.
Wait, they're over-rotating here. Do they not realize that their snipers are about to collide? If GOW just turns the corner right now to pinch onto that one member of Flash who is in their back corner, they might have a better opportunity. Death, ABCD, and as well as Zom are the ones that are visible here, but Hwang Am ends up losing the fight to Akoi, who headshots him, which is first blood already achieved, allowing GOW full entry to walk on through.
And on the other side, GOW, they do have a long-range support in case Team Flash does anything funny. But Demon, the moment he steps in, he goes down, but at least a trade back against ABCD. The Zom, now 50% of health. He needs a little bit of space for himself to heal up, but he will not be given the space by RIP, sending him back down. It's only Death, the final player of Team Flash, and now GOW will be onto him. GOW surely will win this round.
What an over-rotate coming in for the side of Flash. They sent their sniper to go counter-snipe so close to the enemy, and I think at that point there was no way to actually have any kind of line of sight here unless we see Team Flash actually show resistance against the three members coming in from GOW on that right-hand side. I think at this point it's a good adjustment for the side of GOW. I think that Team Flash may have overthought the scenario. They gotta calm down for a second here and really just play on the information presented to them at the time. I don't think it's deeper than that.
Yeah, I guess they really need to put the handbrakes at some point, right? So hopefully they'll be able to like relearn back the strategies this time. And because it's a different terrain, looks like they're going to play this a little bit more safer. But for Team Flash, they're ready to flank.
They've already tried. They already made sure that the A1 does connect it to the right targets, and as well as the Zalmo able to quickly punch in to give the armor, and the armor is actually coming big time for the squad. Flash is able to take out the GOW members. Perfectly timed utility from Flash's side, taking 3 members down, 0 back, and Akoy with a clean round from Flash.
Whew. Okay. It took a bit of time for them to execute it, but the moment they executed the plan, Team Flash had the best of GOW. Just look at this, right? Just sending 2 players on top, 2 players at the bottom, and then they converge back on the other side. It was well executed by Team Flash. GOW, they stood no chance the moment they lost their first player.
Alright, Team Flash, let's see how they pull it back. They've been replying back and forth against each other this entire series. And now with a big weaponry and heavy investment into this round, we're expecting that Flash is looking for match point here in comparison to GOW. Dian as well as RIP both holding on to nades. And at this point, it might be the difference maker here, knowing that the heavy investment from Team Flash is going to be applied against them. And Death, okay, throwing at the Mirage, wants to look for a reposition before changing spot, but it looks like he is aware that the GOW members are all underneath him at this point. Hwangam halfway across the map, seeing the entire situation going down, as Dian as well as Demon must have some form of contact before anything can occur.
But Hwangam needs to move at some point as well because he's very close to the blue. And the zone will close in about 40 more seconds. So he has to be prepared in order for him to take the best position possible with the sniper. Now both teams, looks like they're starting to make their move. Same goes for Hwangam, and GOW push to a corner.
Yep, and they don't realize that Hwangam already in a phenomenal position, forcing them. GOW is trying to scale up a very difficult set of stairs. Lots of interaction with, but Hwangam gets into the middle of all 3 of them. Death finds a headshot into Death as Hwangam takes out Demon. That's 2 for 1 and 3 for 1. Looking for Akoy as they all muscle through match point for Team Flash.
Ooh, okay. Team Flash. Patience paid for them in this round. It was a rather slow rise compared to the ones before, but then again, it's a very strategic round, I must say, for Team Flash. Just to wait for GOW to make their move while they slowly close in on the GOW. And by the time towards the end, they caught GOW at the very corner. There was not much space for GOW to go. They're all clumped up together. And Team Flash, all they needed to do is just to focus onto a piece of the map and finish off GOW altogether.
This is a pretty difficult position for GOW because they have to win the next 2 matches with the loadouts that they have, right? They've invested everything while Team Flash is 18,000 to work with. So they don't, even if they drop this particular showdown, at least the following one, they're going to be re-equipped with the same thing. So, Hwangam getting taken out, but the Trogon coming in from Demon almost straight away. They figured out where he's been standing this entire time, but the Trogon is tough. The Zom, unfortunately, losing a majority of his armor, is able to heal back up just in time, but has to worry about 3 members as he blocks it off. Needs to quickly shift away, losing 50% of his HP. Now sending the rest of the members. Demon has already followed. ABCD gets blasted in the face by Akoy.
Okay, there's the response by GOW. So far so good as Dian rushes in, sees one, but the shield is protecting his opponent, and Team Flash, they fire back. The only Demon left. Team Flash, they could wrap it up. Demon, what is he going to do about this current situation? Everyone's onto him right now. He can go and pick up Dian, but no! The opportunity is not given. Booyah to Team Flash.
Good use of the Mirage, giving Overwatch while sending the Mirage to walk halfway across the map just to get right under their noses. Cancels out the initial revive to close out game number 1 in dominating fashion. Great use of resources from Team Flash.
Yep, congratulations to Team Flash. They won their first game. Finally, it took them a while. But the mission is not over yet because it's a best of 3 series. They have to win one more game to make it happen and to avoid elimination. But now the pressure is on to GOW. They have to win. No nego, as they say. They have to win their next match.
Yep, they have to win their next match. If not, they're going to get eliminated. It's sad to see. It's tough to say, but GOW, I think they're slowly trying to figure out how this team actually operates, right? Because again, Flash is known to operate off of protocols, and once they have the rulebook on, well, at least the list of protocols that they have, at least then maybe they could influence the movements across that map. Because so far, they attack Hwangam, they found success in attacking Hwangam, but they don't know how to respond to the next 3 members who are literally the core of that front line, which is what makes Flash so devastating to begin with.
Yeah, and speaking about the core, right, I wonder who is going to be the MVP this round because frankly speaking, right, for Team Flash, the way that they've coordinated themselves, it is a team effort. It's not only about that one player who stood out. For me personally, you have to work as a team to be able to do that 2-2 split and at the right timing, come out with those flags and try to find the right target to get the best out of your opponent. But of course, we still need to award the MVP to one player, and it's going to be the Zom.
Yup, part of that front line alongside with ABCD. Excellent, an excellent fighter in the CQC space. And Zom definitely just showing off a little bit this time around how he can shut down his opponents given the ample opportunity to do so. And he's doing it alongside ABCD, who again have played together for quite some time, so they have good chemistry amongst the members. But the Zom, especially when you are giving him power weapons, when you are investing in him, he makes it worthwhile.
And just look at the numbers here, right? So everybody from from Team Flash, they actually put in the work as what we mentioned, just to execute the plan that they have. When it comes to eliminations, they are pretty close, except for ABCD because he played a different role in this round. So naturally, the numbers would differ. But for others, it's either like you excel in eliminations or you excel in assists. And that brings the whole the composition together for Team Flash, allowing them to win against GOW. On the side of GOW, the stats are not that bad as well. And that's what make a close fight here between the two teams until the momentum shifted all the way to Team Flash, bringing them the 6-3 win. And that happened in Xterra. But we'll see if Team Flash can do it again in Kalahari next.
We need to see an adjustment from GOW in particular, right? The initial plan against Flash, yes, it had some sense, but I think that Flash have adjusted very well to it. GOW at this point, if they can take anything away from Flash, is the fact that they play together as a squadron. Even though arguably Flash's composition was meant to be a lot more aggressive, meant to open up different angles to attack a team, GOW happened to be the one split up a majority of the time.
Yeah, so they were pried open by Team Flash, right? Based on the way that they move and the way that they basically set things up. Now, it also depends on what sort of composition if they were to repeat that in the next map inside of Nextera. So obviously, we're going to go back to the draft real soon. So learning from the previous round, I'm sure the coach of GOW, he'll be like, okay, now I see the pattern that you try to play. They're trying to break them out. But how are they going to break out if you only have one ban? That's going to be a problem.
That's the thing. Hopefully, I mean, if they add more characters, they could probably add more bans for Clash Squad, but that's the hard part, right? Everything that is bannable already has its not only counter picks, but you will be lacking something as you fulfill your composition. As we move on towards Kalahari's side, I think that Nextera was a good way for at least Flash to build confidence. I want to see whether or not GOW is going to double down. Keep in mind that the economy being used by Flash is round 1, round 2, we save as much as we can. If we happen to win round number 1, we're not going to buy up for round number 2. We'll save it for round number 3 and then look to invest round number 5.
Or maybe the double down can come in terms of a composition, like, okay, we're going to double down full on aggression. Now, if we were to remember the composition that Team Flash had, they had a very aggressive type of composition. It's just like running at your face sort of composition, and it worked out for them. So now that we are heading on to the Kalahari match, and GOW would have learned that, okay, that's the kind of playstyle that they're going to go do. Do we still want to play a passive composition like how they did in game number 1? That's probably something that they might want to reconsider, because if you are playing in a passive situation, you allow opponents to come at you. If you're able to defend, that's cool. But if they come at you and you lose one player, putting you in a 3v4 situation by the time they arrive, then that's not the situation you want to be in.
Yeah, unfortunately for both GOW and as well as Flash, we haven't seen that clutch factor come on in. We haven't seen multi-kills coming on to the last remaining person standing just yet. But it looks like it's going to be a chrono ban very quickly for the side of GOW. Let's see how Flash is going to respond to this.
And they're going to ban out the Oscar. So Santino is open. GOW gets the next first pick. So they're going to have that for themselves. But for Team Flash, well, they can still go for like the Cassie. It is open. They can also combine the Cassie and Tatsuya together as well in the next pick. So it's a possibility for them with the fact that the Cassie was banned in the previous match.
I'm thinking whether or not Flash might want to consider taking Coda early, or oh no, instead they're going to steal away the Zanin as well alongside the Ignis almost straight off the bat. They want to make sure that they can nullify the initial attacks coming in from GOW to begin with. Coda is getting hovered over. That makes a lot of sense for me, especially with the playstyle that we've seen from Flash. Tatsuya, the easy follow-up. And now Team Flash look to finish off their composition. Do they still want Cassie? At this point, having a Steffi isn't too bad of an idea. At least the Clue would make a little sense. So the Clue gets hovered over, and now we go down to the final pick.
Well, for GOW, having the Cassie would make sense, but for Team Flash, maybe not so at this point, because you can still combo with the Tatsuya, because Tatsuya, he gets very vulnerable when he dashes forward, so at least you want to have an insurance policy by having the Cassie as the support healer together with the Tatsuya at the front line. So Team Flash, yes, you bring in the Clue, that's okay, because that gives you the information on where exactly to rush into, especially when you have a Zane. And then you have an Iris who really loves having glue walls around. So you have like these two that's able to be at the front line. Clue is going to stay back, get the information, while Ignis, if needed, will be the secondary guy to just try to melt down the glue walls and try to flush out the members of GOW.
And speaking of flushing down the members of GOW, I think that Flash has to take control over the center of the map to maximize the value they get from the Ignis. Now keep in mind, with Chrono out of the question, if something goes wrong, it will go wrong very quickly. One thing will snowball and the domino effect will happen almost instantaneously, for there is no way to kind of keep themselves up in comparison to GOW. Even if they lose 2 of their members, as long as that Cassie is alive, there is potential hope for an outplay against Flash.
Okay, and now with the composition set up here, right? It's a slightly more aggressive sort of composition for GOW. But for Team Flash, they're still sticking to their own philosophy on how they want game number 1 is to be able to bring the fight to the front line, into the face of GOW with the Zane, with the Iris, and with Clue giving the clues on where they will be at. Team Flash, they're still sticking to whatever works. We just do it, don't change whatever that worked well.
Yeah, and since we are going to be starting soon, it looks like ABCD is going to be playing onto the Zane, on the Zane, Hwangam on the Clue, and apparently on the Ignis as well. That's fun to see. Akoi going to be playing on this Santino, and he knows he's going to get chased. He knows that maybe Flash is going to try and go for a back flank on him, and just in case, the Santino covers so much distance. With Koda and Tatsuya at the helm, with Diane and as well as Demon, at least the IGL with the information will be able to make the call fast.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the current composition, right? It's okay, composition is one thing, but how will they execute it is going to be another thing, right? And if we were to look at, like, based on the previous game, Team Flash, they're not like, okay, we just stack like 3 or maybe to an extreme extent, like 4 players just right down the middle. They know how to flank. And I'm thinking around like, does this composition suit that sort of gameplay as well? I would say yes, because you can send like, okay, Zane on one side, you can send like Iris on the other side, and maybe you can pair either the Clue with Iris or the Ignis with Zane or vice versa and so on. So it could still work out if they want to play that sort of gameplay against a GOW. So if GOW wants to still overcome that, maybe they might want to have an option to play it passively, and that's where the Santino would be an option for them, by sending the mannequin in front as a distraction, or even sending the mannequin behind so that he can TP back together with his teammates and receive a little bit of heal as well from the Cassie at the same time if needed. So they do have a fallback plan in which that's the composition that I like from GOW. A bit of flexibility if you want to go front or if you want to play behind.
Yeah, the flexibility is going to be good. Let's see if they're adaptable enough to take full advantages of the kit, because there were times where they do feel like they're making like very rash decisions in the middle of the fight. And I think that at this point, as long as they stay level-headed with the way that they play, they might have a chance here. But I think it's time. Let's go into our next map here. It's a do or die for GOW as Team Flash already at match point. Just one more win on this map would send them in.
Oh man, the pressure's on right now for GOW. Can you imagine that? It's massive right now. Now looking at the way that Team Flash, they're spreading out themselves. Okay, I mean, in this sort of area, you want to try to take the high ground as well, and that's exactly what Def is doing, but they're not really fully committing onto the middle part of this map. Instead, it's going to be GOW. So Team Flash, they have the opportunity to try to flank them, but that's being read out by Akoy, so he would deal with Def on the other side.
Oh, this pistol round is going very, very well for the side of GOW. They started on the strong side of the map, and with the advantage of the high ground, they've just slowly been picking off the members of it. Team Flash one by one. The actually winning it out against RIP, however, backup has already arrived. Deanne is going to be able to heal himself up while keeping his buddy alive, and it's a quick, easy victory for the side of GOW Esports.
Yeah, and that's the start that they're looking for, right? So that they can roll on the economy onto the next round. But we are seeing, even with teams like sometimes not the right economy, being able to make a comeback in round number 2. So anything can happen here for Team Flash, but let's see what sort of buys are they going for. And looks like they're still going for decent buys with Uzis, 2 Uzis at least. So it's still not bad for Team Flash.
It's not bad for Team Flash, but it's all of their economy. And GOW Esports at this point, I think they've recognized that they're buying up, so they got to be a little careful here, right? Yes, they have economy to work with. They still have 5,000 in the bank, but neither do they want to lose these weapons for free. Now taking control of the hull of the ship, Hwangam at the top, ABCD on the second floor with Death on the ground floor. The Zom gonna back them up on that ground floor as ABCD picks it. Wow, takes out Demon of all people. The perfect target. That's 2 down for the side of GOW as they finish off the rest of these eliminations. A huge opening. Death and the Zom take trades of their own, but it's too late for Dian as Akoy, the last alive, this mini Uzi from ABCD, is doing God's work. He turns the corner, sees the mannequin, realizes, I may have made a mistake. Oh, Akoy takes it back to try and take him out, but ABCD is too fast, too quick with a mini Uzi.
Okay, he was fooled by the mannequin for a second there, right? And the mannequin was used very well. A few TP jumps here and there just to try to just confuse ABCD. But at the end of the day, look at how quick ABCD actually flicked behind to land that final blow with a micro Uzi. So beautifully done, I must say, by ABCD. Very calm and composed manner, but at the same time alert and able to react quickly to win that one.
Our next map here, Bayfront, for round number 3. Lots of places to play around here. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a road on that southern side, but other than that, you don't want to get pushed in. You're forced to push back out. Smoke's being thrown right at the center of the map is Death. Very close to Akoy, looking for counter-sniping capabilities here. He's got the angles, his RP and as well as Demon still very healthy. He sees the Zom, and the Zom is just swinging recklessly into the smoke. He has no idea where they are. The smoke is too thick, and now the nade, 15% of their HP gone for the side of Rip, and as well as Demon. And unfortunately, Demon was not holding the crossfire, allowing Death to slip right on through, taking out RIP. The first blood is already through, and ABCD and the Zom, despite the damage they've taken, are still alive, controlling the center of the map.
First blood.
And with the fact that Demon is down as well, Team Flash, they have absolute control of the middle part. And now because of that, they have comfort. The blue will put pressure onto the other members of GOW, especially Dian that we can see here on screen. He's forced to move forward. If not, he will go down to the floor anyway. But it's going to be Huang Em taking him out and now leaving GOW with only Akoy out in the open.
Yep, he's going to send his Mirage out. Somebody's going to follow the Mirage just in case or destroy it just so that he can't get out. But Akoy gets a free isolated fight. Cannot beat that 1v1. And the Uzi coming in from ABCD. So devastating as he's been carrying it for the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why they want to destroy the mannequin is, of course, to avoid like the TP to happen on the other side. So that's why they still put focus on that before rushing into Akoy, because they know that once the mannequin is out, you're not going to be able to TP anywhere, buddy. We just need to focus on you that's behind the wall, and that's the true you, and that's out.
Yep, and Team Flash, they're up in economy, up in points. We know exactly what they want to do. Heavily invest in this third round. Tier 3 armors, Tier 2 helmets, whatever they can afford, and power weapons as well. We see that Flash taking very aggressively towards the pyramids. Through the ruins, they're going to go up that bridge. Even, Ice Ace being thrown as well to kind of slow down the assault. Every bit of damage makes the difference. We see that Ignis already throwing down the Mirage to melt down the walls, forcing GOW in a pretty awkward spot up in this side of the pyramids. They want to control this sector. However, they also need to lead out because one of their members is out by himself in the open and they can't really do much about it. The Zom, oh my goodness, so far forward, has to worry about his side, gets beamed down by RIP as ABCD looks to find a trade or at least protect the Zom, drops down a smoke and forcing the turnaround, goes for a second peek. Unfortunately, no damage applied on either A, but they find Akoy of all people?
Yeah, they found him, and because of that, it became a trade after trade after trade, but the Zom is now back up again. And all they needed to do is just to run down the remaining members of GOW with numbers that they have. What a trade-off here. Started off with GOW on Team Flash, taking out the Zom, but somehow they counterbattled RIP, they found Akoy as well, and the moment they found Akoy, that's it. They know that they'll be able to recover the Zom. They have the numbers against GOW, and they wrapped up that round with a win.
Well, this is the second break point here for GOW Esports. Their one opportunity, if not, Team Flash is going to take it away with too much econ on their sides. Doesn't matter how many rounds Team Flash lose. If they lose this round, sure, it's going to halt them in their economy gain. But so far, GOW, Akoy finds the pick that they were looking on into the previous MVP. Domed into there, but Akoy gets taken out by Hongam. He wasn't expecting a 2-2 split coming in for the side of Team Flash. And now they turn this into at least a 3v4. The Zom gets picked up and Akoy out in the open as Hongam has keeping his eyes on him, making sure that Akoy goes down for certain as the blue starts to close in.
It doesn't help that Akoy is down in an open position. No way that they'll be able to save him. Held hostage for a while and finished off finally by Team Flash. And now only 3 players left for GOW. And they're pushed to a corner. Just look at the minimap. They're on the outside. So if GOW doesn't move, doesn't do anything about it, the blue will take them out.
We'll see. They've got 33 more seconds to make a decision. GOW waiting for Team Flash to make a mistake. It's a 4v3 scenario and every pick is going to count. So far, not much clutch genes in them just yet, as Dian is going to start instigating, walks through the center, 2 nades, don't connect onto anybody else. The Zom making sure that the left side is going to be covered here, as the center is going to get contested. Cyber dropped achieved, ABCD trades, same goes for Demon. The Zom takes it one back, but he goes one step further. Unfortunate for Demon, but another round, and I think that's the game-winning round for the side of Team Flash. They have too much economy moving on into the 5th bout. I think this should be game against GOW.
And look at this, right? ABCD just made it look as easy as ABCD. He flanked them from behind. It felt like GOW didn't know that he existed behind him. And ABCD just gunned 2 players down back to back from behind. And GOW, they didn't really respond to that. And like what you said, right? Looking at the momentum, looking at how Team Flash is playing, they could potentially win this one.
I mean, Team Flash have set themselves up for one hell of a victory here. Tier 3 armors all across the board. Everybody's so rich. GOW investments, but again, it's gonna be tough. Demon, he needs to find this pick here. He's faced off against 2. RIP is just behind him. He wants to make sure, but he can't see through the smoke as they blindly throw through. Dian even making sure that they close out one side. Demon finally goes down, but he's got the power weapon. They gotta bring it back up. ABCD, the next to fall. Luckily, Demon is able to take him up in time. Hwang Am finds Akoy with the help of a nade as Demon takes out ABCD. GOW, they finally might have a way to try and bring this back, but Flash, if they win this, it's a bonus for them. All these rounds past since has been invested since round number 2, and they don't mind it at all because they've got plenty of cash to keep on replaying it until match point. Until now, it's all about how much economical damage you can apply to your opponent. Another smoke by the corner, most importantly covering the stairs as Demon using the Rebel Rush to get behind the Zom. RIP, first to go down, but Hwang Am unfortunately loses his head in the process. Death is looming, and he finds his target. Now, it is still a 4v1 scenario. Everybody else is a little low here. Where's the economical damage that we're expecting to see? Again, they haven't healed back up. RIP finally using his medkit, but it's too late. Dian takes him out, closes the distance, pulling it to 4-2.
But at some point, Team Flash, they actually got GOW in the same building. Managed to surround them. But GOW, the moment they got their elimination onto ABCD, they somehow found a way to go out. And because of that, that's how they made a U-turn or made a turnaround for this round. If only ABCD was kept alive, then the storyline would be very different because there's nowhere for GOW to go at some point.
Yep. Getting pushed into a corner is not ideal. But worse yet, Team Flash take no economical damage. If GOW Esports, especially with 2 AWMs on their side, if they don't win this round, Team Flash are setting themselves up for a very, very good financial health by round number 8. Even so, a lot of the utils being thrown out by both sides. These nades, bit of damage comes through. Another cyber airdrop secured by the side of Team Flash. As they play for it, ABCD needs to worry about the Demon, who's currently hugging the side of the wall. The second floor with the help of Death, as well as the Zom. Wait, Hwang Am actually could go for a wider angle. They know that RP is there, but it's too late. Akoy takes out Hwang Am, catches him off just before he gets there in time. Hwang Am gets taken out, and Death takes out RIP. Now it's 2v3 scenarios. RIP hits the 4DN, the next to fall. Unfortunate indeed. The trade is good, but the Zom will get picked up and carry his equipment to the next round. As they finish them off, Death is able to loom over them again. 5-2 the current score.
And the next round will be match point for Team Flash. They are one step into surviving the 0-2 match to move on to the next round. And GOW, they are at the edge of their seats right now. They must win the following round. This is going to be the most crucial round this season of the CS mode for GOW. Now they have to get back to the drawing board. They have to be able to counter the flanks by Team Flash. And Team Flash, they know the formula to win this. They're going to do it again.
They're going to try and rinse and repeat the process here. Hella weapons from the side of Team Flash. GOW, they don't have the tier 1 weapons, but it's good enough. At least they've got the armor to survive the initial shots. They got to make every one of their resources count here. The nades come on through. Akoy ends up getting picked up by Hwang Am, who decided to run at his face with the MP5. It's upgraded as well, so it has an insane fire rate. With Akoy cut off from the rest of the team, they want to go for the revive, but unfortunately Team Flash are not making this easy whatsoever. Hwang Am gonna apply pressure as Demon tries to push them away. RIP as support, holding that back, making sure that his flank is clear. They push the fight towards the left-hand side, down the slope of the hill, but ABCD is Hwang Am working RIP to death, takes him out. The Zom finally goes down, and despite the economic damage, it's a victory for the side of Team Flash. Moving on to the 1 and 2 bracket and eliminating their opponents, GOW.
Unfortunately for GOW, eliminated, the first team to go out of the season. But GG, well played to them. Congratulations to Team Flash. They survived to play more games moving forward. We'll be looking to see if Team Flash can actually make that miracle run down from a 0-2 all the way into the playoffs at least. But Team Flash, they found their rhythm, they found their formula, and they found their winning ways against GOW.
Winning ways against GOW. I mean, they tried their best. I'll give it to them. The battle between Death sometimes, and as well as Hwangam at moments. Akoy getting involved into the mix. Whew, really about making sure that these anchors cannot latch on to anything to keep them sturdy and strong in their current positions. That's what it was all about.
Yep, and they found the way on who they want to target first, who they want to take out first, and so on. And it was unfortunately Akoy that had to see the end of the bullet of Team Flash there. But it is what it is, and they found that the key player that they needed to take out first. Now, speaking about key players here, so again, Team Flash, if you ask me, they work well as an entire team. But of course, officially, we have to crown one MVP from that round. So Gideon, who would you crown as your MVP?
Oh, that one's tough. I think that ABCD played a pretty good game. The Zom also was putting on quite the performance as well, but I think that this one really boils down to Death here. I think that he played a pretty crucial role this time around, but that's personally for me. I think the stats will probably say either the Zom or ABCD, because again, they've had some like pretty crazy opening rounds for them.
Yeah, I think it would, based on stats, it's going to be ABCD. But here's the confirmation, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
so
thank
looks
God.
like Gideon. Wow. Nice sixth sense there. Death is your MVP.
Oh yeah. He definitely was making sure that Hwangam was not having a good time, and we've even seen that Death making sure that he even uses decoys, his friends as decoys as well, to make sure that he stays a little tricky on the map. Overall, pretty solid sniper through and through, especially when you give him line of sight. But it's about the space he needs before he starts working, and finally, at least for this match, Flash were able to open up that space for him.
Yeah, and besides him, I am still in the opinion that the entire team worked well, right? And we're going to see this here through the stats. Okay, ABCD, 12 eliminations. Wow. Okay, that's a lot. But based on like the ratio of damage and also eliminations by ABCD, it just shows that he is like the finisher for the team. But that's okay. You need someone to finish at the end of the day, and you need someone to deal the damage. And when it comes to dealing the damage, it's almost pretty equal amongst all the members of Team Flash, except for the Zom. But of course, naturally, if you play a more supportive role, then your damage output might be a little bit lesser. But as long as you're able to get the finishers, like what ABCD did for the team, that's good enough. And at the end of the day, the whole team benefits through this win.
Well, I think what we can take away from this is that Flash were having more effective fights, right? That's why they have less damage. They're taking out more members of GOW and making sure that they are completely gone in comparison to GOW. Yes, they apply a lot of damage, but not enough members of Flash are actually getting eliminated, right? They're getting knocked down, but they're not completely gone. So they get picked up, they heal back up, and the numbers advantage always falls to Flash because GOW are just a little terrible on the recovery. Regardless, it's been a good time here, but Flash come up 2-0 in convincing manners against GOW.
Yeah, absolutely right. And when you say convincing, Nextera was 6-3, Kalahari was 6-2, and it just shows that based on the numbers at least, the continuing momentum that was brought by Team Flash onto the following round, especially when they did try something new as compared to the rounds that we've seen before. In the first game, it worked out for them against GOW. They kept the same strategy in game number 2 as well inside of Kalahari, and it worked out for them. So great work there for Team Flash. Congratulations. We'll see more of them in the future. But speaking about seeing more, we are going to see more interviews here. After this is going to feature one of the players of Team Flash, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to send it on to our host. So please, take it away, Team Flash and the interview. This is the last game for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall, and this is the Clash Squad mode. We're still here with you as your storytellers. My name is Circla, together with my buddy here, Gideon. Gideon, we're already at our last series. How do you feel about today?
A little sad that we're gonna see another team go, right? I mean, we already see GOW, the first team to get eliminated here, and now it's between two Indonesians. And personally, I don't know how to feel about it, but like, good luck to either one of these competitors.
Yeah, I mean, again, from the same region, right? So if you're a fan from the Indonesian region, it must be hard to like pick one team, but you know, it's a competition. At the other day, somebody has to be eliminated. We just saw GOW, the first team to go out, and we're going to see a second team going out. And we're going to see either between ONIC or RRQ. And it's a tough one to pick, right? These two teams are amazing teams.
They are amazing teams, but Clash Squad demands the best out of you each and every time you hit that field of war. And I think for ONIC this time, they really have to change up their strategies, right? Because it seems like it's easily collapsible. It's feasible to do, but difficult to execute. RRQ on the opposite hand, they had a couple of good ideas, but it doesn't mean that they don't have firepower. It's just how do they enable that firepower?
Yeah, and that will also come down to what sort of composition will they pick, right? So if we were to recall, right, like RRQ, they played the first series earlier today against BTR, and their compositions were very passive sort of compositions, very defensive compositions, and they had a hard time dealing with the aggressive type of gameplay by BTR. And for ONIC, well, they won the first game very convincingly, 6-0 against Tora, just to be reverse swept by them. So I don't know how much they will affect their confidence coming into this game as well.
I think it's affected their confidence a little bit to be less reliant on their natural strategies and rather to rely on their raw instincts, because we know for a fact that these guys can actually fight. They can play it out individually if necessary. But Clash Squad asks something completely separate, and right now I think that RRQ might be walking in with a little bit of an edge, but it all depends on their compositions, right? Because we saw some weird compositions coming out from either side, some that they're more comfortable with, others who aren't. Maal, big standout here for RRQ's side. The same can be said about Crime MKS, as they will be playing Nextera first, then Kalahari, then Bermuda.
Yeah, but what we learned from the match between ONIC and Tora is that they have to keep Crime alive as long as possible. There were many times when Tora, they found the exploit, which is to take out Crime. All they needed to do is just aim for that, take out Crime, and the rest of them, they're vulnerable. So ONIC, they know that, okay, whatever it is, Crime needs to be taken care of, or maybe Crime himself needs to take care of himself, not to be one of the earlier ones in almost every round to be eliminated.
Exactly, and I think that RRQ need to take into consideration the times that ONIC did collapse was because, yes, not only did Crime MKS go down, but they were able to find, teams were able to find opening shots against ONIC very, very early on to kind of stop them in terms of taking that ground. Something which RRQ must keep in mind as we go into the pick and ban phase. It looks like RRQ going to be first up here. Wants to deny information with Coda? No, decides not to just yet. 5 seconds left before we start pulling into the ban reserves, and it looks like Cassie is going to be executed.
I'll have a few questions if they actually spend a ban on Dakota, but spending on the Cassie, I guess that's okay because you want to break the potential Tatsuya Cassie sort of combo. So no chance for ONIC to potentially even do that. Now ONIC's turn to choose a ban, so they can still go for a Chrono ban, they can go for even a Santino ban as well, and it looks like they picked the powerhouse Santino to be taken out, but that leaves Oscar open, and RRQ will be glad to take it up.
Easy choices for RRQ. Instant Oscar lock-in for the side of RRQ, and ONIC looking to respond because now it feels like they have to be the ones that take the Tatsuya away from RRQ's side, and maybe another support. We could get a clue. We could also, to be fair, we could also get an Ignis as well. I would much rather defensive options against the Oscar where you're not reliant on the glue walls to begin with. So Ignis is the way to kind of control and kind of help divert attention for RRQ to play towards one side of the map. So the Tatsuya gets hovered over as they're already going into their pick reserves. They want to go for the Dimitri as a means to defend against the Oscar in case he penetrates through.
Wow, planting their flexibility very early on, right? Tatsuya, as a Russia, Dimitri is going to be the one to stay back to provide the extra support to their team. So that's good composition there, at least from the first two picks. But on the other side, you have not only Oscar, you also have Zane. So there's a lot of aggressive potential here. But they also balance out with the fact that they pick up the A124 in case ONIC goes overly aggressive onto them. They can still stop ONIC or at least buy a little bit more time with the A124.
Yeah, I think they could go for the Chrono. It's a little risky to play it into the Oscar. Worst yet, getting hit by the A124, but I think it will give you some defensive options in case Dimitri is under lockdown from the A1, or if, you know, one vice versa, Dimitri comes to save you if you get hit by the A124. You just never want to be together. The clue to get the information, and as predicted, they're going to be locking it in. ONIC Olympus with the Chrono and the clue.
And well, they haven't officially locked it up, but I don't see them changing it. And it is a good pick at the end of the day. But looks like they thought to themselves that, you know what, we might be dealing with a lot of glue walls coming up, so let's hover around the Ignis and lock it in at the end of the day, which I think is fine as well. Ignis is one of the characters that we did talk about when they first started to drop, that it is a high potential pick for ONIC.
It is, but it allows RRQ to lock in the Iris, right? Which is the big issue. I think that ONIC, as much as they want to like move forward, have opportunities to withstand the first wave of assault, first contact against RRQ, this Iris is going to be a little bit of a problem if ONIC is forced to play defensively and hide behind their blue walls, which is the main issue here, because the more they hide behind their blue walls, the more value we're going to get from Oscar, the more value we're going to get from Iris.
Yeah, so it's kind of like this trade-off, right? Like, it's either you go for Ignis or you go for Iris itself. I think both of them is kind of okay as well to either side of a composition. But now that we have locked in everything, overall, RRQ, it seems like they are going for a way more aggressive composition, especially as compared to the game against BTR. So this is the type of composition that I would love to see from RRQ, able to take the fight against your opponent. And that's where ONIC, they're kind of ready for it, with the fact that they do have a Dimitri, they do have a crew as well, just to give them the extra information when RRQ might potentially siege them down. And they also even have Ignis as well. Even if they want, RRQ wants to come closer and closer towards ONIC by building glue wall after glue wall, Ignis can just melt them down and just expose RRQ, maybe even out in the open.
I think that the pistol round is the very first round here between RRQ and as well as ONIC is going to be by far the most important. We've seen that Aikal has been a huge proprietor for the way that we've seen value be generated from RRQ's side. ONIC, Putra is also one of those that we have to keep an eye out for. Zyron as well as Gide have been the underperformers, but Zyro has always been putting himself in some very great flank angle positions, especially posted up in that front line. If they take it nice and slow and wait for those Ignis charges to come back up, then they can really control the direction of where the fight that RRQ wants to bring ONIC to in a particular direction.
And of course, the key person for ONIC is going to be a Crime, from what we saw in the previous rounds. If RRQ is able to take out Crime, then ONIC will be very left exposed, because there will not be anyone else that could potentially play the role that Crime plays. Not only as your typical sniper, but he's able to really play around the map and try to find like tight angles to stop opponents. So RRQ will need to keep that in mind as well and put that as a priority if possible. But if not, then that's where I'll be looking forward to see what sort of solutions will RRQ have against ONIC if they don't prioritize Crime.
Well, it feels like RRQ are the ones who usually are the ones who adjust better to what their opponents bring in comparison to ONIC, where we've seen them really struggle, especially with the man advantage. And let's not forget, Maal being an absolute monster when it comes down to the clutch in these fights. And he's proven time and time again that he's a menace. Even if he's the last one standing, he applies economic damage to you just by existing.
Just by existing, right? Yeah. So if we were to look at the two compositions, right, I actually do like RRQ's composition a little bit more this time because it kind of shows the more aggressive character. So we'll see if that happens because we don't get to see an aggressive character by RRQ when they were fighting against BTR before this. But this round, it's going to be a brand new series for RRQ and also ONIC, but it is going to be a lot on the line here. Elimination on the line. RRQ and ONIC, let's go.
Speaking of on the line, immediately both sides establishing battle lines closest to where they can rotate safely. Looks like Putra was spotted out by Maal early on as they bust through the wall to try and take center control. Oh wait, the A1 does connect onto two of their members. He hears Zyro quickly throwing the Fire Mirage towards Aikal's side. He hasn't popped it yet, but Zyro is having to fight, quickly having to drop down. It's too late. Zyro takes him out in one fell swoop. RRQ unfortunately do not find the pick as we see the four members of ONIC working together to change the battle lines back to their spawn.
However, RRQ, they have control of the middle part of the map and are pushing ONIC towards the corner, but ONIC, they do have the numbers, so they can make a comeback here. It's a matter of trying to get information and try to take out the remaining members of RRQ. And here they go, going up to the second floor. They saw someone there, and they're going in for the chase here. It's going to be Putra leading the charge together with his teammate. Goes down to the ground floor. They spot Abe, and he goes down.
G'day doesn't want to go down, but luckily a quick turnaround from Putra makes it simple for them as we see that Zyro is walking back out to take out the members of RRQ. Unfortunately for Putra as well as G'day, won't they pick up G'day? Putra's still down on his knees. Can't really do much. Must stay under. Putra gets up, gets immediately knocked down. And Maal, he's trying to clutch this out one more time against four members, but it's not enough. Crimus K takes him out to win the important pistol round here in round number 1.
And very well executed by ONIC. Even though they were pushed into a corner at some point, but they were able to overcome their opponents, of course, with the advantage of the numbers that they have against RRQ that really helped them in winning round number 1. So like what you said, by winning round number 1, they have the economical advantage, but RRQ, they still went for a few buys.
Yes, they did go for a bit of a buy. They're trying to anti-eco against them. ONIC putting a decent amount of commitment here into their own savings to make sure that they win out in Grav Labs. Once again, it's going to be an anti-clockwise rotation from both of these teams as they want to make sure RRQ want to take control over the cyber airdrop. And here's where ONIC need to make some decisions. Either they interact with them or they try and conquer this top side. And it looks like they're 2-3 split from the side of ONIC. Olympus, it might actually work out. Putra gets chunked out, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter as Zyro finds out Aikal and Dutz falls in one fell swoop. The 3-in-1 is working perfectly. 1 in the back, 2 in the front already, leaving Maal by himself to fend off the horde.
Ooh, and ONIC, now they only have Miles to deal with. And Miles on the other side, they do have an idea of where exactly he is. Here comes Zyro. He sees Miles right in front of him. And he goes down. Crime is there on his knees, but that means that they also know where he is. And Zyro still with the high guard advantage. Waiting for the right moment to jump down. Okay, they're gonna go 2 onto him. Overwhelming numbers onto Miles. And ONIC takes game 2.
It's all about the economic advantage you can create. Unfortunately for RRQ Kazu, despite going for the anti-eco here, ONIC still come up on top. Again, they won out that 50-50 on the clockwise, the anti-clockwise rotation. 3-1, taking out their 2 members in the front, while their backline was still able to find a pick of their own, winning on every single front. It's a great start for ONIC, but let's see if they can keep up this momentum here against RRQ.
Momentum is going to be important for ONIC, right? And you don't want to drop the ball and allow RRQ to make that comeback. But of course, RRQ will want to secure this round. It's going to be important. It's going to be crucial for them. And they're going to meet in the middle. But ONIC, they have a little bit more space to play with right now, and they're trying to get their first knock. They got one. Oh, but wait a second. No, it's actually ONIC losing 2 players. Make that 3 down.
Double kill.
And this is the problem, right? When you have Zayn on your side and you have all 3 of your members willing to push forward without hesitation, that single knockdown could change the name of the game. And even for Maal, right, getting chunked down so low, if it wasn't for Zayn's active, I think he would have gone down regardless. So really well done for RRQ Kazu for turning this around, especially on this side. Despite being at an economic disadvantage, it's still okay. They still have an opportunity.
And this is what RRQ truly needs, right? They really need this win. At least 1 round being pulled back. They balance out the economy, so they're okay right now. But when it comes to ONIC, okay, pretty fair in terms of economy, I must say. But if we were to look at like how much armory RRQ, they have at least 4 players with decent armor, while ONIC only has 2. And we can start off this round hard and fast. ONIC will lose 2.
Wait, that's actually disgusting. That was actually disgusting. What a nade coming in from RRQ. Oh my goodness. Who was running Alvaro here? Who brought it? Cluster nades perfectly timed to control the center of the map in Crime MKS. There's no way you're zipping past this, man. Abe actually finding both of those with the help of the Valiant dash coming in from Oscar. Disgusting stuff and a quick finish to the 4th round.
Oh, and with the cluster grenades, this round is the fastest round. But look at that shot by the side by Mom. My goodness. It was while like that player was like just traveling through that zip line and he got shot down. He totally didn't know what hit him and he was totally defenseless on that zip line.
Now, RQ Kazu, they've won their bonus at this point. They don't mind dropping around because then they can get even nastier weapons afterwards. You can see that even Abe, a good 50% of his, at least 40% of his armor has been chunked. It is tier 3 as they try to control that top side of 3v2 scenario. Once again happening for Aikal. Unfortunately, this 2-2 split. Unlucky. The 50-50 won out by ONIC. Putra takes out Aikal. And Abe gets him back up from Dudes, but Dudes blocks him off. Abe has to hold the front. He's already found 2. Maal has 2 headshots. Abe sneaks across and takes him out. The Great Wall is fallen. And Crime, he quickly picks up the cyber airdrop. He knows this round is done for. 3v1. The turnaround! Maal! Disgusting shots!
Oh, the adaptation, and look at this Maal from afar. Nobody from ONIC managed him at all. He had free reign from that side, dealing the damage from that distance, and not even Crime dealt with him.
Angle priority here. Crime unfortunately got chunked and got forced away by Maal, allowing Maal to have access to the entire backline of ONIC posted up on the northern side at the central, most important part of the map here at Museum. But now, it's not over just yet, right? RQ Kazu significantly ahead of the game at this point against ONIC economic-wise, and you can tell that even helmets are being sacrificed to make sure they have good primary weapons. Abe nearly losing his life early on, but now we're getting Maal punishing the members. Putra already gone through the flames. He is in landing these shots. Will needs to stop going for this revive. Unfortunately, he loses his life because of it. Putra able to get onto the gondola in time as Crime MKS finds the angle onto Maal's side, but he's got his number and he's patient and he's sending 2 special unit forces to drop down on him. Paratroopers are here, and unfortunately for Crime MKS, he's wanted and finally down.
Again the same formula. RRQ Maal from an angle that is not dealt with at all by ONIC. Look at this again through the highlights. 2 knockdowns back to back by Maal, and nobody did anything onto him.
Nothing they could do, especially when you have Iris on your side. It makes the job a lot easier for Maal to spot exactly where you are. Something which ONIC keeps on forgetting. But at this point, now, just before the match point, and heavy investment coming around for the side of ONIC, they're trying to save in case Kazu gets into that last round. They want to be able to buy up to challenge them at full fighting strength.
And speaking about full fighting strength, they're going to fight on this high ground. Crime on the other side. My eyes is on the Maal. He is on an off angle, but Ika is the one to go down. Same goes for Putra as well.
First blood.
They've already found it. Trading 1 for 1 is already great. Putra Still has a chance to live. Gets brought back up just in time, turning this into a 4v3. Not looking good for RRQ so far, as they've already lost one of their most important members, the one holding the Ignis to be able to kind of blow through these walls anyways. And so, the control from ONIC side, securing another cyber airdrop for themselves. The center of the map is wide available, but worst yet, dropping down that UAV to know exactly where the members are. Does RRQ want to continue forward? Because it makes a lot of sense that ONIC just hunkers down.
And Ma'al not able to show what he did best in the previous round just because these glue walls are still active. And ONIC, they found an angle to not allow Ma'al to bring those free shots onto them. So now a bit of a stalemate, but that could change anytime soon because of the zone starting to close right now. And Zyro burning down the glue walls. Here comes. They're going to try to siege down Ma'al. Ma'al jumps down to safety.
They flush away the verticality of the map here. Abe on the opposite side has already shown himself towards Zyro, but unfortunately it's really hard to sneak in any shots at this point. And I think that RRQ need to make a decision on which side to play on. It's either high ground or low ground, and right now they've decided, you know what, low ground might just be better. We need to make these rotations fast and quick. And we see that Abe even using the Valiant Dash to get across. They can't afford to lose any members, and they can't afford to lose so much health. Ma'al already down. Putra finds him, and now it's going to be an all committal from the side of ONIC Olympus as Kramek K finds a headshot onto Dudes. They will close out this round in a victory 4-3.
This round took a while, but it was worth it for ONIC. Not like they dealt with Ma'al earlier on, but they found an angle that Ma'al was not able to interfere onto ONIC at all. And slowly, when the zone starts to shift, Ma'al, he had to move as well. They kind of know where Ma'al is at. They try to put him in a awkward position on the lower ground and chase him all the way inside the building to finishing off together with the rest of RRQ.
Speaking of the rest of RRQ, at this point they want to get to match point, and they now have to delve into their savings with ONIC, and the help of that cyber airdrop is going to keep their economy healthy. Decked out this time, they're bringing it full force. They want to be able to take this investment all the way to match point. Unless RRQ stops them, unless they find that pick. Ma'al decides not to go with the helmet. As Aikal, he's been caught off a majority of the times, right? It's a battle of information, one that they can't utilize Ma'al with because he needs to be a little selfish on this Iris. If he can find MKS, if he can find Zyro, that would be the game changer. But they kind of locked down the map in a pretty awkward manner. Every little bit of resistance here, and more importantly, so RQ with their 2-2 split, they want to make sure that they control the top side of this map with fighting numbers. They're even bringing Dutz along to break out of that formation to guarantee that they make it through. The flames are going to come. They're going to start chunking out Aikal, the quick turn from Zyro, and with the help of the time turner, forces Zyro off of it. He locks them out. Can he get a heal in time? No, the Valiant Dash starts coming through, and now G'day could use his Dimitri to save his life, but he already knows that one is on his knees. Quickly getting control of the force field. Aikal ends up dying again.
And Ma'al's pretty low as well, so for him to show himself, it's a little bit of a risk. But Zyro, Putra out. Come back, maybe.
Dudes just dropped on him, laying on the ham. Slapping them with it as well. How could they? Dude, it's a disgusting, illegal angle from the roof, taking out 2 members already. RRQ Kazu now at match point.
Man, what a tight round. Match point right now for RRQ. And that round, Ma'al, yes, he was in an angle, but then again, it was all these other teammates that did the work. So this is the balance in all things here that RRQ found. If Ma'al's suppressed, he can't do much. The other members are able to step up the game, now putting themselves into match point now against ONIC.
Full buy coming in from the side of ONIC, and even if they win this round, it's still going to be a struggle because RRQ Kazu only committed half of their entire economy to try and beat out, saving a majority of their weapons from the previous round. Ma'al looking to try finds it! Headshot into Putra as they try to control the center. Cyber airdrop already claimed dinner by RRQ Kazu here. And now worse yet, Crimex K, he finds one into Abe. Unfortunately doesn't get the rest! A single shotgun shot. Aikal is able to buff up his teammates to secure them a win.
And that was a really, really fast final round here. RRQ with a win. against ONIC. My oh my. The composition was flexible. We did talk about it. They had the option of like, okay, based on the composition, they can play front, they can play back. It's okay for them, but it seems like what worked for RRQ is that if they play a little bit more aggressive, they're able to take the fight into their opponents, then they'll be able to win games. Unlike their match with BTR where they had to play very, very passive, BTR had the best of them, but this time when they had the aggressive composition, they could win it against another opponent, and this time they had to be ONIC.
Yeah, if Maal finds that pick, it becomes very simple for them. If Dutz is able to like just sky drop on people to take out two, I think it becomes very easy for them to win these games. Because honestly, in that last round, ONIC had the advantage. They had not only the man advantage, but they also had the utilities ready to go. They didn't get to use it, unfortunately, after pushing off RRQ from their current position, enabling them for Dutz to drop down and take out two members. I think they already knew. It's like, okay, this section of maps, it's over. We got to move on from this.
Yep, and of course for ONIC, they have to move on as well because they need to leave the past behind them. Next round is going to be super crucial for them. They must win. But the one that brought RRQ the win is our MVP this time, Maal. 10 eliminations, 4,078 damage. And besides the numbers, his positioning with the sniper was very crucial in RRQ's win.
Maal gets into position so fast, and I think the members of ONIC were just not ready for how quickly he set himself up. 14 assists, 10 eliminations. Every single one of these elims from the side of Abe, Dutz, as well as Aika had some form of Maal influence in them.
Maal influence, I like that. It's called the Maalfluence. Yeah, I mean 10 eliminations, the most damage, the most assists, like he's just everywhere. He did everything here for them to secure the 6-3 win inside of Nextera against ONIC. But it is not over yet. It is a best of 3 series. Kalahari is going to be our next map, but for ONIC, they have to revisit again. What do you think needs to change for ONIC this time?
Well, I think they need to not make that one mistake on Xera on the most pivotal round, because it was 5-3. If they won that round, they almost guaranteed to win the following round after. It might be a little bit hefty, but again, they need to get this early lead on that pistols like we saw, but that mid-game round where they looked to kind of like save and half buy, that's where it got a little weird. I think it's either full committal or no committal at all, and ONIC needs to make that choice sooner.
Yeah, at least we can see the ONIC players still in good spirits. Like they don't look like they feel down, so that's gonna be an important start coming into the next match here, game number 2 inside of Kalahari. ONIC has to win this one to bring us all into game number 3. If not, they will be out and becomes the second team to be eliminated.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. The last time that they played, they had a whopping victory against Todak. So it feels like maybe it's now the onus of ONIC Olympus to adjust to RRQ. Because so far, it feels like they want to play their own game, and RRQ just won't let them.
And let's see if RRQ will let them or not through the ban. It's been a while since we see a Santino ban, though, not gonna lie, and finally it's out, being a very strong character. And ONIC doesn't want to deal with it. Now on to RRQ. I mean, there's still a good amount of characters that they can battle, including the Oscar that is very in meta right now. But that leaves one composition out there in the open. It's going to be the Cassie Tatsuya composition.
It's either one or the other. If not, they're looking for something else. And I think that right now, ONIC have to make a couple of decisions on their own. At this point, there's only one dedicated rusher that kind of makes sense at this point. There's also Zane, of course, which I think is something that ONIC might want to consider, but they're first going to take out the supports from the question. Get rid of Cassie. We don't mind giving you Tatsuya because you have to pair Tatsuya with something else to make him effective.
Yeah, and the ones that they have been considering to pair with Tatsuya, let's see here. Well, it could be the Zane as well. It could be even Skylar. It could be even Raiden that they're hovering on right here. And for RRQ, they have won a round with Raiden in it before, so they have a good record there. Even Zane as well. It's a strong pick. But while thinking of who they want to truly pair with Tatsuya, they will pick up Tatsuya first itself, and it could be just Zane and Tatsuya, the combo.
I think that's totally fine. You know, Cassie would be nice, but Zane definitely benefits the entirety of the team, especially if you commit them in very, very hard. But now, with the Cassie, right, they got to figure out how they want to play somewhat defensive, how they want to be able to maintain aggro over the front lines. And I think that's going to be the big problem, because without mobility options, it becomes a little difficult to get in and out of fights unless you make sure that your sniper is overlooking the battlefield, watching that front line very, very closely without having to counter snipe as often.
I feel that the Clue is going to make a showing here, because you need information if you want to play aggressive, right? So it could be ONIC, it could be RRQ, but before that, ONIC will lock in Chrono and Dimitri, which I think is fine. But two healers, Cassie as well as Dimitri, it gives them the opportunity to take the fight in front and also fall back if needed to, but that also means that they might play passively at some point when RRQ and their current composition is a little bit more aggressive, with the fact that they will likely to lock in the Iris.
Yep, I think Iris is alright as long as it's information. Clue is fine, Iris is fine, Coda is also fine. I think that the A124 is really interesting. Oh, they go for the Homer as well. So again, this composition is very interesting from the side of RRQ. They have a lot of all-in committal type abilities, and I think ONIC, they literally have to stick as 4, ideally in a maybe 2-2 formation, keeping either Dimitri or Chrono on opposite sides of the group alongside the Cassian as well as Clue, because if they all get hit by the A124, it's done.
Ooh, okay. Interesting composition by ONIC here. The Clue, Dimitri, and Cassie, and then the Chrono. So you don't really have like a character that is like, okay, a speedster that just runs at people. So this is a fairly passive composition by ONIC here. So I don't know if I do like this sort of composition.
Well, at the end of the day, the fact that they have a Cassie, they do want to show some form of presence, right? Because Cassie gives free heals. And I think that's exactly what ONIC want to do. They want RRQ to come to them, and specifically to use either the Homer or the A124 abilities. I think the A124 was pretty given. Once that's out of the way, that's when ONIC can start playing the game. That's when they can use Dimitri in somebody's face. That's when they can take space with Chrono after Clue drops down the quick UAV to get a fast scan.
Yeah, this is a strong counter engage by ONIC. So like what you said, right? They need to draw RRQ towards them and try to catch them maybe while they're traveling towards ONIC, or maybe once they arrive and try to counter back. Because I don't see with this composition that it's set up for ONIC to bring the fight towards RRQ. And I'm pretty sure RRQ knows that looking at the composition. I'm thinking that maybe ONIC just wants to render A124 not as useful as RRQ would have thought.
And that makes a lot of sense, because A124 was already doing a good bit of work for RRQ at completely shutting down ONIC's timings. And as long as Dutz is, very aware of how ONIC is going to approach, that's totally fine. I am surprised that Maal decided to go for the Homer rather than the Iris. I think now, again, this is the adaptation plan, thinking one step ahead. ONIC wants to ruin his position, and worse yet, Maal is the MVP of the previous match. So I think with that in mind, ONIC are going to be out to get him. With no Santino in mind, I think with this Homer, it gives immediate value to Maal without having him to commit too hard onto anything.
Yeah, and it's great for Maal, right? Because based on his playstyle from what we saw earlier on, he's definitely going to play the sniping role, but at the same time, he's very intelligent in terms of how he positions himself, what kind of angles that he takes that is low risk to him, but high risk for his opponent. So by having this sort of also composition and also character for him, I think it will fit well to the play style that he will be comfortable with from what we saw in the last round.
I would like to see him play the Iris one more time, but you don't get everything here. Too much candy is unhealthy for you here, because RRQ is so sweet. Well, let's jump right into this game, right? Because again, I want to see how this is going to play out between both of our squads, and I think that RRQ might be overthinking this a little with the Homer, but then again, they could be cooking up something that I don't see.
Well, let's see how will they deploy that, and it will prove their point. Now, both sides, since it's a pistol round, naturally two teams will just try to hit onto each other, but a decent amount of damage onto ONIC, but they were still rushing here. Zyro's in trouble now, only 10% of health left. Today will go down first. Only Crime now, all the way behind, all alone against the 4 players of RRQ, and it's going to be a quick victory for round number 1, given to RRQ.
I'm sorry, how did everybody whiff there? Everybody whiffed. Even Dutz whiffed. Even Aika was in the middle of that fight. Abe was in that fight for way too long. Way too long. And I think that a bit of a misplay coming in from ONIC's side. They probably could have taken him out on that second peak when he comes back into the time turner. But at this point, got to put the mistakes behind. Got to focus on what's ahead. With ONIC losing out on that very first fight, RRQ Kazu walking in with ARs, walking in with mini Uzis as well. They want to be able to end round 2 fast.
I only have one answer for you, Gideon. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Yeah, man, especially if you're RRQ, like you played the first game today and now you have to play the last game, so yeah. But so far, even though it's been a super long day for them, they seem to still be able to bring the momentum across here. Starting off by taking out G'day, but the counter comes in. Abe, Mal, Ika down, only Dukes left.
Awful trade from the side of RRQ, and ONIC fully punish it. Nicely done by Putra. Keeping Zyro, making sure that Zyro just keeping up with the rest of his squad, making sure that the supports are ready to go. Crime MKS doesn't want to reveal his position just yet. He doesn't have an angle on towards Dutz's side, who's currently only rocking the pistol for himself. At this point, Crime MKS just again peppering him down and finally bringing the score 1-1.
Okay, it is tight though, but how do you all start? Again? Okay, is to identify who's the key player here for RRQ. And of course, it's the MVP Mal. And ONIC, the moment they took him down, they know that, okay, no off-angle support anymore. Mal is down. Let's now hunt for the other players. And that's how they did it. Pretty straightforward from there. The same formula applied. Find the key player, Mal.
And now they go back at it once again in a very familiar landscape. Both sides putting their full force. Maal actually going off for a very long off angle. Sees Zyro just the butt of him, forcing him forward into Icon as well as Abe. Dudes, he's got the nade. He's ready to go. Hopefully he doesn't nade himself on accident. As Butcher tries to come out to drop the chrono a little too late. He goes down. Abe takes him out. And now they're trying to secure the cyber airdrop, but unfortunately there's just too much firepower going through to successfully channel it. But the nade from Dudes finds 2 and puts the other at 1. A quick finish here for RRQ as they win round number 3.
Wow. Okay. I was looking at the timer and it's not even like 20 seconds and we're all done with this round. Very fast indeed by RRQ. A very straightforward round for them. Just take the fight head on. But now with both sides, okay, especially for RRQ, economy-wise, they're obviously very healthy. ONIC, unfortunately, not that healthy. We might expect to see a similar gameplay by RRQ this time.
We do see that Icon as well as Dudes are both holding nades of their own, so they're actually spending a little bit of extra economy to make sure that it happens. Now we go back to Santa Catarina. This is where it gets really dangerous here. We've seen ONIC actually blunder on this side, especially with the multiple levels that they have to worry about. Ground floor, second floor, and third floor. And right now Abe, unfortunately, on that ground floor, cannot seem to get in. They have to rethink the plan. If they go through the main ship, they're going to be vulnerable to all sides. That's why you're seeing Dutz and as well as Aikal slowly working their side of the map as they encroach on the back. They get Aikal in. Abe is nearby, and the whole time we're seeing that Maal not moving an inch.
Well, now he starts to move. I guess he wanted to play the cautious approach. But who's going to get the first now? Okay, here comes Crime Abe! Beautiful angle that he got to take out the main guy, Crime.
He still remembers some of the old tricks to scale up the sides of these walls. And worse yet, the blue is going to take that angle away from him. Putra still stuck at the top of the deck here. And now RRQ with the man advantage and also the finish. There's no revives for the side of ONIC. They have to face the danger head on. 3v4. Abe clearing out the inside, but already finding the headshot, now turning it into a 2v4. And this should be some clinical cleanup from the side of RRQ, just like in Battle Royale. They move forward, take the space, knowing that maybe Gade is in an off angle. Putra goes down, but Gade is hiding for his life. Nobody is giving him a free isolated fight, and Abe is now going to utilize the information as Maal takes him out, no problem.
With this sort of terrain, it's really hard to find that off angle, right? But Abe, he found that one. And he kind of knows that, okay, that's going to be the sniper's position. If he does that move, he is going to find Crime. And in fact, he did. Same formula applies. You take out Crime out of ONIC, and you know that ONIC is in trouble. RRQ, after doing that, just take a straightforward fight against the other members of ONIC. And now they are 3-1 up.
Oh, and it looks like they're going to approach the exact same side of the map. 3-1 with Crime MKS in a very powerful position of his own, but the Homer is going to reveal it straight away, and now it gives RRQ, knowing that they doesn't have line of sight on this left-hand side, are going to quickly start collapsing on through, trying to force out Doots in a different position. He wants to get Maal, but unfortunately... Oh, Maal! He gets shot in the back, unfortunately, but Abe was doing the exact same thing to Crime! And now, with Aikal dead, and as well as Gade on 1 HP, Crime MKS out of the question. It's 3v3.
Crime. What did you do to Abe? Did you borrow his money and not give him back? And Abe just like, I want you. I'm going to take you down every single round. And still, Abe did that against Crime. But now Abe is looking for his next target after taking out Crime. And he sees one right in front of him. Takes a bit of time to heal up. Dudes needs that space as well.
He does. Everybody needs the space. It's a 3v3, and Gade doesn't have a medkit to work with. He ends up going down. That's all of his resources gone, but luckily he didn't have much left on him. Dropping the Chrono Time Turner is good, but however, the backs are open! Abe still wins that out at the end, and RRQ take the rest down Maal with a headshot onto Zyro. Nicely done here for the side of RRQ. Good recovery coming in from the side of ONIC, a very good adaptation. Unfortunately, just didn't have the health or resources to be able to get over the ledge.
It's getting closer and closer right now to RRQ to eliminate ONIC. And here is the next round. One more win for RRQ and they will be at match point. It's so close right now. And if they can again take out Crime, then it's going to be another good situation for RRQ.
Well, let's see, because ONIC get the strong side of Mammoth. One of the few maps that is a little skewed in favor to whoever is on the northern side on spawn, but let's see, because RRQ, they're sending 3 members while keeping... Wait, hold on. The Homer reveals Cyro's position. They could drop down on him if they want, but they also know that there's 2 members of ONIC Olympus by the spine of the Mammoth itself. Oh my goodness. He's got the MP5. I think his head is like ever so slightly sticking out. Aikal sticks his head out first quickly. Now, an isolated target, forcing Putra to drop. He dies to the fall down damage. It's just too much. Abe is going to start clearing glue walls and pick up Aikal. In the meantime, the advantage to nobody. They both recover. Both sides didn't want to press it, and nobody wanted to fall down and give up such a prime position.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight round, right? But if we look at the spread of RRQ, they have a better spread, better control of the map as of now. And looks like Gade goes down. RRQ not only positional spread, but they now also have the man advantage. But looks like ONIC is going to say no to that. They take down Maal.
Maal is already down. With Gade and as well as Maal out, it forces out this 3v3 as they're fighting along the lines of the spine here. It's not gonna... Oh, Aikal has to commit. He drops on down. He needs some help. Where's the rest of his team members? Can they cover this angle? Unfortunately, he finds one with the cover from Abe from the top with the scar, is able to clear them out. Yes, he did have support.
Wow. What an angle here by Abe. But now it's going to be a 1v1 between Abe and Crime. Is this Crime not looking at Abe? Oh, lucky enough for Crime that the glue wall came just in time.
Get rolled, head down, eyes up. Crime MKS, all he's got is a VSK in hand, but the MP5 might be the difference maker, especially at level 3, but it doesn't when Crime MKS lands the headshot, clutches the round. Finally, we get to see clutch genes from Crime MKS.
Ooh, the man himself. If you want to pull off a clutch, if you want to pull off a last-minute win, Crime is the dependable guy. Just look at this again. Crime goes out, turns back in, immediately lands a headshot to ensure that they keep their hopes alive.
What a 180. And now ONIC, winning that round was important to them. They bring it back, but at least they've hurt the economy of RRQ Kazu, right? No helmets for 3 of their members this time. However, full weaponry on either side. 3 missing helmets for ONIC as well. That'll make the difference, especially in these close quarter fights. But starting off things with a grenade, forcing Zyro to start immediately heal back up. Luckily, he's got the Cassie. He doesn't have to waste his medkits just yet, but a much slower approach from both RRQ and as well as ONIC.
Oh yeah, very different approach. Slower around, but Abe, he might lose his patience.
What?
He wants to try to push ONIC, but hang on a second. From the back, somebody's flanking, I guess?
I mean, they're getting nades in pretty awkward spots, and it looks like I'm only going to assume the only one who usually takes that is Doots. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Doots working his way out there. Because who else takes like the cluster build? And I'm pretty sure that Ma'al is on the opposite end. Yep, there we go. That's Doots who actually has the angle, who's lobbing those nades in the first place. The smoke coming in for G'day, I don't know where it landed. I think it landed on like the second floor, like one of those little AC packs there. But even so, Abe has to face off against Putra. Zyro, he's waiting for anybody trying to flank Putra to eventually punish. Forces down the Chronos time turners almost instantaneously, and now they're calling in for the regroup to try and flank Abe's side. Doots is in trouble. Oh, Putra gets gunned down straight away. Wasn't expecting a Groza on the opposite end. Got beamed in a second headshot from Ma'al and Aikal to take out Zyro. A quick, fast round number 7 here for RRQ.
And now, RRQ, they are in match point situation. ONIC has to make a big comeback here. But if we were to assess this round, it was one of those slower rounds, a bit of a standoff between the two. But Dudes from the side, from behind, lobbing those nades, that put a lot of pressure to the members of ONIC, forcing them to reposition themselves, and that allowed more space for RRQ to play with.
Which is pretty crazy here, because I think that, like, the whole time, Ma'al was getting free shot after free shot after free shot. They're currently in match point, and they don't mind. This is the exact same position they put ONIC in before. Broken economy, forced to all in. Headshots are viable, and it looks like they're making sure that they're bringing some heavy weaponry from ONIC's side to guarantee that they at least get one more round. But it all depends on the CQC, as G'day and CrimeXK working together to try and punish one of the members who are looking for the flank. And it looks like Abe is the one looking for the flank. CrimeXK in trouble. Where is G'day? Where is his boy? And he gets cut off unintentionally. He gets distracted. And now Abe finding one, might find a second. They're trying to keep him alive, but no. Abe says, I won't let that happen. It's either you come here or I take you out. And they clean things up, Ma'al. Disgusting back-to-back headshots.
What a play by Abe. If he's not the MVP, I'm out of here. Congratulations to RRQ as they will move forward. But thank you so much to ONIC for playing. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated by RRQ. What a convincing win it was for them.
Oh, a very convincing win. Both maps playing out the exact same way. Maybe I thought they were overthinking it, but the Homer works out well against these anti-flankers, man. They just cannot get to him, and it completely stops the entire plan of how Crime MKS has manufactured sneaking members past that back line.
Oh yeah, and even there were some situations where they had to hold, like it was a standoff. But like what you say, right, sneaking past the back line, lobbing those nades, forcing them to reposition themselves, and it was so good by RRQ. Like they adapted to the situation very, very quickly. Like it was almost every round we see something different from RRQ.
And that's what we have, and that's what we got to keep on seeing, right? Constant change, constant ways to kind of innovate upon the Clash Squad format. Because so far, I mean, they're doing well in the BR standings, but here by Clash Squad, I think people were a little surprised that they dropped all the way down to the 0-2 bracket.
Oh, and the one that did not drop is going to be Abe as our match MVP with 12 eliminations and 4,360 damage. He was the catalyst in this round, but he also had to give it up to his teammates as well, right? Like Ma'al had the best of performances during the first half, but the second half it was just the Abe show all the way.
I think it's genuinely disgusting how much he got away with that, right? Ma'al, absolute monster of a human being when it comes down to Clash Squad. Look at him! He's still putting up 4,000 damage with 8 elims and 6 assists on top of Abe's stellar performance, only 200 ahead of him.
Yeah, that just shows that if it wasn't Abe, it would have been Ma'al as the MVP. But by a small margin, I would say Abe. And he did put up a big clutch moment there towards the later rounds, right? So gotta give it to Abe as well. But again, it's a team effort for RRQ that actually brought them this 6-2 win against ONIC. And overall, good day. Didn't really have a good round based on the stats. But congratulations here, RRQ winning the best of 3. But at the cost of ONIC.
At the cost of ONIC, right? It's sad to see ONIC go, but the way that RRQ was able to kind of... We've seen them grow throughout these Clash Squads, and it's a great thing to see. And unfortunately, that's just the way the Swiss rounds work, right? Everybody's looking towards having a total of 3 best of 3 series wins.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that it happened to come in the from the same region, right, between RRQ and ONIC. So, well, it is what it is, right? But at least for RRQ, they move forward, and I like that the fact that they changed their play style as compared to like how they started the day against BTR, very, very passive. And this time they play it actively, they play it aggressively, and it brought them the dividends that they were looking for, a win across against ONIC. But if I were to think about ONIC's situation, right, they lost through a reverse sweep against Toda. So probably some of that was carried forward onto this game, and that kind of affected the mentality side of their performance.
I think not only the mentality side of things, but it also kind of toughened their resolve of, oh, the way that we are playing is kind of okay, right? Because Toda, they figured something out. We can patch up those holes, and then it just means that our composition is going to be strong again. But they didn't find that early lead that they were looking for in the majority of these matches. Maybe in match number 1, which I think was the closest, but the only blunder was at the very end on that match point for RRQ. Game number 2, I think that RRQ played an almost flawless round.
Yeah, so I guess it's also consistency, right? Like what you said. But we also have to give it to the brilliance of how RQ executed all of that as well. So I mean, there are a lot of factors, right, to how a team wins or how a team does not win as well. So we got to give it to both sides as well, especially RRQ, who is able to adapt to situations every single round. So yeah, great work by RRQ. And this is where I'm curious to know their thoughts, right? So I wonder if we'll have an interview with the members of RRQ. I really would love to hear from them how they feel starting the day with a loss against BTR, and it was the very first game, and they had to wait until the last game to play, but still able to keep up with the pace and the fatigue of just waiting.
Yeah, that must have been pretty stressful. But I also think we could get scammed for all intents and purposes with that interview. Who knows? We might just see more highlights. But with that being said, the Swiss stage continues on. We have 3-0 teams who have already scored it. WAG alongside AGAL, who advanced since yesterday. Today's elimination games meant that GOW and as well as ONIC Olympus had to bow out, which also means that the 1-1 bracket has been predetermined. Virtus Pro, Todak, Twisted Minds, EVOS Divine, Heavy, Bigatron by Vitality, Kagendra, and as well as P Esports have to battle it out even more.
And tomorrow we're going to focus on to the 2-1 bracket and also the 1-2 bracket as well. And when it comes to the 1-2 bracket, again, we will see teams eliminated. So tomorrow is going to be another day that you don't want to miss out, because who knows who might be eliminated because we have so many amazing teams still in the game.
Yeah. With that being said, thank you everybody to be watching the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. My name is Gideon Q. This is Sir Cloud. Thank you so much for watching the Clash Squad mode. It's been one hell of a time, and you guys have been awesome. See you next time.